Wait, what? The Rangers got Dorothea? What the?
Hold on. Did that really happen?
Yeah. What the? Are you kidding me right now?
Cha-ching.
Here we go. The pick is
This
in.
has gotta be Reed. You cannot pass this up now.
From Jokerit and Munchin of the Finnish and German leagues, Alberts Smiths.
What? What are you thinking?
We didn't mean what you just said, did you?
When?
Just right now.
I meant it at the time.
Stanley, at the time, you said it 7.5 seconds ago.
Oh, gosh, kind of a lot's happened since then.
They should absolutely take Nikita Klepov here. Go get Klepov. Go get your sniper. Go get your play driver and your facilitator. That's your guy right there. It's a guy with a heavy shot, guy that has sandpaper to his game. He would be a perfect fit for them. Got ruined in the chat. Multi Gustafson. I'm actually kind of surprised. I mean, this is about where another big, tall, rangy defenseman with a good stick that can skate very well.
What are your thoughts on this momentous occasion? Your neutralness?
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
All right, everybody. That was a quick recap of draft week, but there was a lot of stuff that's already going on today and some big news. But welcome back to our free agent frenzy stream. And it's always great to be here with you. I, of course, your host, Mark Williams. Delighted to be back with the man, the host of Final Buzzer. I could have played that intro also. I love that intro. That's the reason why I kick myself when I forget it. I'm Mr. John Falkowski.
Yeah, big Storm Eagle fan. So, yeah, love the fact that you use Storm Eagle there. Mega Man X is a top 5 favorite game of all time for me, if maybe even top 3. I don't even know. You get me on a different day, I might have a different answer. But, yeah, this is oh, and Josh got it. Yeah, he got it already. I figured he would. That was an easy line.
Yeah.
Definitely silly season start of the new year. And always look forward to doing this stream. Love these streams.
Yeah, because this one is just basically us reacting. So that's one reason why it's a good stream for me, because there's a lot less prep work. But just to ask you though, Phil, so which franchise do you like better? It's still Mega Man versus Zelda. Zelda wins, right?
Yeah, because I just think there's a better volume of games. There's more deviance between between the Zelda games and all right, so if you play, all right, so the first Zelda was great, groundbreaking. Then you go to Zelda 2 and it's a side scroll and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, that one was a misfire.
Yeah, and that was the misfire. And then they come back with one of the best games in the entire series of A Link to the Past. And then 5 years later, you have a game that revolutionizes gaming. Is one of the 10 best games of all time in Ocarina of Time. And
maybe even 5.
What's that?
Maybe even 5.
Maybe even 5. Maybe.
I would put that actually. I would actually put Ocarina as the second best game of all time.
Okay.
Only behind Super Mario Brothers.
The original?
Yeah, because if you talk about groundbreaking, cultural reception, how it changed everything.
I would say it's one of the most important. I wouldn't say it's one of the best, though.
Well, I got to take into account that. So.
Yeah, all right. So if we're going in, this, all right. This guy and I had a discussion about Eddie Van Halen and his place in the top guitarists of all time. People say Eddie Van Halen's the best. The Legend of Justin.
I had the Flash Riches in there.
Oh, video game free agency, yes. So, well, Matt Zuccarello is off the board to LA. So anybody who was looking for a Rangers return is probably not going to be very happy right now with this one.
And the big number for Nico Hischier.
I'm not surprised by that. Look at what Pavel Dorofeev just got.
Yep.
I would say Nico Hischier is a bit of a better all-around player. Guy's a Selke caliber center. Center is the most important position in hockey. So yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by this one bit.
I mean, there's
great guitarist, but yes.
But yeah, so Eddie Van Halen's place among guitarists, you were saying?
Yeah, but all right, so Eddie's in the top 10, I would say, but he's also not the best guitarist. He's probably the most important, though, because without Eddie Van Halen and revolutionizing and mastering finger picking the way that he did, you don't have metal, you don't have thrash metal, you don't have all the subgenres, math rock, everything like that. You don't have all of that. And it's like when people talk about James Hetfield. James Hetfield is one of the most important guitarists of all time because he basically invented and mastered down picking. And if not for down picking, you don't have everything that comes after thrash metal. Everything. So, you gotta look at it that way. But that's the way I look at Super Mario Brothers. Without Super Mario Brothers, we don't have modern video gaming as we know it. But it's not the best video game of all time.
Okay. I just think I gotta rephrase or reframe how I have it that I haven't set in my mind, because there's just a lot of things that I would think about with that where I'm like, maybe this, maybe that. But I mean,
incredible player as well.
I do have to say that I think I do think that Ocarina of Time holds up today and years afterwards. And the funny part is how much of the Capcom or the recent Tecmo stuff I've been doing, because just in the Hurricanes championship intro, I had Ninja Gaiden, the ending music, which not a lot of people got to hear. And I also used DuckTales The Moon in there as well. So, I mean, there was a lot of the good music. I still have to go with Zelda. Zelda would be my favorite franchise, definitely, of anything, because I just they're just shut up and take my money. But still one of the most underrated franchises is Metroid. So
yeah, I would agree. Metroid's underrated. Prime was a really good game. Super Metroid. If you look at a lot of countdowns for top Super Nintendo games, a lot of them have Super Metroid in the top 10.
And very high up.
Yeah, very.
You're talking about usually Super Mario World, Link to the Past, Super Metroid, and Chrono Trigger. Not necessarily in that order. So
Chrono Trigger is always usually a top 3 to 5 game in Super Nintendo countdowns. Chrono Trigger is incredible. If it's not the best JRPG ever, it is probably the second best. It's that and Final Fantasy 1 and 2 for me. Like 1A and 1B. You get me on a different day, and I might give you a different answer. But Chrono Trigger still holds up 31 years later.
And by the way, just to say, Josh, my first concert I ever went to, Queensryche, Operation Live Prime.
Yeah, you're talking to one of the biggest Queensryche fans I know right now when you talk to Mark.
All right. I mean, I kind of fell off after hearing the Now Frontier. So that's the thing about bands. That's the hard part is you get to a certain point.
Definitely overkill. Oh, Jeff Waters. Jeff Waters from Annihilator, super underrated. Like anything off the Alice in Hell album, fucking masterpiece material. He's so good. Unbelievable chops, man.
So we're just getting some bits of information coming in right now. By the way, happy anniversary to Walter Tkachuk, because they threw that one on there. And
I'm gonna pass on that. No thanks. It's gonna be a fucking yikes from me, dog.
And I love it that we got Flyers fans coming in now. So
yes,
one thing we're welcoming everybody. I'm trying to get that Byram deal. Do you have word on that yet, Phil?
12.5 million over 7 years.
Okay. Bowen Byram has got 12.57 million over the next 5 years.
We've got Mason Marchment to San Jose.
Okay, he would have fit in nice with the Islanders. So
yeah, that's a good signing for San Jose because they could use a guy like him with some size, some snarl, and some skill to come into that lineup and complement guys like Celebrini, like Will Smith, like Chernyshov, all those guys. Just very, very good signing. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Dave. San Jose they're going to make the playoffs this year, I think. Owen Zellweger for 3x3.
Yeah.
That's great. You're going to get a puck mover that's anywhere in the bottom 4 of your defense that could give you 20 to 30 points. You take that and run, and he's young too. He's got some room to grow.
Now, just to mention this, because you mentioned in Matt Zuccarello, you usually get the people that say, "Oh, there should be a reunion. There should be a reunion." Has anybody ever wondered how Matt Zuccarello feels about this? Because Brian Leetch was absolutely devastated when the Rangers traded him. And I think that's one reason why he'll sign with Boston, play one more year, and then he's likely done. But there's definitely I don't think Leetch would have ever come back to play for the Rangers. He's obviously come back, been in the Rangers family because obviously he's already there. But that was a gash. That was a wound that was open and very hard to heal.
Yeah, Demidov at under 10 million for the next 7 years is, he's going to turn into at least a point per game player. Like the signs are already there. He's just great on Montreal to get that done and to just get him under contract. I know, and it's funny because, I mean, what was Demidov this year? He was a 60-point player basically. So 62 points. He had 19 goals and 62 points. So you look at that and you say to yourself, he's already kind of getting paid just over what market value is for a player points wise for his stature. That's great. You didn't even have to go and overpay for him. Genius move by Kent Hughes. Big. Yeah. Right there. Brian was right. Chef's kiss on that one. Good on Kent Hughes.
Now, that's
like that.
But also, that's what I was talking about, Phil, with the Dorofeyev deal. You bought out a couple of RFA years. Usually that would get you the discount. They bought out basically everything for Demidov. So, I mean, he gave there's where the discount comes in because they had cost control. They elected to pay him now, and now he's going to reward him with a few years of, I guess would you call it UFA money? That's I don't know how to properly phrase it at the moment. I figured that's why I still think the Demidov deal was a little bit high. And TJ Brody announcing his retirement from hockey today.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little off course here just because I saw this and I have to mention it. But LeBron James is willing to accept a minimum contract to play for a contender per Cem Strania, who's the number one insider in basketball right now. I am team Michael Jordan over team LeBron. And I am team Michael Jordan for life. That's my all-time favorite player. But I am also team repeat. Go get LeBron and go get a second title. The East is open. Go do it.
I think they could do it without LeBron. By the way, I've been saying this all week in the last couple weeks. First off, I don't put LeBron top 5 anyway, but that's a different story.
Don't care. Give me a second title. That's
but
all I give a fuck about right now.
Phil, I've been saying this. You could put it to bed. LeBron versus Jordan. I mean, I saw Jordan in the World Cup. Let's see LeBron do that. Anyway, so because there's a country called Jordan. That's where the joke is. But
he's willing to take a veteran minimum. Just give him the veteran minimum and go trade for a center if you need to. That's all you need to do. All you need is a defensive center. That's it. You don't even need a guy that's going to put up a ton of points. He could give you anywhere from 6 to 10 points a night if you're lucky as a veteran center. Schwartz to Colorado at 3. Yeah, I like this. I like this for Colorado. Mm-hmm. That's a good pickup for them. They don't have Ross Colton anymore.
I mean, that Colorado team just keeps getting older and older and older. And kind of got to restock that.
Yeah, you're right. Team. You're right. That's the only thing I'd worry about. Schwartz is 34. He's still got some game in him. Like, he had 26 points in 50 games this year. And he had 49 and 26 goals in 81 games the year before. Like, I think he can fit anywhere in Colorado's top 9. I wouldn't have him on the first line, but I would absolutely. Yeah, Trocheck is getting moved. That's not it's not even in the question at this point.
Yeah, that is going to happen, and it doesn't have to necessarily happen today, but I would imagine it happens today.
I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen today, dude.
And I do have to say that I'm a little bit curious on how that trade ends up. Because
I would hope Rempe's not playing much. If he's playing, that means there's probably an injury. I wouldn't want him in the lineup after seeing what Hemelash and others have done. Give Sikora and Hemelash, give them the reins and let them go on that fourth line. You don't want Rempe playing. I would have rather have given the $3.175 million to Nick Cousins than had Matt Rempe playing. Especially if you're going to get a guy that throws cheap shots around.
And even inadvertent cheap shots, because I don't think he's throwing the cheap shot because he's a malicious player. I think he's just so much bigger than everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go and take that one first, Phil?
No, this wasn't the comment that I wanted to highlight. It was actually this one here. Yeah, I think Taylor Radish should be the 13th forward. That's a guy that if I could move him, I'd move him. But, he's not going to have much value other than maybe like a 4th or 5th round pick if we're lucky. But
Taylor Radish, known for his hat trick against the Sharks and not much else last year.
Go get an asset for him. Why are you going to play JT Miller on the wing when JT Miller's better at center? I don't see it.
And he's not really a 3C either.
No.
Because he's more of a 2C. And the truth is, if you could take Trocheck and get an NHL caliber defenseman, then you strengthen your blue line, which is where the Rangers really need the help.
And then flip Schneider.
Then you can see, there's too much fracture right now. And also, he's 33 years old. He still has 3 more years on that deal. You're going to have to move on from him sooner or later. That's why they structured the contract the way that they did. So he'd come into this with the trade protection and they'd move on. I know. And I know what you're saying, Rich. I'm just saying it's because I think you still could develop Noah Laba into a third line center. Phil, want to weigh in your predictions for Jason Robertson and Zach Werenski?
Seems like they both want to go east and play in the East. I think Werenski's going to try to force his way to Tampa. And that's what it sounds like right now. I mean,
yeah, but they
Dallas is a perfect fit for Werenski, but I mean, especially if Harley was going the other way, you would have had the lefty to lefty there. Robertson's a little tougher to figure out. Like there are a lot of pieces that could go, or a lot of teams that could be interested. I'm sorry, for Matt Robertson, or for Jason Robertson. Wow, that's a real tough one. I heard Pittsburgh was in on him at some point.
Well, they picked up his brother today.
No, I know that. I just don't. Signing bonus comes in today. Comes into play today.
That's why you think today, now that the Rangers pay the signing bonus.
Yeah, the Rangers.
That's why the trade happens.
Yeah, and yeah, I think Laba at 3 center works for me. Victor Arvidsson to Detroit, waiting on the terms for that.
Yeah, what's going on with Eli Tolvanen? Tolvanen. I mean,
Tolvanen. I don't know.
I mean, he was a highly touted prospect. He was a highly touted prospect in Nashville. Goes to Seattle, becomes a 20-goal scorer. Second season there.
Ryan Lomberg to the Blue Jackets on a 2-year deal from Bartlett Hockey, which I assume is it's his agency that announced it. Wow. Okay. So the insiders didn't even have that one. It's just
yes, Bartlett.
Ryan Pagnotta 5 minutes ago. Ryan Lomberg has multiple options that he's evaluating right now. Leafs expressed interest, but they're out. A minute later, Bartlett Hockey, his agency, tweets out that he agreed to a deal with the Blue Jackets. Oh, man. Pagnotta, not a good look for him, man, with that one at least. I like this for Chicago. I like that one.
Is that the Cole from Vegas?
No, it's Ian Cole.
Ian Cole. Okay.
Not that you. I think maybe you're thinking of Cole Schwint.
Oh yeah, I was thinking Cole Schmidt. No, I see it. Ian Cole was right above it.
Yeah, we just talked about that. That's a good signing for them. It's basically a Ross Colton replacement. So, yes and no.
Yeah.
Lomberg, I mean, they like players like that, but it's I want to see the kids get it. Or if you're going to bring in a young forward, like a Maverick Bork would have been a perfect fit. I don't understand why they weren't in on Maverick Bork, especially at that price. If you have to take Lyubushkin and then move him if you want to move him.
Mason Marchman is heading to San Jose, and obviously that is a team in a market that he and his family very, very.
And by the way, so far, Chris McFarland really reshaping the Nashville Predators.
Yeah, Chris McFarland. I like the moves he's making so far. So I like that he went in. He went out and got a good young player in Bork. They needed offense. And they got younger. They got some scoring punch in that. Things that they desperately needed. McFarland is identifying so far. Good on him. No, I don't see Gavrikov being moved. Unless they get an offer that knocks their socks off, I can't see it. they look like they're trying to retool and not sit where they are. They're trying to get back into the playoffs.
I've always kind of in the back of my head kind of wanted to do, and I think it's perfect timing. They're on the up, and they got so many young, talented players. And, Jersey's done a great job of, bringing in some guys to help them. And,
Joe Veleno. What about Joe Veleno? I'm not seeing anything on Veleno right now. I'm watching TSN's feed, and I am refreshing Twitter left and right, and I do not see anything about Veleno from anybody.
How deep in the conversation with your family, with your agent, did you get to maybe going elsewhere, or was it always going to be San Jose? Yeah, there were definitely.
I'm just trying to get any bit of news right now.
They were one team. That was.
It was just
So Corey Perry. So Ryan Lomberg's is official. Ellie Freeman seconds ago just tweeted it out. 2 years, $1.3 million for Ryan Lomberg in Columbus. They also tweeted out the Corey Perry 1x1 and Ian Cole 4.75 for 1 year in Chicago. I like that move for Chicago.
How are they? Are they really paying Byram $12.5 million?
Yep.
That's
here's the problem I have with the Byram deal. Korpisalo traded to the Rangers. What the hell?
There's something. See if we can find that.
Oh, it's Chris Johnston. Yep. The Rangers acquire Joonas Korpisalo for a 2028 fourth rounder and Kalle Väisänen.
Okay, but here's my problem. Why? Are they trying to move Dylan Garand?
Goaltending depth, maybe a Hartford goalie. I don't know if Byram's even a 3. I think he might be a 4. I mean, he's a puck mover. He can give you 40 points. I don't know if he's really a guy that anchors a second pairing.
I mean,
Korpisalo's got a 10-team no-trade list for the next 2 years of $3 million. So no, he's not. He doesn't have a no-movement clause, but I mean, so are they moving? Are they moving a goalie?
that's the only thing it could be. Why wouldn't you move?
Why? Yeah. Why would you take on $3 million? Now you have $14.5 million allotted to goaltending. Like, I don't understand it. And you just signed Garand. Unless Garand is being moved in a deal for somebody else. Yeah, I don't understand this. Are they trying to make a move for Jason Robertson?
With what?
I don't know. But there's got to be somebody else out there that they are making a move for. There is no reason for them to I don't get this. There's no reason to trade for a $3 million backup. How do you? Yeah, I don't know. Mario Ferraro is not a trade. He's a free agent. I would hope so. I would really hope so if that's the case. Or Korpisalo gets flipped in the deal. I just don't get why you would sign Garand. There's got to be something.
Like, we'll see how this plays out, but yeah, you can see how much I'm just going, what?
Why would you sign Garand recently? All right, so someone had to express interest in him. Someone in trade talks had to express interest in him.
I mean, it's just, this is one of those really perplexing moves. I don't get it, Phil. I don't. But
You mean Minesweeper?
yeah,
I'd at least rather be playing Space Cadet Pinball on Windows 95, but that's just me.
it's Tong is awful. Is to Harvard. I don't know what Tong is.
Playing Math Blaster.
Oh, I mean, let me re-sign my backup goalie to a big deal. Unless he's talking about moving Shesterkin. Now,
No,
I think there was
no way they are moving Shesterkin.
No, and again,
No way.
There's no way. So,
No way.
Why do you need Jonas Korpisalo? Is Dylan Garand going back down in the minors? Because if that's so, just why is it with Chris Drury? Every single time this guy does anything, it quickly is followed with, "What the hell are you doing?"
Vicinen was a recent draft pick. That wouldn't be addition by subtraction. Like, why would?
No, that's not the case.
I mean, he was a 2021 draft. He's only 23 years old. I mean, even if you thought he was like, he was a fourth round pick. Yeah, but you don't go and trade for a $3 million backup.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Durant to basically be your backup. Like I don't. Jury is busy dying from dysentery from the Oregon Trail, while others are improving rosters. Yeah, I would say he probably tried to cross the river and got cholera and died afterward.
Drury's one of those zombies from Simon's Quest that gets a terrible curse. Oh, you suffered a terrible curse.
Drury is like playing Infection on Halo, and he's one of the zombies. That's the way I look at it.
And it can't, you know what, Phil, I got to say this. I don't know if it's a flip either. Did he do this just because it's like, is it to battle in camp? If that's so, you're going to end up waiving Korpisalo. Like, just play your players. You drafted these people, and you never play them.
I just don't understand it. I really don't. So all right, Berry contract. No, he still counts for $2.85 million if you bury his cap hit. If you bury him in the minors, according to cap wages. So yeah.
I'm so glad for all the Bobby Bonilla posts because that's really taking up a lot of my news feed. By the way, one extension we never talked about was Etti Luosterainen. How about that coming in at 8 years at $5 million?
Incredible.
That's a pretty good number.
Bill Zito once again just wins at life. He wins. He does nothing but win. Like you've got to be kidding me. Like he just wins. He does nothing but win. He is literally the freaking ludicrous DJ Khaled song. $5 million a year for that. Unbelievable. 33 points for him this year. He's had a 43-point season in the past. He had 4 points in 6 games for Finland at the Olympics. And this is one of the better bottom six forwards in the NHL right now.
It's still just trying to find.
Roxanne Perez.
What is that contract? There's a site that now that calculates all these now, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Ilya Mikheyev at $3.85 million, not bad. Not bad, but I thought Tampa was trying to save space to make other moves, like maybe a Robertson or a Werenski. So I wonder where they get the space from. I mean, maybe he is. Maybe Korpisalo is their Deming. I would hope that's the case. But I don't get why you would trade for a $3 million goalie, because you're gonna be on the hook for a good portion of it.
Well, because I guess they're thinking, well, we all know that Igor takes off a month for either injury or loss of focus. Thank God he signed for the richest contract of any goaltender ever. And
that's not.
They might need an extra guy, but then again, you can't send him down to the minors.
Well, you can, but you're gonna be taking on a more cap than you want to by doing that. It's stupid.
It's also stupid because you just save this money. Whatever money you're going to save from getting rid of Trocheck, now you just spent half of that.
Okay.
On
fair point here, but I'll counter you. You want Jonas Korpisalo coming in at that point? I'd rather have Joe Schmo coming off the street, coming in and playing at that point. Because Jonas Korpisalo's dog shit.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, Jonas Korpisalo last season, .894 save percentage, .315 goals against on the Bruins. And his last few years,
1 month for fucking Bender.
Like his last few years, he hasn't been good since he's been in LA. So I mean, why are they getting him?
Yeah, I would rather go and give a veteran minimum to Cam Talbot than friggin' go and sign, go and trade for a $3 million Jonas Korpisalo. That's terrible.
I got to agree with you 100% on that. And a matter of fact, I would re-sign Cam Talbot before taking on Jonas Korpisalo. This move makes no sense.
Ross Johnston, 3 years, $2 million in St. Louis.
And Joe Smo's GAA, and it's got to be better than 3. Yeah, we know, Romanel. We know you're not trying to justify it. Problem is, just like you said, you're trying to rationalize the irrational, and the problem is it's an irrational move. It makes no sense.
That's their weak link. That's their weak link right there.
But it's every other year Markstrom. Brett Saberhagen Markstrom.
I miss Brett Saberhagen's. Jeffrey Beal, 5 years, $2.5 million in Tampa. Tampa, it doesn't seem like they care about cap space right now. I'll tell you that.
I mean, that's perplexing. No, but this is also why the problem with Drury exists. You have no idea what his plan is. Drury.
Oh, okay. Oh, John. Okay, I see what you're saying. So Tony Marinaro, who I actually follow, he's a big media personality in Montreal, tweeted that Joe Veleno signed a 1-year deal with the Rangers. So I think that's probably depth, if anything. You're probably going to see him for the most part, I'd imagine, in the minors. Maybe he'll battle for a fourth line spot, but former first round pick in 2018 by Detroit, but just has not really done anything. I mean, he played 61 games last year for Montreal, had 5 points. This is a guy that was, at one point, was a top prospect. 26, but he's basically fringe NHLer. Yeah, so is Sean Day. Remember him? I remember Sean Day.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, Sean Day was an exceptional status. He was supposed to be, I think, in 2013 or 2014 in his draft year. They were talking about him being a first overall pick at one point. And then he had some issues, off-ice issues, mental health issues, and ended up falling to the Rangers in like the fourth round. And
third round, I think, actually.
It could be third, but
doesn't matter. He never played for them.
Yeah. I mean, it just Brendan Gaunce. Wait, is that Cameron Gaunce that's on TSN then? Because he just said brother. Yeah, it is. Okay, it is Cameron Gaunce. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that he was doing he was on TSN, but yeah, Cameron Gaunce's brother Brendan signed with the Bruins. It's probably a fourth line option right there.
All right, I'm getting right now to Braden Schneider agreed to a 2-year contract extension.
What?
Braden Schneider agreed to terms, 2-year contract extension. Wait, I'm sorry. Never mind. Never mind. This idiot that reposted it. It's from 2024.
Yeah, Tyson Forrester, 8 years, $7.1 million. Jack Rosovich, Toronto. We're waiting on terms on that. Declan Carlisle, 2 years, $1.5 million. Pittsburgh. Noah Juleson resigns for $1.1 million. Colorado. Yeah, Mark would get fooled by that.
Well, no, this one was from the Rangers' official account.
Yeah, I know, but you got fooled by that, is what I'm saying. You got fooled by somebody reposting a 2-year-old thing.
Yeah. Well, because who the hell looks for a 2-year-old tweet?
Idiots on Twitter. They do that.
Yeah.
Oh God, what is Vince saying about Corpusalo now? Oh jeez.
Mercogliano.
Yeah. Victor Arvidsson's official with Detroit, 2 years, $5 million.
Okay, Vince Mercogliano. Let me just get you the actual tweet. I'll bring it up for everybody.
Oh God. Woof. Woof.
I can already see this is a bad take.
Oh jeez.
And here we go, guys. That's that Vince Mercogliano is saying NYR are viewing it as a competition between Korpisalo and Dylan Garand for the number 2 role. You think you'd have to think Korpisalo has a leg up to the experience factor, but they're not ruling out Garand winning the job in camp.
So fucking waste of $3 million.
This is one of the dumbest takes ever. You're doing this for what?
For like 5 minutes because he goes and does one good thing or two good things, and then he's just got to fuck it all up again.
Pizza Boy at it again. I mean, I can't. And I think Brian said it best. And yeah, thank you for highlighting that because I was about to do it.
Yeah, you might as well just trade the guy now because you're bringing in you're bringing in a $3 million goaltending option, which Chris Drury does not like to second question his own moves. He doesn't like to admit fault. So no matter how bad Korpisalo is, he's gonna probably win the job out of camp, and he's gonna suck with them. And then Garon's gonna start the season in Hartford, and then he's gonna eventually request a trade out. This is stupid. This guy needs to go. This guy's fucking terrible. Terrible general manager.
I mean, just it makes no sense. It just makes absolutely zero sense.
Anyone who defends him, I really worry about what level of intelligence they have. To me, you might need assistance wiping your own ass and breathing if you defend Chris Drury. You think he's a good general manager. Yeah, I'm not huge on his cards either. I mean, that guy associates with the guy who said Henrik Lundqvist was overrated because of shot locations being altered at MSG. That fucking loser, Patrick Bacon. Ugh.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the card right now. He's got a 2% projected WAR.
I don't even care about projected WAR in hockey. It's stupid. I think WAR is a stupid friggin' analytic anyway, even in baseball. But
yeah.
It's like what? Just stupid.
Like this is stupid.
They didn't need. They had a backup. Garand looked fine there last year with a dog shit team in front of him.
Garand looked really good.
They improved the team. They went out. They got Pavel Dorofeyev. Just on that alone, they're probably going to have better possession and defensive numbers and goal scoring. Why would you go and do this?
Phil, it gets even dumber. It gets even dumber when you think about it like this. And that's
out $3 million of caps. I don't care if the cap's going up. You just gave away at least $2 million of cap space for a guy who's a fringe NHL goaltender. And you can't even bury him and save more than $1 million. It's stupid.
He brought in a third goalie that's a veteran for $3 million more. And that's where he did this because now here's the real problem. What if Garand, we'll use the quotes, wins the job? What's the point? You just wasted that money. Now you have to try to waive them.
Don't even get me started on this because we're going to go down that same road again. We'll have someone like Johnny Lazarus come in here and tell me that I'm wrong for saying what I say about Igor Shesterkin. But yeah, let's go overpay goalies and spend $14.5 million on goalies. Actually, you have to factor in Garand, so that's over $15 million. That's almost $16 million.
Well, here's the thing. Status survival. Garand wouldn't say anything about wanting out because he just re-signed. This is stupid.
It's dumb.
And on top of it, Jonas Korpisalo, and again, let's peel back that onion.
Ew.
What?
Stuart Skinner, $3.75 million. Ew. Ew.
He still is better than Tristan Jarry, who they were spending $6 million on. And here's the other thing about Jonas Korpisalo, just in general. Like, he really doesn't start seasons well. I mean, he didn't have a 900 save percentage in a month until January. And then, like, this guy is not that great. The last time he had over 900 save percentage, he was in LA.
I didn't know if you knew the team was the right team or not. Just wanted to make sure you had that. But Brian is right. Like that was the only position on this team that they had locked down, like 110% locked down.
But again, is it locked down? Is it? Igor Shesterkin has never played 60 games in a season.
All right. You had the young backup right there. Right there. I don't care if Igor Shesterkin plays 55 or 60 games. Doesn't matter. But that's the one position that you had with certainty where you're like, okay, this is figured out. Let's go on to other areas. And then what do? Complicate things for no reason.
That's Chris Drury. Oh, but by the way, apparently 11 million is the new 8 million.
It's definitely not, because if the goalie, if it was, then Ottinger, Swayman, Omar, all these other guys that came afterwards wouldn't have signed for under 9 million like they did. Stupid contract. Oh, actually, I'm going to quote Chris Jericho here. Bad decision by shitty creative. That's the best way I can describe this. Bad decision by shitty creative. Thank you, Y2J. Save us, Y2J.
See if I can hunt out some other headlines that are coming. This again, Chris Drury.
Hell, I'd take Chris Jericho as general manager over Chris Drury. Chris Drury would make the list if it was up to me. Yeah, Stuart Skinner signing with Winnipeg means Connor Hellebuyck is gone. Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, Skinner signed with
Winnipeg, yeah, for $3.7 million, 2 years. No, I don't think Jay Leach had any type of input on that signing. I think that's, Oh, man, we have a new level of bad. He's WCW Russo. Woo!
Apparently, two people, by the way, this is breaking news, climbed to the top of the Empire State Building and hung a banner that says whatever the banner says. It's actually more generic, but you got people climbing to the top of the Empire State Building. I don't mean to sound unempathetic, but goodbye. Good luck getting down.
Man, you're kind of funny looking, man.
He's not used to being a backup in the league. Now, maybe that is going to be the reality, but as indicated there, this might be Hellebuyck on his way out at some point. I'll leave it to the goalie.
Peter Chiarelli is freaking horrible, too. I mean, he hasn't had a job since, but awful.
Those two guys can detail what those actually are, but I like his size, I like his competitiveness. There's just some technical stuff that he needs to fix in his game, and I think that there's one guy in the league, because I don't like a lot of the goaltenders, and this guy in particular, I think he can rebound and respond and be a quality guy like him too. He battles and he plays, but if you're Winnipeg and you're thinking, is this Hellebuyck's replacement?
All right, it's still not really getting anything out of today.
Yeah, and it says a lot that he played the Canadian market, left the Canadian market, said I'm coming back. And what it is?
NYR Louis is saying he's not a fan of this deal. So, oh well. There's your expert opinion.
Give a shit less about what that dude says.
I think we all sense where this is going. You mentioned the goalie panel with Gio. Let's.
I mean, again, just Chris Drury so many times.
Back alongside my girl.
What are you doing? So far, no word on Anders Lee yet. So
I could see Anders Lee in Minnesota going home.
Yeah, why not?
It's impossible. You cannot think of having a Vezina Trophy netminder, Hart Trophy netminder, and say, "Oh, your backup goalie's going to make $4 million." Now, what it could mean is that Swordskinner is a good 1B, and then you're going to trade Hellebuyck and get a goalie in return, and then you say that goalie in return and Swordskinner give us a good tandem, and they may even be at the money that Hellebuyck is making now. If you're giving it a goalie in return that's making 5 and Swordskinner's 3.75, there's your 8.5 that Hellebuyck is making, and you're saying we're going to go with 2 guys doing it. I look at Buffalo, and if you make that deal with Buffalo, Luka is probably going the other way. So you look at Luka
All right.
and Swordskinner as your tandem. I think that's a direction that Winnipeg would be very comfortable.
This is kind of getting a little bit of ridiculousness.
Keep in mind, Stuart Skinner goes to the finals 2 years in a row. Stuart Skinner hasn't had a same percentage over 900 in 3 years. When he flew out of Edmonton, he had a purple heart on because he had.
Yeah, this is basically what it's like, except the Korpisalo deal is not nearly as bad as signing Shesterkin to that ridiculous contract. But I mean, it's. I don't even know if it's blackmail though. Like I legitimately think Dolan loves this guy for whatever.
England is losing to DR Congo right now.
Yeah. It's only the 54th minute though. There's still time left in that game.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you can't send Korpisalo down to Hartford or his money.
You can, but it's here. Well, I'm gonna use Puckpedia because I like Puckpedia a little more with their tools than I do cap wages. Because they're sometimes with them their cap wages. Why is this? All right, let's see. All right, so his cap hit is actually it's $4 million, according to Puckpedia. That's even worse. It's a $4 million backup. What the? Oh my god! This is so dumb. This is so dumb on so many levels. It's so dumb.
We know you're not going to be spending $12 million a year for your goaltending for the next couple of years. So you've got $12 million in your goaltending on a team that really has holes at the 2C and have holes on your line. But maybe you say you don't have to do anything. You have a tandem.
Absolutely stupid. Absolutely stupid.
The Winnipeg Jets account just put up the steamed hams clip.
Wait, why? Wait, hold on. Puckpedia has him at 4, and Cap Wages has him at 3. But why? Hold on. Why? Is that a typo on there?
There's still lots there. And you just mentioned $12 million outside there. Tampa, the New York Rangers, New York Islanders, they're spending money on that because they have.
Yeah, they're saying Puckpedia is slow right now, probably because everybody's going on there to figure out what the hell's going on.
No, Puckpedia has him updated with the team. So does Cap Wages. It's. But I don't know what. Oh no, they do have him at $4 million. Wow, that's terrible. That's even worse. Oh, Boston is retaining $1 million. So Boston's retaining $1 million, and that's still terrible. Oh, $1 million is retained by Ottawa. That's why. Okay. All right. So it's still all right. It's $3 million. It's $3 million that he counts against the cap. It's still dumb. It's still stupid.
Yeah.
Paul Connor.
All right. So how much? Wait. So how much is the final number on Korpisalo?
It's $3 million. So Ottawa retained it. When he got traded to Boston, Ottawa retained on it.
Okay, but they still traded a 4th-round pick.
Anthony's going to be happy about this. Per David Pagnotta, the Islanders are signing Matias Maccelli. No word on terms yet, but Pagnotta has a signing.
Finally, some good news.
About someone that wants to actually be a part of this organization. I know there's been no confirmation of Hellebuyck formally requesting
this guy's
coming in and wanting to be here really sits well with a room like this. And number two is that, talking to other people that have covered Stuart Skinner in Edmonton,
All right, so Peter Bow brings up a point with Veleno. He tweets, Veleno had 5 points in 61 games for Montreal and appeared in 9 playoff games. He was in the 90th percentile in max skating speed. So the Rangers want to get a little faster, apparently. But the problem is he's not a very good player otherwise. He won 51.6% of his faceoffs last year. He'll presumably be the 4th-line center, according to Colin Stevenson, who just tweeted out just now, this minute. Rangers get Joe Veleno on a 1-year deal for $1.2 million. He's 26, had 2 goals, 5 points, was won 51.6% of his faceoffs in 61 games for Montreal this season. Will presumably be the 4th-line center. But yes, he's literally all speed, and he just does not really have any type of real hockey IQ. So,
which, by the way, I haven't been able to use this yet today, so make it rain.
Oh, yeah, and this is great. Garand isn't waiver exempt either. He's gone either early in the season or we go full dumb shit and carry 3 goaltenders, which would be absolutely stupid.
I mean, it's just you bang your head against the wall because of this guy.
I don't care about the Veleno signing. The Veleno signing, that's expected for me at least. I knew that they were going to go try and get a 4th-line center, and they were going to try to bring in somebody that has speed. But I mean, holy shit! This Korpisalo move is terrible. I can deal with Veleno. The Korpisalo move is just space brain bullshit.
I mean,
yeah, the Jets signed Stuart Skinner, $3.75 million for 2 years. Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to. He's a fringe NHL player at this point. I actually meant to highlight this comment. Really, sorry, Brian, but yeah, I have a feeling that Garand might get traded. I don't know when it is, but I mean, if they view this as a competition, if you view this as a competition, why not bring in a guy that's actual competition? Thank you, John. And yeah, it's nothing new. Nothing new.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Veleno was a nothing burger.
Yeah. All right. So for that price, all right, that's big.
And I view Maccelli as more of a boom or bust guy, a better move than what I view Drouin. Because Michelli, let's get his numbers out. Yeah, 14 goals, 25 points, 25 assists, 39 points last year. In Utah, the year before, he kind of struggled. But the year before in Arizona, he was starting to really break out, 17 and 40. And it looked like that's kind of who he was because the year before was 11 and 38. So that's a good depth piece for the Islanders. And 2.2, I'll take it.
Yeah, I would have taken him as a top 9 forward especially at that price. Like that's nothing. I would have absolutely taken him at that price.
Free Agent Frenzy is presented by Hardee's. Summer just got hotter with Hardee's. Burgers, shakes, snacks, and more are all just $3. Hardee's, it's a beautiful thing.
Wimbledon returns tomorrow with early round coverage beginning at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific. Catch all the action on TSN and TSN Plus. The Edmonton Oilers, obviously, we're waiting to see what kind of action could still come out of Edmonton. A couple of former players have already signed somewhere else. We're joined now by Ryan Rashad. Let's begin with Jack Roslovic leaving Edmonton, making his way to Toronto. Shagar, what do you make of that news?
Well, I think that $4 million price tag, that's the reason why the Oilers weren't going to consider retaining him, not at that point.
Is it weird that just
Jack Roslovic,
I'm just getting no news right now?
Shot, but
Thank God you're on with me, Phil, because I would have gotten massacred.
Yeah, Renaud Lavoie tweeting the 1 year by 2.25 from Matthias Michelli. I'm not seeing this Vitek Vanacek news.
Another former Oiler, Stuart Skinner, on his way back to a Canadian market, much like Roslovic going from Edmonton to Toronto. Now Skinner.
I guess that means David Riddick is not back, so he's going elsewhere.
Any surprise that he'd be open to returning to Canada?
I'm not surprised at all. I don't think Stuart Skinner had an issue with the spotlight or the media attention, that sort of stuff that came with being in Edmonton. He handled it all really well. Danielle Bain's going to love him, by the way, because he's an excellent talker, and he's a goalie who talks on game days, which is getting more and more rare in this league. But listen, Skinner was comfortable with his situation here.
Again,
Bothered him or got to him that much.
just somebody explain to me what this guy is doing.
Back into the Canadian markets. A little bit different expectations, I would say, from an older team that have been back-to-back Stanley Cup.
Yeah, you got that one?
Stuart Skinner can find
best
performance.
Liam Greentree is probably the most obvious answer right now. Albert Schmitz will probably make this year's roster.
Because you should always go into the NHL draft thinking you got a guy to put on the roster at 18 years old.
Yeah, this is probably the case. I think so. Literally, I look at the Family Guy meme, and the one where it's like it's Meg and everybody's in the couch and they're all laughing, and she's like, "Why do you all laugh at me? Why do you all
think you're better than me?"
Yeah, and yeah, it's everybody just laughing at Drury.
Where they're at on the cap. You heard the two star players talking about how they've been regressing and they need to get better and they need to do it fast.
And
those were intense postseason comments, and I think the organization does feel it needs to get better. But I guess the point I would make
Vitek Vanacek to the Islanders.
That first round of the playoffs, all four of their top four centers were they were banged up.
That's a nothing burger as well.
You have to address that. I don't know that management is going to overreact.
Vanacek is okay.
Force trades that don't make sense just to change things up. I think there was some belief in the group that carried into the playoffs. They could be better defensively as a group, that their core is still solid and they can still be in contention. So as much as those end of season media availabilities might have made you feel like massive change was coming.
I'm still trying to make sense out of any of these, and I'm trying to look for something that's.
Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate your standing by out there in Edmonton in case news does end up breaking or in case that Darnell Nurse trade ends up happening. So let's go there, guys. Darnell Nurse sounds like he wants to go east. You know, maybe Pittsburgh, maybe Philly, maybe Boston. He's got a big ticket. His reputation is not what it was when he signed that contract. What should teams be looking at here when it comes to Darnell Nurse?
Well, it's going to be fascinating how you handle this situation. This isn't a Zach Walensky or a player of that ilk where people are dying to get their hands on him. He's had his struggles, and the number that is attached with him, that's the first thing teams look at before anything, is that $9 million number. And if he's going to pick and choose at that price tag, there's so many variables that are included with this guy.
I really wish just it wasn't.
The contract is probably
I wasn't always so speechless
now, but the cap's gone up, and you're seeing what everyone's
when it comes to.
million. So yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. But when you look at that number right now,
Not the Rangers. I don't know where Boone Jenner's going to go.
It would have made sense.
So that's the problem. And so does he want to stay out there? But if you think about that, a guy that he's got that leadership quality. He's a veteran, so it's a young group, so you could bring him along. He's had that playoff experience, so that's a big question mark as well. So interesting, but he battles, he competes. He's a physical guy. He intimidating.
He was one of the big questions in Edmonton was goaltending hurting Darnell Nurse, or were some of the errors from Darnell Nurse in his own zone hurting the goaltending? What comes first? Is it the chicken or the egg?
They're talking about my feed. No, I think it's only for video, right?
For what?
For copyright.
He's just like Skinner for me. I think if you put him in the right situation, where he can focus on being physical and a straightforward dude, make straight kind of stuff.
I lowered it.
Yeah, I think it's mostly video.
Yeah, I think it's video.
It's not really going to matter because if I have to edit things out, I'll be able to kind of take away some background noise or muffle it. And the other thing would be that these streams, they're live events, so it's not really gonna have as much rewatch value. So once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, Mick Foley's with AEW now, so yeah, there were a lot of things that happened.
How much of this will Edmonton have to retain in order to move them? I'd say at least 25 to 30%. Not many people get to half retention.
Yeah, I don't think. All right, so Darnell Nurse, for what he is, all right, that contract's atrocious, right? You're seeing guys like Bowen Byram get $12.5 million, and now it's starting to make Darnell Nurse look like a little more like that contract is a little less terrible. I think Darnell Nurse at like $7 million or less is a decent deal for him because he's still a guy that's going to get you 35 to 40 points. Like, let's be fair. And he gives you decent defense. Like, he's not great, but he'll give you decent enough defense to the point where he could be on a second pairing and you're fine with him on your second pairing. But definitely not
He's
a $9 million defense.
He's a bit of the modern Jacob Trouba contract. Like, what do we got here? And then by the time the ink was dry, it was a bad deal. Jim's got us for something, but also just to mention this one, Phil, Romanello really hits the nail on the head right here. The Islanders got Vanacek for $1 million. But we needed a $3 million upgrade for that with Drury.
What's the
difference between Vanacek and Korpisalo now?
There's like
not much. They're both basically the same.
There's just nothing. to justify an extra $2 million for a backup goalie, like no. I'd rather would have taken Vanacek. I don't know what the hell they were thinking there. I don't know. At least if you're going to have a goalie with a sub 900 save percentage, don't be paying $3 million for him.
And if you're going to have a goalie with a sub 900 save percentage, and you already have somebody who has better numbers in a short sample, and it's trending upwards, as opposed to say it's somebody trending downwards. Hey, Phil, what do you think is a bigger surprise? Korpisalo getting signed by the Rangers or the Albert Smith selection?
No, I'm going to talk more about this before we get to that. Sorry, because this just came up.
It's all good.
Darren Dreger just tweeted out, maybe not even a minute ago, sounds like Werenski's agent Judd Moldaver and Columbus GM Don Waddell spoke today in an effort to clear the air, calm things down. Werenski is comfortable going back to Columbus. Waddell could present him with a trade in the meantime, but that isn't on the radar at this point. Looks like I think what happened there is that Werenski wanted to go to Tampa. Tampa probably didn't have the pieces. And then Tampa made moves to go and get these other depth players, which eliminated the cap space needed to bring in Werenski. So yeah.
It's although N712 is saying this one, waiting on word. It sounds like NYR and Danton Heinen are working towards a contract. I thought Danton Heinen was pretty decent.
Where did you see that?
I don't know. I'm gonna go look at that.
Heinen's a bottom six player. I mean, he's an upgrade over some of the guys that they have in their bottom six, but he's a bottom six player. That would be, I mean, depending on what it is that they sign him to. I mean, he had only 12 points last year, but he's a guy who's had bigger numbers in the past. But his numbers have gone down in recent seasons. So.
I'm trying to look for a word on that. It would make sense if they got Danton Heinen because of the
what is this tweet from Jeff Merrick? You know, if the Rangers can unlock ... I don't know what. Matt Kessel, a one-way deal for $850K with the Islanders.
All right, it's Merrick's tweet. Okay, so we'll work. I'll go check on that.
Yeah, one. It's a weird one.
Like I said, it makes sense with the
This is weird. 2 people have climbed to the top of the Empire State Building holding a banner from the skyscraper's antenna that says, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace."
Yeah, and then there's a proposal, and they're trying to get them down. That's been invading my timeline the entire time.
Yeah.
And all I could say is, so now we have to use taxpayer dollars to get you down from there. Wonderful. I won't get into the rest of it because there's a lot of other things that are making me just roll my eyes. At least he only paid $1.2 million for Joe Veleno.
Yeah. I would definitely be more pissed off about that and not sign it. If you needed a top 9 scoring forward, Matthias Michelli would have been perfect at $2.25 million. I just don't know what they were doing there. Yeah, that happened. I think like 20 or so minutes ago, maybe, Brian. That was I highlighted the chat. Highlighted somebody from the chat saying that it's not a bad little player at 2.5. But here's the issue. You could have if you could have had Michelli for that much, then yeah, that's a great stopgap top 9 forward. Unless you were bringing in another forward here, I don't understand what the deal is. Corpusalo is just dumb. That's a dumb deal on so many levels.
Yep. And the easiest way to say it is when the wind's just out of your sails completely. And
Luke Shen back with Vancouver, 1 year, $2.25 million. And that's from the Canucks account. So yeah.
Ugh.
Stupid.
Dylan Garand, sorry, let me get his name pronounced right. Dylan Garand said, and I quote, "I never want to go back to the American League. Honestly, I'm so hungry to be here. I want to be in this league and part of this organization." And that's what he said on April 15th.
And then, so okay, that's fine. Like, you want to challenge him, I got no problem with that. But why are you bringing in a $3 million goaltender that has a modified no trade clause? You could have just gone and gotten a goalie for $1 million and change, and there you go. You could have gotten Vanacek. You could have gotten somebody else. This is stupid.
He's got no plans. He's just got no plans.
They haven't made any progress on Carlson. I mean, I think he's just kind of keeping options open at this point. But it doesn't seem like a return to Carolina is imminent or anything like that. Excuse me. I wouldn't be shocked if Tampa tries to get him on the cheap. If they can get him. Yeah, I don't think Anderson would have been much cheaper than Korpisalo, though. That's really not the point. The point is, you if you're going to do that, and you're just going to you want a guy that's competition / depth insurance for the AHL. You don't go trade for a $3 million goaltender with limited trade protection. Stupid, absolutely stupid. Hopefully, they can deal Korpisalo off for a cheaper goaltender. Or this means that a move is coming with Durant. But the fact that they view that as competition, that's dumb. That is dumb. Oh, my God. So dumb. I don't understand how this guy's a general manager. I just don't. I don't.
I'm still just trying to make sense out of all this. And, like... It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, really, what's the difference between like you said, what's the difference between Vanacek and Korpisalo? Like, Korpisalo is he got a 1-year deal. Why does it say Utah signed him? The Islanders signed him.
Who is this, Michelli?
No, Vanacek.
Oh, Vanacek. Yeah, I'm getting Stefan Rosner confirming what the fourth period said, that the Islanders signed Vanacek, so that shouldn't be the case.
Cap wages has him on. It has it as Utah. Like, what the hell?
And Phil, I just saw one that says, I just went past here. Could Patrick Laine find his way to Broadway? No.
Yeah, that Kyle Hall count. Oh, God. Some of the things he says are just cringe.
And once again, everybody is just absolutely murdering.
I think I'd rather take a headfirst dive off the Empire State Building.
I should be praised for my my ability to bite my tongue right there with what's going on right now.
Okay, LeBron tweeted it. It's $1 million for Vitek Vanacek. 1 year, $1 million. That is literally all you would have had to spend to get Vitek Vanacek. Yeah, that's why I said it was early in that game, Dave. I didn't see England losing to Republic of Congo. Sorry.
Oh, they did lose?
No, I just tweeted Harry Kane put up England 2-1.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm still trying to find news.
No, that's what the tweet, the comment was.
Okay, there's the comment. I see it. I went back on.
No, I don't even know if that is the case. I think it's just Drury being dumb. I literally think that they think that's good competition for Garand. A $3 million goalie that has progressively gotten worse year by year, who has trade production all being limited.
It makes no sense, Phil. It makes it, you got to be absolutely brain dead in order to do stuff like that. But again, big brain Drury.
Trouba going to San Jose. Watch him sign for like 4 years, 8 point. Oh my god!
Oh my god! They gave him a raise.
If that's the case, that's.
Oh my god! You know what?
Oh, that's terrible.
You know what? I got my popcorn right here.
All right. There's your TNA Hogan / WCW Russo of the day right there.
Inspirational leader too.
Drury. Oh God. Yeah, Chris Johnston and Elliot Friedman both tweeted it out. Woof. That's a woof deal right there. It's how.
Look, it's okay. The cap is going up.
Oh man, that is terrible. Oh, that is a god awful signing. They had 31 million. Oh no, they have 31 million with Trouba. Okay. So Trouba's factored into that number. So you had just about $40 million in cap space, and you decided to spend 8.25 of that on Jacob Trouba. That's done. That is dumb. That is so. Oh my god. That is so fucking dumb.
And all right, so they're probably calculating this right there because they got the money down. Well, Logan Couture is going to come off the books next season, so that's another $8 million.
He's like LTI. He's like LTI retired. So
right,
not
but
really like anything major.
Yeah, although they got him listed right now under cap wages. Maybe I'll go into Puck PD. I'll see about that one. But
yeah, they'll have all right. So they'll have him listed. They do. They have him listed as one of their forwards. But again, once the season starts, that comes off.
Yeah.
So they did
the Hurdle buyout. Sorry, the Carlson retention ends after next year. That's 1.5 off.
I would take him on the Rangers, Philip Kurashev. That would be a good player right there. You could add Philip Kurashev for cheap. I would do it.
Where's Celebrini? Celebrini is an RFA after next season.
Yeah, that deal is going to be a massive deal. I think he's going to make probably at least $17 million. They're going to get ahead of him, and they're going to just do it. Like you don't screw around. You get ahead of the curve and you just sign him. Kurashev in his last 2 years haven't been great, but he had a 54-point season a couple of years ago for Chicago. Even if you think he's not a 54-point scorer, I still think he's 35 plus on any team. But good Lord.
San Jose still has 4 defensemen. No, now 3 defensemen they have to re-sign.
Jacob Trouba at $8.25 million is one of the biggest boneheaded So, all right. So you gave him the same amount of money that he was making with the Rangers when he was regressing, and you thought it was a good idea to give him slightly more?
Well, is this supposedly to help him be in the leadership role? What is this doing?
You don't pay $8.25 million for a guy who's a terrible leader.
Oh, I know. 100% on that. And where did I drop that? I mean, this is. And yeah, you don't pay for a guy that's going to be regressing.
Started his career in the Canadian market. He's going back to the Canadian market. It was a big part of the Memorial Cup. A couple months ago in the Canadian market, he joined us now with Shen, who was re-signed back in Vancouver. Really great to see him. And take us through the process.
And Mercagliano is saying ends up with a slight raise on a young, exciting team. Yeah. And I just want to remind everybody he made one of the worst decisions I've ever seen a hockey player make in Game 4 overtime versus the Florida Panthers.
Yeah. Strange how Trouba's wife can withstand 3 cities in 2 years, man. Oh, that was such a big problem for you, Jake.
Yep. Oh, that's
a big problem.
That's just so ridiculous.
Friedman saying Bobrovsky looking to
Hey, I grew up on Zima. Yeah, San Jose is like a 6-hour trip. Like it's up the West Coast. Like it's not close. Or even a 4-hour trip. Still have to take a plane to get there. So Elliot Freeman is saying that likely Sergei Bobrovsky to Toronto.
Yep.
And they just love getting players that are years past their prime. Like Bobrovsky is going to be a far cry from Curtis Joseph.
Just stupid.
Devin Rogers says keep an eye on Oliver Bjorkstrand.
Like if Edmonton did that, okay, I would understand because they needed goaltending for the longest time. But Edmonton went and they re-signed a bunch of depth forwards to contracts that they shouldn't have signed them to. All right, Jason Dickinson is a fine player. But if you need like legitimate needle movers and your plan is to sign Jason Dickinson for $4 million again, Connor David's gone after this season. They're not going to win again, and he's gone.
Well, again, it's just you wonder what some of these GMs are thinking.
But the problem is he's in the wrong place. They need so many other things, and they were supposedly looking at dealing Morgan Riley to get rid of his money. What are they? If Zach Werenski was their savior, their answer, those plans might have just been put on hold. I mean, Tampa Bay made a decent signing with Mikheyev. He's not a bad player. They need a player like that, but I thought they were going to be in on Robertson and Werenski. Apparently, they might have pivoted, or they couldn't get a Werenski deal done, so they decided to go upgrade the rest of their team.
And yeah, I do have to say that this deal, this entire day has just been, oh my God, terrible.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting dynamic here with Babcock and the Oilers. I mean, that's going to be monitored very, very, very closely. I would do it. I would absolutely do it. If I could get rid of Igor's contract and get Matthew Nyes in the deal, hell yeah. Sign me up all day. Sign me up all day. Oh, but you're not going to compete. Oh, well, this team is going to compete and somehow win?
Yeah. No, this team's Stanley Cup worthy. Carolina has nothing on the Rangers right now. Absolute, just okay. Love it how they change everything now, where it's like trying to log on to the TSN coverage.
Bob to Toronto, 3 years. Kevin Weeks, Devin Levi traded to Edmonton. Yeah, the Borgen thing was from Bruce Garrick. I would absolutely. No, yeah, Igor would have to waive his no move if he wanted to. Yeah. It was a third-round pick for Devin Levi. Frank Saravalli's reporting. No, David Pagnotta had it before Saravalli, actually. So David Pagnotta, good on him.
By the way, once again, thanks for coming on, Phil. I mean, we were talking about doing a recap show, and instead we're getting this direct that's handed to us. Oh. Why is this? Why are they so complicated with this for absolutely no reason?
Okay, so the Bobrovsky's deal is Darren Dreger just said on the feed, 3 years, $21 million, so $7 million per year for Bobrovsky with the Leafs.
Okay. So, nope. I wanted to hit that. Okay, so we finally got somebody to sign, and there's that money. 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 I'm surprised there hasn't been any of the trades happening. I think when Maverick Bork was traded, I thought there was going to be more deals done. Instead, all quiet on the Western Front.
Looking at him playing in Toronto, because his age, how he can respond to his year last year, and how he's going to respond to where the shots are coming from playing with the Toronto Maple Leafs, because they gave up some shots last year that he's probably not going to get used to. They have to tighten up back there, and it's just like if you look the way the Florida Panthers are playing their own zone, they've been pretty airtight over the last 2 or 3 years, and they've given them a great opportunity to make that first save, and then everything's cleared out. So it's definitely going to be different. It can't be a great sign if he's a 40 to 50 game guy and he goes in there and plays like the Bobrovsky role. It's a great sign.
I agree with you, especially because of the defensive options, especially because of the last year. But I'm optimist that there's a lot of goals on this Toronto Maple Leafs team. So we're in they're small, but one that have a massive, massive impact. You got a goaltender to become a big, as we talked about. So to me, I really like it. You know, you can say, okay, $7 million, 3 years, he's 38.
I don't understand. I already logged in everything.
Major difference in her.
Yeah, we've talked about this. Bruce Garrick reported it. Yeah, Werenski's looking like he's staying put. Darren Dreger just said that on the TSN special. Because the Leafs are dumb.
Yeah.
They're not the team that needed Bobrovsky. They need goaltending and defense, but they're not a Bobrovsky away. Bobrovsky would have been great for a team that would be closer to a cup that needed a last piece goaltender.
Like Bobrovsky this season, 27, 23, and 1, 4 shutouts, 877 save percentage. Now, just to put this in perspective, 877 save percentage. That's lower than Tristan Jarry.
Bobrovsky has not been good these last 2 years. This is why I can't stand when people talk about, oh, well, Bobrovsky won a Stanley Cup at over $10 million. He won 2 of them. Yeah, he hasn't been good the last 2 years.
He has one of the greatest defensive players of all time with him.
Stupid. I mean, yeah, he's got a Hall of Fame career. He's 7th all-time in wins. He's got 2 Vezina trophies, one which I don't think he should have won. Henrik Lundqvist should have won it in 2013. But,
correct.
I mean, it's just dumb. Kerfoot, National, not a bad little acquisition for them. Korpisalo trade we've been talking about is just dumb. Dumb. You don't trade assets for a $3 million backup goaltender who has a sub 900 save percentage and a higher than 3 goals against average. When you have a young, capable backup, you go sign Vitek Vanacek for that purpose then. And as of right now, no, John Carlson's not going to be on the Canes. He was all right for them. He wasn't great. He almost handed the Edmonton Oilers that series. He was dog shit in game 4 through 6.
And yeah, by the way, right on that one.
Well behind on that one. That was early on. No, I wish it was considered tampering. So this way they can null the trade and send Korpisalo back to where he came from. Stupid.
There's not much that makes sense out of this entire day.
But sorry, I wasn't meaning to highlight that. I meant to highlight Dwayne's comment here. I don't think you have a choice on Nikishin. I don't think Carolina wants to pay him what he wants to be paid for the role that he's had. So I think Nikishin might be gone unless they're going to pony up money for him. I would keep Nikishin personally. I think he's good.
I don't understand why the Rangers are so hot to get him.
I do.
That's something that perplexes me.
Because he's a good young defenseman with upside. Like I mean, he looked good. All right, so I know that he wasn't the best in the playoffs this past year, but he's shown upside. He had 11 goals and 33 points as a rookie, finished 7th in Calder voting, and averaged 18 minutes per game. If Carolina doesn't want him, I get, it's not that Carolina doesn't want him. It's just that they don't want to pay him what he's paying or what he wants. And for the Rangers, he's a perfect fit. It's a perfect fit. Big, mobile, left-handed shot. Like, yeah, go get him. And Carolina knows how to develop defensemen. Like, that's one thing that you can absolutely just not question. Is they got the best out of Keandre Miller. They bring in Sean Walker. He unlocks another level. They get peak Shane Gostisbehere back. Bob is 37.
Sorry, I clicked on this one. Rank the local teams based on this day and the activity. Now, I included the NHL draft. My take on this is the Islanders already did their work. They did their work back when it was Pete DeBoer getting signed. That's what you need to know. That's the biggest acquisition of the offseason. And Michelli, good addition. But this is the reason why Darsh said he doesn't anticipate any big moves. Okay, I'll put him at 1. The Devils keeping Heischer, big, and shedding Markstrom. That's also big. Although now they got to go find a goalie. Philly, I thought they did pretty good work. And the Rangers, I think they continue to undo any positive feeling every step of the way. That's why the Rangers are 50th.
The Nikishin, yes, does have high upside. He's been considered one of the best prospects in any system for a bit now. So yes, I would absolutely take my chances on him.
But would his development be? But Phil, would his development be blocked by Adam Fox? Would that be a problem? Or
no, he's a left-handed shot. He's not a right-handed shot.
Okay, but is he a power play quarterback?
That's because you're smart, Dwayne. You're smart. Tulsky, for whatever reason, wants to play hardball with this kid. I get you can't. I mean, some of the contracts they have on their defense. Let's go over what they have. Go on. We'll go into Carolina's Puckpedia page. So this way we can take a look at their situation with their defense.
Phil, while you're doing that, let me just address what Mikey says right here. Carolina didn't make Keandre Miller good. Keandre Miller did all the same things he did with the Rangers. The difference is Keandre Miller was on a team that was able to absorb his mistakes. Let's not forget, this is the guy in Game 5. There's nobody on him. 10 seconds left to go in the first period, and he sails it over the glass.
So the fact of the matter is that they have 5 guys that are under contract. They need to add at least a defenseman, if not 2. They're trying to get John Carlson under contract. And I think I don't understand prioritizing Carlson on the right side over Nikishin. I don't. I mean, they have Miller. They have Slavin. Sean Walker could play both sides, but he's right-handed. And then they have Gostisbehere, who's an unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. Gostisbehere is 33 years old. He's going to be 34. Like, I don't get... He'll be 34 at the end of next season. Miller is better in a better system with better players. That's what Carolina does. That's what Carolina does. Yeah, I think Hellebuyck gets moved. It's a matter of who can step up and make the best offer for him. Mike Riley's a nothing burger. He's a fringe NHL defenseman. It's a 6. Puck moving 6 at best. It really, I would not mess around with Nikishin. Are you gonna give Gossespierre 3 years at 34 once this contract ends? I wouldn't. I would move Gossespierre and I would keep Nikishin. Move Gossespierre to a team that needs a puck mover. That's the smart move. Okay. I was going to ask you where you were hearing this, but I know what you're talking about with the Trocheck thing now. Yeah, I mean, if you can move Gossespierre, sure. Move Gossespierre, sign Nikishin, and I guess if you're going to sign Carlson, whatever. I mean, but I get you don't want to overpay for a guy that would be on your third pairing. But why? I just think you're making a mistake getting rid of Nikishin. I really do. Well, they can't re-sign Trocheck right now. He's got 2 years left on his deal. They can't do that until next offseason. So that would be really dumb. Trocheck's not a number 3 center. We can all agree on that. If you agree that Trocheck is not a third line center, he's a second line guy, you have JT Miller there. Noah Laba looks like he can play the part of a number 3 center. I mean, you brought in Joe Veleno, I guess, to be your 4. Although I don't understand why you just wouldn't keep Adam Edstrom. That just, again, Chris Drury, galaxy braining it again. But at that point, why? No, you don't move Miller to the wing. Stop. You don't do that. He's a center. You keep him at center. You move Trocheck. You let Trocheck. You get a return for Trocheck. No, I don't think Juuso Parssinen is with the Rangers anymore. Or did they sign? Oh, they might have given him an. That's right. They gave him some sort of extension. I think it was a 2-year extension they gave him, but he's a movable, variable hit. Yeah, he's got next year left. And that's it. And then he's a restricted free agent. You can move him out. I mean, maybe this is it. Nah, I want Vinny gone. Not only that, but there's been too much talk about it. He knows about it. He's talked about it. It's become a distraction. Trade him now. Yeah, I think you're probably going to give it to your first overall selection, not the veteran goaltender that's been around for years. Your first overall building block selection, I think you prioritize that over your freaking $7 million veteran goaltender. I'm sorry. I would agree that I would like him playing another year in the NCAA and getting more used to playing against 20-plus-year-olds and guys that are a little more physically mature. But he did not look bad in the NCAA this year. Contrary to what people will tell you, I watched a lot of them. Colton Sissons with the Leafs, 2 years, $4.25 million. Yeah, it's Josh beat you to that, James. Josh had that at the beginning of the stream. Sorry.
Which, by the way, if I may add, the thing that should not be, probably one of the more underrated Metallica songs.
Yeah, it's definitely in my top 5 most underrated. Such a great, great track. So well written, so many aspects. Messenger of fear and sight. Dark deception kills the light. I like how they deepened the sound of the snare too, to kind of like accentuate the song and like the dark undertone to it. Like the snare just sounds so much more bombastic, and it just and that guitar riff is so fucking good. So good in so many aspects.
Frosty, there's a lot of great information about John Chaika. Just go on YouTube and look up Urinating Tree the downfall of the Coyotes.
Hilarious if you haven't seen that.
Yeah. Striper has a new song out. Jeez.
Yeah, Dwayne is saying Striper's got one out. That's ridiculous, man. That's all right. Different strokes for different folks, my man. And Dwayne is saying it did not sound good. Oh. I'll see. Yeah, Mark, while you were gone, Colton Sissons to Toronto. I think it was 2 years, $4.25 million for Colton Sissons.
This is interesting. What about?
I don't know where he's hearing this, because I keep looking up the things that he keeps saying, and I don't see any of it. So I don't know if he's trolling or.
No, I don't think it's trolling. I think he's just getting information from.
I think he's seeing maybe accounts that just aren't like reliable. There's a new Monopoly Go, and it's Simpsons. I keep seeing ads for it on YouTube. I don't think Blackened's underrated. I think that's one of their better songs. I don't think
kind of is.
I disagree with this. Mustaine's writing was very specific, and I think the songwriting got better up until And Justice for All. And then there were a couple of really well-written songs on Black Album. The God That Failed and The Unforgiven are just unbelievably well-written tracks by Metallica during probably the 2 best written songs in the Bob Rock era, I think, if you ask me. Work within agency world, getting it from industry, not trying to be combative, but I had a few of the deep deals earlier. No. I didn't know if you were trolling or not, because I don't know where you're seeing it. Like I'm not seeing any of this. I don't know which deals you had that you're referencing. I might have missed your comments. I'm not being combative either. I literally don't know what you're getting and where you're getting from. That's my only thing. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything like that. Please don't take it that way. I'm really not trying to. So sorry for the confusion and I don't know what word I could use other than confusion there, but yeah. Just sent. Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool, man. That you get to hang out with Jacob Slavin sometimes.
There was a guy that came into the bar last night that he was at their party in Vegas drinking from the cup.
So I actually did not even get to say this to Dwayne, but congratulations, by the way. Enjoy.
I did. I sent you a message.
Yeah, I know you talked about the parade before. I meant to highlight it, but I didn't get to. But congratulations. Enjoy it. Enjoy every second of it. So thank you. We appreciate that. We really do. I like I said, I just didn't know where you were getting this from. And we've had people come into the chat and try and troll us with shit like that. So it like don't again. I didn't know what you're talking or where you're getting it from. Rather, if you've got something and you've got deals, like please, you can even DM me on the side or something like that. Give more info. Like I'm not going to ask for more information, but if whatever, you can DM any one of us on the side or whatever. I think was the Lawton one. Was that earlier on, or I thought I saw something about Lawton earlier on. Yeah, Elliot Friedman had the Tanner Lachinsky one. Okay, Johnston has, okay, Scott Lawton back to the Kings. Okay. Yeah, I've seen Dave Lombardo's great. Dave Lombardo is an underrated drummer. And I know Joey Jordison gets a lot of shit because some people overrate, some Slipknot fans overrate him. I think Eloy Casagrande is a much better drummer than Joey Jordison. Don't get me wrong. But Joey Jordison is definitely better than Lars. Like, yeah. Are the Kings trying to be the oldest team?
Might as well.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like it. They're going with a bunch of veterans. I mean, you're Peter Laviolette, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, again, I'm still trying to look for some kernels of anything to even start talking about right now.
My Friend in Misery was a decent song. I do agree with that. Underrated, but I do feel like the God That Failed is probably one of their most underrated songs. Yeah, Neil's the GOAT for me. I don't think we'll ever hear anyone as technically precise as Neil ever again. I know Brian would probably say that as well. Anyone I know that knows drumming very well probably agrees with this. But some of John Bonham's work, if you really want to like deep dive on John Bonham, just listen to Achilles' Last Stand and you'll understand why people have did consider Bonham the GOAT for like the longest time. Because he was incredible. Phil Collins is an excellent drummer. Like there's no doubt about that. If you want to hear somebody play something tight and precise, Phil Collins is somebody to listen to. And he can do vocals at the same time as doing drumming, which not many can do successfully. I like Damage Inc. I actually love Damage Inc. But
Damage Incorporated is always a good one.
Yeah, Phil was incredible during Peter Gabriel era Genesis. Absolutely agree with that. Absolutely would agree. But I mean, Led Zeppelin was literally challenged to do a prog album by Chris Squire of Yes. And what did they do? They released Presence, and that's some of their best songwriting, instrumentally and musically overall. Like, that's an incredible album, underrated as hell. A lot of people don't talk about how good it is because everybody goes right to Zeppelin 4. Zeppelin 4 is the album. We get it. Zeppelin 4 is great. No doubting that. But, I mean, you could say the songwriting might arguably be better on Presence. I don't even think that's the best line in Damage Inc. But
do we have Devin Levi to Edmonton?
That was done earlier on.
Okay. Just want to make sure we had it.
Yeah, that was done earlier on.
All right, hold on.
I like physical graffiti. Portnoy is probably the closest thing. Excuse me. Portnoy is probably the closest thing I've seen to Neil. I do love physical graffiti, though. Both discs. 10 Years Gone is one of my favorite Zeppelin songs. Absolutely love 10 Years Gone. And, House of the Holy, great. Oh. Love Custard Pie is another good one. 72 Seasons is nah. I like Lux Eterna. It's a fun song. Just a fun little thrash throwback. Some of the other songs on there were better than Saint Anger, but bars low. But overall, just kind of a. I think Achilles' Last Stand is one of the best drum tracks I've ever heard. That's just me. Alex is an amazing jazz fusion drummer who doesn't get enough love for as good as he was. They dumbed him down after the first album, if you ask me. He's really good. But Achilles' Last Stand is probably my favorite Zeppelin song. I absolutely love that. I love Good Times, Bad Times, Communication Breakdown. I love. Everybody says Stairway. Yeah, Stairway's great. We get it. Overplayed, but great. Love Battle of Evermore. No Quarter. Stuart Copeland's another great one. But yeah, AVH is super underrated. I always look back. I like Def Leppard, but I always laugh at the joke. What has 9 arms and sucks? Def Leppard. Black Dog is a decent song. Not even. I don't even put that. I don't even think I'd have that in my top 20 Zeppelin songs. Bill Ward from Sabbath was good, underrated. Not incredible, but definitely underrated. I like the work on War Pigs. Solid track. Some of their other songs, Never Say Die. Never Say Die is one of my favorite Sabbath songs. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Supernaut. Children of
And
the
by the
Grave.
way, Philk, has anybody mentioned Scott Rockenfield from Queensryche while we were talking about Queensryche before? He was quite a good drummer.
Another good one. Scott Travis from Judas Priest. Yes, it's a very good album opener.
If anybody's wondering why we're talking about drummers and bands and video games today, because it's more interesting than a lot of this stuff that's going down.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? We're going to be on this stream until what, 5 o'clock?
Maybe 5, maybe 4.
Kashmir is a great song. Don't get me wrong, but
I mean, I always knew it as "Come With Me" by Puff Daddy.
Oh God, please stop. I mean,
oh, Diddy.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Fear Factory and drummers. Ray Herrera is one of my favorites. I love Ray. I know he's not the best, but I love Ray, and I love his double bass work, especially songs on like Self-Bias Resistor, Demanufacture, Replica, Hunter Killer. Proto-Mech is one of my favorite Fear Factory songs, and it became later, or it's a later Fear Factory song. I think it was 2015. I think Genexus came out. But okay, we want to talk about guys who are close to the top of the charts that probably could get a little more love, it's this man right here. Keith Moon was a fucking animal.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say is Keith Moon was a fucking animal. Oh, Tomas Hawk from Meshuggah. Oh, my God, he's so fucking good. Have you ever watched the videos of, like, his footwork on the double base when he does bleed or clockwork live? Like, oh, my God, just unfucking believably good. He's one of the better ones alive right now. Don't care what anybody says.
I think did TSN just end their coverage of the trade deadline?
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, they went for the World Cup.
Travis Barker is good but overrated. Danny,
how about Nico McBrain?
You know what's funny? I love Annika is really good. Don't get me wrong, Annika is really, really good. But Danny Carey would have been an incredible replacement for Neil. Yeah, we talked about Rick Allen before. I made the joke with Def Leppard.
Yeah,
I know it sucks, but I do like Def Leppard. I don't care what anybody says. Nico McBrain was very good.
I just mentioned him.
Yeah.
There was a line before. Keep an eye on Oliver Bjorkstrand. So I don't know where he's going.
I will say this. Nico McBrain is great. Clive Burr. Just incredible. He was very good before Nico replaced him. He rest in peace, Clive. His niece is now wrestling in WWE. Her name is Lizzie Rain. Josh Freese, yep. That's another good one. Yep. You know, he was with the Vandals, but Foo Fighters. He's done work for 9 Inch Nails. Josh Freese has played with so many bands, it's not even funny. Tim Alexander is another good one. I know I've mentioned him before, but Igor Cavalera. And Tim Alexander with Charlie Benanti with Anthrax, yeah. Charlie Benanti not only with Anthrax, but now with Pantera.
Hey, Phil, would Jamie Alexiak make any sense for the Rangers?
Left-handed depth, yeah. I mean, Elon Rubin, yeah, another one who replaced Josh Freese, yeah. But he's been with other bands like Paramore, Angels and Airwaves, stuff like that. So he's another one.
By the way, I think to answer Gabe's question, I think right now you'd fetch more because for Werenski, because any team can get on Werenski right now.
I saw Charlie Benanti with Pantera, and Pantera was like a borderline super group with what they had going. You had Phil and Rex still, and then you had Zach Wilde on guitars and Charlie Benanti on drums. Like, incredible when I saw them 3 years ago with Metallica. They were really, really good. No, I think that's Annika Wills from Rush now. I mean, I've seen videos of, Brian sent me videos of her doing Neil's songs on this tour that they've had, and she is incredible. Like, I didn't think anyone could play Neil's songs the way that Neil did. Yeah. Yeah, you were there too. I saw your you were down a lot lower than me and Dave and my friend Kevin were. Mike Musto was there too, funny enough. No, TSN's back on their feed, by the way, for anybody who.
Oh, TSN's back on their feed?
Yeah.
All right.
Mitch Mitchell is super underrated. You want to talk about a hell of a drummer? Super, super underrated. John Densmore from the Doors doesn't get enough love for as good as he is. Bjorkstrand to New York Rangers. There's your top 9 scorer right there. Let's see what this is.
Okay.
Pantera and Sabbath had to be a pretty good show. Was that Ozzy or Dio on vocals, Rich? But yeah, I do love Mitch Mitchell. Yeah, Bjorkstrand's not I mean, depending on the term, it depends on the term. But yeah, I'd be okay with this. That's a player they need. They need a scorer somewhere in their top 9. I'd imagine it's probably not a big deal. But they wanted to
Okay, Greg Kaplan made this argument. Sorry, Phil. And I'm just shaking my head about. Corpusalo crash out is just where society is these days. They didn't give up anything you care about to get him. If Dylan Grant beats him out in camp, Grant's got bigger problems. Who cares if the Rangers paying $1.5 million for the cap against Hartford for Hartford's goalie? That's not the answer. You get this kid, you bring him in, you give him the job. It's a backup. You want something about you don't care about, and a 4th round pick could be used to be traded somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just that, but here's the issue. If you wanted to bring in a goaltender for competition for Garand, fine, not a problem. The fact of the matter is you traded assets for a guy that's a $3 million backup. That's not even a legitimate backup at this point. His numbers have gone to shit over the last few years.
Yeah.
I used to like the Long Island hardcore scene too, like Patent Pending and stuff like that, and like from Autumn to Ashes and stuff like that before they got big. Like that was the and yeah, this was me, by the way. I love Nick Menza. That is as a Megadeth fan, I know Nick Menza's not the best, but Megadeth's peak was with Nick Menza, and Nick Menza was a very good drummer. Oh, and yeah, Keith Moon we talked about before. I said he was a fucking animal. So. Yeah, the downtown crazy donkey. Pagnotta thinks Carlson's going to end up on Tampa. I could see that.
Still not seeing the details of the Bjorkstrand deal.
No, they haven't. They haven't tweeted it yet. He had 32 points in 80 games for Tampa last year.
32 points in 80 games with Tampa?
Yeah, 12 goals, 20 assists.
All this hockey talk is getting in the way of music.
you've got John Carl.
Yeah, my TSN stream just rebooted.
Down the path of negotiations, kind of waiting there what we like to sign in Carolina. We've been talking about Alexander Keefer being traded for the Carolina Hurricanes. I believe that deal is going to happen. I know the New York Rangers are one of the teams most interested, but I believe he's likely ending up in the West. I know St. Louis was a contender for him as well. And what about Connor Hellebuyck?
Okay, so that was Dreger talking about.
The Carolina Hurricanes instead of the final fight started, season ended, they celebrate that championship. But I think Carolina is one of those teams that looks at the stability of the future Hall of Famer Connor Hellebuyck. I'm not saying that it's
nice player, good for him. He can't find a home, but does this give you clarity about the Rangers that we know? He's random to me that
opportunities,
no, not at all. The Rangers did whatever they building. I think that's the main reason why they drafted Albert Schmidt as well. Guys, I think they expect to be in their last opening night.
You know, Phil, right now Johnny is on Daily Face-Off saying how, and a lot of these guys are kind of in the dark about what the plan is right here. He's literally the Trump meme. There's no strategy. There's no strategy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so TSN is their thing ended?
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, I just stopped you from talking before to listen to something that already had been said. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna find another free agency feed.
Oh, there's another. The Rangers might have signed somebody else.
Who?
I don't know. Check it on everything that they're saying.
And that's, again, I do think it's not Mario Ferraro. I know Rangers fans. That's what I was saying. It's not Mario. I haven't heard anything from Mario, so I'm not going to break any news here. But Mike Sullivan did do, for what was given last year, I thought he did a great job. The Rangers were one of the worst defensive teams in the NHL when he took over, and he made them a better defensive team. Like, they were horrible against the rush. They were very sloppy. They were a disaster in their own. I think there was a direct quote, Matt Fox 2 seasons ago saying,
Why did they end it early?
That last year. So
they've never done
I think they were going to World Cup coverage.
That's stupid.
Despite some injuries, I think he did do the best job he could. Is that good? No, but I don't know what else.
I'm trying to see if Sportsnet has it.
Well, what's the identity of the New York Rangers? Oh man, that's a loss. That is definitely not a question for me. Probably lost. I would say that's a loss. Yeah.
It's.
I think that the Rangers are in a world of pain. I think that if they do end up trading Vincent Trocheck, it's only going to get a little bit worse. But like you mentioned, they have a prospect here that they hope to have.
Still waiting to hear what this other signing is. Still trying to find information on it.
But I think in its totality, like Jeff mentioned before, in that division,
this is ridiculous. I mean, I'm going to go to Daily Face-Off, son. Okay, so if Yorkshire had 1 year, that's not bad at all.
Okay, but where exactly does he fit, though?
Top 9.
Okay, top 9. It's like I like Bjorkstrand overall. It's just, what are they doing? What is the identity of this team trying to be? And are they Like,
oh, Rangers signed Mark Del Gaizo. It's a two-year, two-way deal. That's a nothing.
Who the hell is Mark Del Gaizo?
He's a fringe NHL defenseman. Yeah.
So he'll be extended for 4 more years.
That's a good call, and that's really, I think, what it comes down to. Yeah, I just announced that a couple seconds before you typed that, probably.
And we don't have. Wait, did you get the term yet on or not? That you got the term 1 year, but. And by the way, I think they're stuck with Stolarz. I think they're keeping him. And if Stolarz is in a reduced role behind Bobrovsky, but then again, I'm thinking like that's what they were when they won their first cup. Phil, did they announce what the Bjorkstrand AAV is?
No, I haven't seen it. Peter Fowl.
You know my stance on it. You can't keep prospects in the minors forever. And in this case, right now, if the plan is to just leave Liam Greentree in OHL and Hartford, then what'd you trade Artemi Panarin for? It's
because you don't rush him right away, dude. He's 20 years old.
Okay, you don't rush him, then you don't play him ever, and then
no, Mark, no. You need to let the kid develop. He hasn't even played pro hockey yet.
He didn't play a few games with the Kings?
No, dude. In what world did he hasn't. He doesn't even have a full season under it. Stop.
All right.
Because the other thing would happen, you come up and then he looks like ass because he's not ready for. No, he hasn't played any type of pro hockey yet. So he'd come up and then you'd be like, oh, why did they rush him?
Well, because unfortunately, this team has it's got the track record to let you know no matter what, they're going to make the wrong decision.
Cheap vets you can dump when Greentree is ready. There you go. That's what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
Michelli would have been good at that too, but I'm more than okay with Bjorkstrand on a very cheap deal.
I don't. I'm okay with the deal itself.
He's obviously not getting much of a cap hit because it's a 1-year deal, so he's not. It's not anything major.
Do you guys remember when I was a believer? When I was like, oh, I could see this, I could see this. Now I have no idea what he's doing.
I was just going to ask you, David, do you think the Penguins giving this money to Kuzmenko, does that change the Mantha market at all?
No, I don't.
Penguins get Andrei Kuzmenko.
No.
Yeah, that's not a bad player for them. That could be another guy that they bring in like Mantha, who is buy low, medium reward.
Oh, to be honest, the guy is still there. It's just that I don't believe in anything Chris Drury does. Even when he makes a good move, the next bad moment is waiting. I wouldn't say I'm that far. Evan is much more skeptical than I am. I mean, the Rangers are so you know what this Phil, I kind of made this comparison at the bar last night, and I want your thoughts on it. This team almost reeks.
Okay, $4.5 million for Bjorkstrand.
Yeah. This team almost reeks to me And that's, by the way, Matt, thank you. That's where I'm going at with that. But this team almost reeks to me of the 2000 New York Rangers. The ones that they just signed a bunch of free agents. They drafted Brendel and Lundmark, and they were supposed to be like a win now team, but they weren't even in a win now window. Their window already closed, and they're like, "Oh, well, why aren't we winning?" Well, because they're not a good team.
Yeah, the only reason I was curious,
And it feels like they're trying to warp speed this, and
like they still even they're 25.
like you can't fast track it.
Don't have a goalie sign, like $1 million cap space. So that's why I thought in next year they have like $78 million cap space.
He only played 13 and a half minutes per game in Tampa this year, after playing 14 last year and then 15 with Seattle before the trade. I mean, his best days were in Seattle, where he was getting more, and in Columbus, where he was getting more minutes. I mean, it depends.
I mean, he is a perennial 20 goal scorer.
Here's the thing.
Best. Sorry, Phil.
You look at Bjorkström, and like he's not a big power play goal producer, so that's the good part of that. Like, all right, so over the years, his goals in his like bigger seasons. All right, so 2018 was his first year with double-digit goals. He had 11. 8 of them were on even strength. The next year, he had 23 goals. 20 of them were at even strength. Next year, 21 goals in only 49 games in the COVID-shortened season, when they locked out when they stopped it due to COVID. 21 goals, 18 of them were at even strength. The next year, 18 goals in the 56-game season, 16 of them. Next year, in 21-22, 28 goals, which was his career high. 19 of them came in even strength. Next year, 20 goals, 15 of them in even strength. The next year, 20 goals, 12 of them at even strength. And then 24-25, which was his last 20-goal season, he had 21 goals, 16 of them came in even strength. This is not a power play producer. It's not a power play producer.
And yes, it's a good guy to have at 5-on-5, and the Rangers were actually better on 5-on-5.
He's not 100.
Last year, they've been years.
I don't know where you're getting that from.
The what?
Joe said he's 150 pounds. He's not 150 pounds. He's probably between 175, 180. I mean, if you want to talk about the knees or the legs, okay, maybe that's a problem. But he's not going to need to be the guy, or I mean, again, this is going to be a guy who's probably, if he's playing second line wing, he's going to be on a line with probably Miller and Dorofeyev at that point, if they keep Zibanejad, Lafreniere, and Perreault together.
Oh, by the way, Daily Faceoff rates it as an A- contract. Good value. And again, I'm okay with the player. I'm okay with the contract. Just show me the philosophy out of this. That's all. I get it. Phil, you kind of talked me into it a little bit, but again, I just think this team is trying to speed run and try to be competitive. When
I mean, Michelli, I'd rather have Michelli at 2.25 and save the cap space. Don't get me wrong, but like it's still a stopgap guy, and it's a guy that scores goals at even strength. I don't think it's a terrible contract.
Yeah, he's a stopgap solution. James is asking this one: what's your take on the Rasmus Anderson contract? That was 7 years, $8.5 million.
I'm not a big Rasmus Anderson fan after what I saw from down the stretch and in the playoffs. He did not look good.
Nope.
8.5 is kind of high for me. I mean, if he gets back to a 50-point defenseman and he kind of gets back to the guy you saw in Calgary, then it's a nice contract. But he has to prove that he can do that.
Does it shock you sometimes when you're looking at the ages of these players, like Vladimir Tarasenko at 34? You're like 34. He's not like 80 by now.
Yeah, and you can always flip him at the deadline. I mean, Zuccarello would have been nice 1 year, $1 million. I mean, that would have been nice. That would have been a guy that you could plug right in on that second line or maybe even a third line. I would have done that. I'll tell you how this player fits right now. He scores goals at even strength, just like I was outlining before. He scores goals at even strength.
So I said if it didn't happen on day 2 of the draft, I'd take a day or two to wrap up free agency. I also joked yesterday that was there an angle of the San Jose?
It's a stopgap forward in your top 9. I don't think he's a first liner by any means. I think that's going to be Zibanejad's line with Perreault and Lafreniere if they keep that together. But yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit of that competitiveness thing within there, but I think the nurse.
All right, so in the middle of all this, I see the Michael Keaton Bed Bath & Beyond scene from the other guys, and that they said it was all improv, and that was just hilarious.
Taylor Radish is now nowhere near a top 6 role. That's the one thing you could take out of that. Matt Kessel is a nothing burger. It's depth. That's all it is depth.
Maybe Nurse's numbers are not as bad. Smaller, you see what some of these guys are getting paid. If you could facilitate a deal to take him on and he becomes a roster-ready player, because teams are you need the teams and guys. Well, and as we look through teams here, like I'm still looking at New Jersey team, like Jake Allen can't play all these games. But no, if you go to people he might. He's pretty well versatile, but
all right.
I'm just wondering where it is, right? There's still a few things that have to drop, and there's still a few guys waiting to leave. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But I also think to rush the market, I think the Hellebuyck one is an interesting one to watch for the goaltender. Absolutely. Speaking of goaltenders, very quietly, just having a puck deeply here. Columbus is an interesting situation. When it comes to Columbus, we focus so much on Zach Werenski and what will happen there and where will he end up. Like, there's a lot of things. I mean, done with all general managers. First of all, they can't take a step back. They need bodies. They need this March to the playoffs. They cannot all stuff this base again. So whatever to do, move anyone out, they have to get bodies back. I do wonder about the goaltender situation.
Who's a guy that you would target right now, Phil, out of the top free agents that are available?
I don't think Jack Reed.
Or out of just any of the free agents that are available?
It sounds very much like Jack Reed wants to be there.
Jack
Reed is an excellent goaltender. I saw the championship. I don't think I'm the only one. They're the only Canadian that looked at Jack Reed and said,
I mean,
in 4 seasons, right? He's really elevated. He was a difference maker.
Ryan Shea, maybe, because they need puck movers. But if you do that, then where is Albert Schmidt playing? You know?
Vinny Desharnais signing a pretty nice contract with Washington Capitals, 4 years.
By the way, in other news right now, Danny Glover reveals he has Alzheimer's.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, so $4 million for 4.2, I think it was, for Vinny Desharnais in Washington.
I was just about to say that one too, Phil.
Well, yeah, I was trying to tell you to hold off so I could hear what they were saying. Nothing on Mario Ferraro as of yet.
They want to get a little bit tougher. Adding this one. So we're double checking here.
4.2 times 4.
Yep. 16.8.
I hope Sheary is gone. I hope Sheary is gone.
No, you got to have him forever because why not?
That even if they haven't had the full on.
I think it was only a 1-year deal that he got, though.
Coming back
drafting, they probably have some idea of like what kind of deal are you.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
If you're coming back, we're gonna
All right. From up in the blue seats, just texted me or commented on my Corpusala take and is trying to convince me it's
I never knock a guy for getting on the take, but this is
that it's a good move that they brought in Corpusala.
No, it's not.
Nope. And then again,
There is
no,
no world that is a good sign. No world. And I mean no world that is a good sign.
Chikrin, Faravari, Matt Roy, Sandin, Desharnais, Lilgren, Cole Hudson, Justin Hall, Dylan McElrath. I know maybe McElrath, but like take McElrath out of it. That's 8 guys who probably want like yes.
Well, everybody wants to play hockey against Tyler. Everyone wants to play. I mean, Ryan Shea would probably be like the best fit for the Rangers, I would say, if they need to add a puck mover on the left-hand side. But they seem to be committed to having Albert Schmitz there. So I don't know if that would make any sense. Alexiak. I mean, you wouldn't sign Boone Jenner if you're the Rangers at this point. Anthony Mantha would have been a nice little addition, but I think Anthony Mantha is probably going to command more money because he just had a 30-goal year. I still think Anthony Mantha ends up back in Pittsburgh. It's just too good of a fit. Why leave? Why leave?
Yeah, like your team did get better. I think what this is not over.
Teddy Bluger at $2.5 million. Yeah, I rather would have had them than Joe Valeno, but I guess they just want a guy that they can dump in the minors. Bluger would have been a nice 4th-line center, and you only would have paid him 1.3 more million in an extra year. Unless they think they have somebody in the minors that's going to come up. So Kuzmenko to Pittsburgh is 1 year, $5 million. I don't think they trade Trocheck to Carolina for Nikisha. I don't see it. Carolina has Stankoven as the number 2. Why do they need to do that right now? Pagnotta saying Panthers signed Cole Schwinn to a 2-year contract. Vinny Desharnais getting that much money is kind of weird to me.
Yeah.
Justin Hall signed with the Capitals, so that's why Tyler was naming him before. It's a 1-year deal, $900K. That's not bad. It's just depth. Well, I don't know where Larkin wants to go, but I'll tell you right now, he's going to have to expand his list if he wants to get a deal done.
Yeah.
Pagnotta's been pretty quick today. I know a lot of people give Pagnotta shit because he's very on and off, but he's getting stuff out there today.
Yeah. Friend of the show, he's been on 3 different times. He's always been great for us.
He's getting things out there very, very, very quickly.
But again, look at all these additions the New York Rangers made. Where do you put them in the Metro right now? Do they go ahead of Columbus?
Oh, yeah, they're a better team than Columbus.
All right.
They're a better
now,
team.
Do you look at last season and go, it's an aberration. Miller's going to be better. But Zibanejad had a great season. Does he regress a little bit?
Okay. Fair question to ask. I would agree with you there. But does Zibanejad regress if you have Perreault with him, who looks like he's trending upward.
Yeah. And
Lafreniere, who looked a hell of a lot better with those two.
And maybe Lafreniere
gets to another level.
The Washington Capitals are trying to be a competitive team in the playoffs.
Lafreniere looks like he might have found his game. We'll see about that. But again, it's
yeah, I could see that as a fit. I thought there was rumors around Toronto and Buffalo. They were two teams that were in on him.
See, this is where I think the Trocheck deal now changes. It's not yes. Well,
Yeah,
that is true.
You had a 35 goal sniper, 35 to 40 goal sniper in Dorofeyev on that power play. I think there might be a lot of assists from Zibanejad on that as well. I think Zibanejad's numbers will probably look close to what they were this year.
Well, Phil, we used this as a bar talk last night that you have Zibanejad, who had 16 power play goals, and Dorofeyev, who had 20. Dorofeyev will lead the Rangers in power play goals. This was a bar talk.
I could see. I mean, yeah, I would say Beer just because I think they might the power play might refigure a little bit. No, I would love Kindle for Trocheck.
What?
Pittsburgh is not dealing Kindle. Come on, man. Come on, State of Survival. You know better than that. That would be like if the Rangers offered Trocheck to the Islanders for Cal Ritchie, and I would say Kindle is probably further along than Cal Ritchie is. So, come on.
Well, here's the one thing I have. Who's running the power play now? Like, who does the power play go through? Like, we always knew it was Panarin when Panarin was here.
I think you have to start exploring having Adam Fox actually run it,
which would be a good idea.
Yeah,
since it is like what year 4 of that deal?
Yeah,
maybe 5.
I mean, he's one of the best in the league at running a power play.
Okay, so now in that case, your one-time options, you have Zibanejad in his spot, and you have Dorofeyev on the right. Does Miller go to the bumper and Lafreniere's in front? And I guess, yeah, that's exactly what ZX is saying right here. Because, Miller would prefer the Zibanejad spot, but they never really fully addressed that one.
Yeah, Nurse has kind of opened his trade list up a little bit.
Yeah.
Then Friedman said San Jose was a team to watch. We'll see what happens. I'm going to step out for a second.
All right. So I'll try to entertain everybody now. It's just, and again, I think Miller in front really isn't the best option either. He's a far cry from Chris Kreider. I think Lafreniere is better at deflecting the puck than Miller is. Connor Shearer will run the power play. You know what? I like the Jar Jar's Zabana. I can't even pronounce all that. You probably got it down. But he's got no trade protection until 29-30. He's here forever. But at least he rebounded. And I know you could use Cooley there. We all want Will Cooley to be the net front guy. But it doesn't look like it. And again, it brings me back to the problem I've had for the last 5 years. What are you doing with Alexei Lafreniere? And again, I'd love to see Will Cooley go to the next level. And here's the funny part so far about tonight, that we haven't even mentioned the Islanders at all. But the truth is, there's just not much to mention. The Michelli deal was good, and they already made their move with the board before the season ended. I always got to bring them back up, guys. So, yeah, he's been an Epron guy every time they've ever experimented with him right there, which I think is sort of a waste of a first overall draft pick. But what are you doing? And I understand how far out we are to still refer to him as that. But that's what the Rangers have always used him as. Yeah, the Islanders can't do much with no cap room. I don't know about that one though, John Cat. Sorry, Johnny Cat. And also happy birthday a couple weeks late. You're actually a day before me. That one's a little bit tough for me. I understand you can move a wing to center because that's what Shane Wright is, but I don't know. But the other thing about Trocheck is I think you have to now. This is what I started saying, but we got on something else. I think Trocheck now you have to swap him out. Get maybe a future out of it, maybe like a draft pick, but you got to get an NHL defenseman out of this. I think the Rangers need to get somebody that can help out that blue line, because that blue line has some issues. And it's a little bit empty. I think they already made the move for their guy. I don't think they're going to go after Jason Robertson. And yeah, a lot of holes on that blue line. A lot of holes on the blue line. Does Albert Smits plug one of those holes? If Albert Smits truly is ready to go, which is hard to say, then see, by the way, this provides something else. The Rangers should actually start using 2 power play units. And by the way, I don't think Trocheck for Nikishin is going to happen. Yeah, a lot of holes in Drury's head. Power play 2, if you do that, then let's go. Obviously, it's whoever's down on power play 1. I think that's where you could get Gavrikov in there, although they probably just reused Fox twice. The Gavrikov who would then he had a career best offensive year last year, and he looked great offensively. I think Gavrikov didn't eclipse his point total, but let's see, Vladislav Gavrikov. Yeah, he 35 points, 14 goals. It was his career best, and by far his career best. 35 points. Okay, that was his career best. So Gavrikov was able to handle a heavier workload, and you know what the funny part is? -8 on the Rangers. I give him all the credit in the world, and okay. Trying to look for any new information, guys.
Water, but I just think there's this misconception out there that just because you're a player's coach means that the players just roll the rules, do what they want, no rules, no accountability.
Colby Cohen is making a great point. Colby Armstrong is making a great point right now. There's a lot of players that there's a lot of misconception with players like, oh, he's a player's coach. They just think the players get away with everything. That's not the case. I'm not sure if Morrow's got a long time in New York, and I agree with you on that. I would love to know what they got in Morrow. But yeah, okay, so you look right here. Gabe would probably not be on power play 1, so you have to move him over. I would actually, if that's going to be the case, maybe then you keep Gabe and Lafreniere together so they could try to find each other. There's going to be no Trocheck, so we don't have to worry about him. And then it'd be Gavrikov. Because Dorofeev's on 1. This is actually sometimes fun to just figure it out. No, and I wouldn't go with Miller on the left, even though he likes the left. It's just Zibanejad with that bomb of a shot. That's what I want. And I've enjoyed it since he got here. No, he's a lock. He's going to get traded because he asked for the trade. It's going to happen. If he's not at the start of the season, he's a New York Ranger, I'd be mildly shocked.
Okay, thanks, guys. Let's get to Dave Yoda, our GMC Insider Camp star. Where do you want to begin here? You want to talk about
On. And we got Dave Pagnotta just updating a couple things. He's just he's saying Nurse expanded his list of teams, which we already know that. Yeah, so it usually looks like Dougie from A Perfect Storm. He ain't a long liner when the going gets tough. Well, he was a hell of a player for the Islanders. I'll double check with Phil. I really do believe Trocheck did request a trade afterwards. Hold on. Okay, so let's see. Well, again, you can't just dangle a guy this long with trade stuff and then never deal him.
What?
Yeah, I'm with you in audio for a little bit.
No problem. Yeah, didn't Trocheck formally request a trade, Phil?
No, the Rangers said that they wanted to move him.
All right.
He agreed to it.
All right. I thought he actually formally requested after the trade deadline went off.
No, and by the way, Mark, that's not Colby Armstrong. That's Colby Cohen.
Yeah, that was Colby Cohen. I actually said Colby Armstrong because I blanked and said Colby Cohen first, and then said Colby Armstrong. But there's a lot of Colbys in here. And thanks for the help on that.
No problem.
Yeah, Iceman. He's the reason why he's been dangled is because Drury's been. First off, Drury put out the goddamn letter, which is stupid. The first time the letter went out basically to say to the season ticket holders, hey, we're going to retool the team. It's going to be a while. Now this letter went out basically to say, hey, we want to trade people. Let's weaken our trade position. The letter is stupid.
And now let's get to,
sure, folks, that you like the stream, subscribe to the channel as well. Also catch some great content.
But this is where it's
Led by managing editor.
you're gonna have to do something eventually because you can't just have Vincent Trocheck as your number 3 center.
Great draft coverage as well.
Yeah.
Who I believe is already putting together lists for the 2027 and 20.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't say Justin Armstrong too. Hey Phil, what would you have your power play 2 look like? Because
doesn't really matter.
Just trying to do it.
Doesn't really matter. They're not going to play much.
That is true. Which they should use it. And Johnny Cat, Drury did pitch the game-winning game of the Little League World Series. And I believe he's the only rookie of the year to ever pitch in the Little League World Series.
They will be acquiring a player in this.
Or the only rookie of the year to pitch the game-winning game of the Little League World Series.
It requires a player to waive his no trade / no movement clause.
Okay, hold on, we got trade.
Waiting on that. I don't think the player is aware of this yet, but he will.
What is his name? What does his name rhyme with?
I'll tell you when I'm off there.
Okay.
All right.
It was very interesting, and
So hold on. Hold on.
Okay, very good. So we are.
Mark, come on.
Yes, Tyler.
Are we going split screen Tyler Urempa, Johnny Lazarus?
There are 2 people on the same panel that are going to be affected by this.
All right, very good.
I think he's hinting at Trocheck.
Yeah.
Are we going get Johnny Lazarus with Johnny Lazarus? Warm up those vocal cords. Let's get back to Matt Larkin.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Trocheck.
Yeah, I think it has to be Trocheck because it's got to waive the no trade clause.
Waive the no trade clause, and why is he getting Johnny involved? If he's getting Johnny involved, it's something Rangers related.
Yeah. All right. So let's see if we can find out more information on that. And that's what there's our big news. We thought this might happen today. Oh, what do you got, Phil?
No, not Larkin. Just saying. He literally just said the word Vinny Desharnais could up move the puck to save his life. Oh man, that's amazing.
It said it involves a player that has to waive a no trade. I thought it was the one that has to go out. That's what it was said, and it was said that it rhymes with somebody whose name is on the panel. So we're seeing what Pagnotta has got.
Interesting tidbit from Vince 9 minutes ago. Talking about the Bjorkstrand these tweets. It's a low-risk bet on a right wing who should add a little offense and can be flipped to the 2027 trade deadline if the team fades in a playoff race. By my math, Rangers are left with $8.7 million in cap space. So I'd imagine dealing away $5.6 million would open up the possibility of other things.
And they have one of the most improved players we've seen in the house for a while, and Justin Sordas as well. We haven't talked about. He's one of the emerging stars.
By the way, the Iowa Wild hired Stu Bickle.
The team wants Ilya Protas to be a third-line center. Does that
cool?
Sordas now is getting pushed off to.
Yeah.
Who knows? Spencer Carby's got a lot of options here. Essentially, because the Protas brothers, I only got a little look at it. I think you got it. Yeah. That's really hard. I think they look really dangerous right now. A little bit of an overpay. That's why it's B+ on A. Right. What did you call him?
I'm still waiting to see. I'm still trying to see if I can find out anything on that other thing.
Who could rhyme with what? I didn't hear the word. They didn't say any word.
I think it sounded like it was Vinny Trocheck. I didn't hear it exactly either.
I didn't hear a word. I don't think Pagnotta said a word.
All right, hold on. Go backwards for a sec. When Pagnotta was talking. Because I had it.
Hold on.
Full details just yet, because again, the player is still being informed, but the New York Rangers will be upgrading their blue line. They have a trade in the works for a defenseman. We'll see once this comes down. But it requires, as I mentioned earlier, a player to waive their no trade / no movement clause. So we'll see.
So which player from the U.S. gold medal team is it?
They don't all have no movement clauses, do they?
Sorry.
But this will be this. I'm waiting on the return, not for exactly what the Rangers are giving up, but it's a pretty substantial add to their blue line for the New York Rangers.
This sounds like this could be a fusion.
Daniil Tarasov.
This sounds, yeah. Are they really dealing Trocheck to Carolina for Nikishin?
He said, you know what? Said a substantial upgrade. I just don't understand why Carolina would want to. I don't understand why Carolina would want to send Nikishin to the Rangers if he's got this tremendous upside.
Sorted by their previous AAV: Mrazek, Anderson, Talbot, Ingram. Those are kind of the 4 NHLers on that list. Is there anyone you want to know? Ingram's a guy for me that is a question mark, because I think Talbot still has value. He's older, but Ingram is still young enough that there is value and he could bring something. I think he could still get a bit of a
Still waiting to hear on that.
I think what his run when he played on there.
Morgan does have a no trade.
So that's the factor for me. And again, some of these teams are going to have to take a look.
Because everybody has a no trade.
Have someone within the castable. Yeah.
Teams of interest out there for everybody as we wait to see what happens with the New York Rangers. Who are the squads you hire, of course, supposed to be the Edmonton Oilers, and we'll start with you outside of Edmonton? Which is the team you're most?
Yeah, he has a full no trade this year.
Yeah.
And then it's the next 2 years are 15 team. The next year, oh no, I'm sorry. This year is a 15 team. Next year is a 10, and the following year is a 6, and then he has no trade protection in the final year of his deal.
I'm very curious about Carolina, just because they have such a premium.
Like,
and they have 11.
I would also, by the way, be also.
Yeah, that's why I had to correct myself, Johnny. Johnny Red, by the way, not Johnny Cat.
So Carolina's really intriguing just because they're one of there's a lot of teams who could look and go, yeah, they might be done, they might not.
It sounds like it's Nikishin. I would imagine this has got to be Nikishin.
It's got to be Nikishin, and then in that case, is it Trocheck going back to Carolina? I mean, I can't think of who else it would be that would qualify for this. You know what? They're going to overpay. I'm sorry. But then again,
what this means is that this has got to be something good, and then they'll do something stupid after that. If it was Werenski, forget about it.
If it's Zach Werenski, I will gladly eat my hat. But what's that deal that could possibly be.
Yeah, I don't think it would be Werenski though. Because it sounded like earlier on today, word was that he was basically prepared to stay with the team if they couldn't find a deal.
Growing their players because the factors they want that transition to that more seamless. They want you to step into the NHL.
I don't know what they would be giving.
I mean,
And that's where a surplus of money.
I know it's a lot of moving pieces. It's like, please just announce a damn trade. There's no trade protection in the Bjorkstrand deal.
Having a finger on the pulse is going to be important, I think, to grow this team. But at the end of the day, NHL ready players. If you're going to compete in the Central Division against Minnesota, Dallas, Colorado. Also, the anxiety is killing me. I'm putting Dave on a pitch clock. He has 5 minutes to give us the name. I'm going to start guessing. So there you go, Dave. We'll do the responsible. The credibility of the show is on the line. It's sort of you know, I was having a conversation on the way with some long-time members. We were talking about this specific day.
And no, we haven't said anything in a little bit. We're just still trying to look that up, guys. Still waiting to see this. I have a feeling this is going to be just one of the worst surprise, or one of the best and worst surprises. It's gonna. I don't even know, Phil. I think it's potential to be like that Futurama of the snoo where they're going. They don't know if they're happy or if they're scared.
So I knew every 2 weeks I would.
All right, I'm back on camera.
Nice in that sense. But then as we.
Are you back on camera?
Then all of a sudden you start to go into a factor of like.
All right, nice.
You don't see is the factor of where.
I don't think
it's Darnell Nurse.
I don't think it's Nurse. No.
I think it's Nikishin. I think he gave up the ghost for Nikishin.
And I know we talk about that a lot on these shows about the sunshine and the palm trees. I know Buffalo took a hit.
And you know what you kind of love out of this? Just watching Dave Pagnotta work on the phone and just kind of being like,
similar to what we were used to. And those are things that draw players in. Again, there is the tack break.
Like,
right? Depends on your number. For me, it was always about terms.
Sometimes the expression on his face. Like, you got to have a bit of a poker face doing this, doing the stream in his position.
And I think for some players nowadays, that goes out the window when it comes to winning. You can take a short.
Yeah, it's not Werenski. It's definitely not Werenski.
It's not Werenski. No shot at Werenski.
In my opinion, I think that makes a big factor for players.
If it's Werenski, Sean's coming up to Long Island and closing down Boston Crokers. Yeah, if it's Werenski, I mean, oh man, that'd be incredible. But that's not happening. So guys, stop.
And Walsh right here, I'm thinking about, again, I use the Futurama line. Whoever's directing this is a master of suspense. Yep. And you know what? We in the red light district. So that is, by the way, the breaking news, in case if anybody is just joining us right now. We got another thing I haven't been able to do all day. Throw the breaking news on there.
I don't think Buffalo will do that now. I don't think they're moving power. Their left side depth would be just Darlene.
They're not moving power.
If you would have told me before they moved Byram that they would have kept Power, and good on them to identify that they didn't want to pay Byram that type of money. That's crazy what he got. I can't even believe that. Everybody thought Power's contract was stupid. Now you look at Byram getting that type of money? No way, dude. Quinn, maybe. Like I don't know.
I can't imagine Bo and Byram getting paid $12.5 million.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Or no, they traded for Justin Schultz.
I don't think Justin Schultz is even in the NHL.
I know that's how bad this move would be, but no. Like Pagnotta said, he's positive about it. So
Darnell Nurse wouldn't make sense. Like, all right, so they need left side depth, but Darnell Nurse is the wrong age for them.
The wrong dollar value.
Yeah, so he's 31. So and he's going to be 32 in February. The contract, unless Edmonton is eating a significant amount, Sherry's a free agent. Or did he sign with Buffalo?
I think that's what he's saying right there.
I didn't see anything. Nothing's coming up on that unless you saw it somewhere else. But I don't see anything. Yeah, and Nurse supposedly wants to stay in the West.
I got it. NHL News is saying it. Well, it's Puck Report NHL Sherry for $850,000
to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Good. Thank God. Get the fuck out of here.
Just outside of Naples, and we ended up having our training camp down in Florida. It was great. Like you got on both training camps at both do I find like that time of year because you have an extended family because you're kind of getting to know the guys that might not be as well.
No, I would hope to God it's not.
So it's pretty cool. Thinking back to those times, and that's when the team is cool. Because I agree, Jeff. Like the team dinners.
Morgan Riley has been declining for a while. His numbers are not going to do any. They're not going to do anything with his numbers here because he's not going to be playing on the power play. I'll tell you that. Yeah, this basically got Brett Berard traded out of town because Mike Sullivan couldn't stop playing his fucking son-in-law. Thanks, Sullivan.
So,
And again, just still waiting to hear any news about this because
yeah, we're waiting on this. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like we might be here for a while, though.
I'm really beginning to wonder what I'm starting to see, whether it's a gift or process.
I repeat, whoever's directing this is a master of suspense.
I think that's a factor too. They brought that's sort of like what you guys do earlier, you know, and I think right now there's a loaded question when you talk about rebounds and coming up with Brian Johnson, but he's kind of building a new coach. So you kind of have that leeway to like have a fresh start. So if you have someone that's not going to really impact you in that sense, this is kind of your runway to do my personal opinion when you have that switch over.
Yeah, and if someone, if you look at the Jake DeBrusk is 29, and you're the Canucks, you're okay, we're going to be good at 4, we're going to be contending in 4 years if that's the goal. Let's just throw that out there. Okay, well, he's going to be 33. We don't want that around. Jake DeBrusk doesn't want to sit through it. The other thing I'm curious about when it comes to the trade market over the next few days is when teams look at Mason Marchment got what? Jeffrey Keeble got what? AJ Greer got what? Jake DeBrusk at 5.5. That's better than would get anybody of his caliber on the free agent market. Yeah, I'll give you a pick for it. I wonder if the value maybe goes up on some of these guys with established deals.
Yeah, it is a factor too.
And I think I'm like a second behind you, Phil. So
yeah, you're saying no offense, but who cares? I would rather have Brett Berard than had Connor Sherry here for any period of time.
Yeah, that's the answer on that one, especially when you're talking about a player that, thanks, by the way, Rich, because you got us talking a little bit. But you're talking about making this team tougher to play against.
You got
All
a
right.
pain in the ass player that actually looked like he had some upside skating and was an annoying little gnat, which they needed. And Sullivan had to play his son-in-law over him when his son-in-law was a piece of shit. No.
And it's just, you're talking about a guy who's past his prime, who was on a PTO. And did he really earn that spot that he was in?
No.
That's the thing. That's when we talk about nepotism. And it sounds like even Daily Faceoff is looking to kind of shake this one off soon.
Is it going to be weird seeing Coach Drew not play for the Ottawa Senators next season? Will it be weird?
No, because Claude Giroux was a flyer for the longest time. So why would him not playing for the Ottawa Senators be weird? He was a flyer and then he was a Panther. And then I don't understand why there's crazy attachment to Claude Giroux, who was there for 2 years, 3 years at most.
To go off Drew's story, when I first ever called the NHL, I played out of college. I was 40 years old. I called up the game with Philadelphia Flyers. I go in the room. This is when they were stacked. This is the year they lost to the Chicago Blackhawks. And I remember before the game, I ran into the room before after the game, and I walk in. It's Riley, Cote, Aaron Ashley. They have their sticks to them. And I'm this green guy right out of college. I run in the room like, what the heck did I just come? Those are tough guys. And I remember sitting in the room when the music was pumping. Claude Giroux, I'm sitting beside him like, okay,
yeah.
He's like, we'll put $300 on the board. I'm like, I don't have a phone. So I'm going to put up $300 on the board. Don't worry, kid, I got you. So it was a pretty
Still looking to try to find something on this as well.
Those are the factors.
Connor Sheary this year in 62 games, 7 goals and 11 assists for 18 points when he was playing 14 minutes a game. Brett Berard last year in 35 games, 6 goals, 10 assists, playing 10 minutes and 43 minutes, 10 minutes, 43 seconds of ice time in 24-25. Why are we trying to even trying to just say this? Not defending Sheary or Sullivan, but Berard is a who cares. No, he's not.
Here it is.
Okay, hold on.
The New York Rangers and Van Underwood have been discussing the trade involving Marcus Pettersson. He will have to waive to go to Manhattan. And it's not done yet. There's still some discussions being taking place right now to finalize it. But if it gets to the finish line, Marcus Pettersson will be heading.
Do we still have Irv Johnny?
Marcus Pettersson? Really?
This is what we got hyped up for.
Most specifically, Johnny Lazarus.
I mean, he's not bad by any means, but it's like.
Yeah, well, the interesting one for me.
Hold on. Let me just figure this one out, Phil. And I don't know. Let me just spitball. What team did Marcus Pettersson play on a couple years ago?
Pittsburgh.
Who was his coach?
Mike Sullivan. Played several years in Pittsburgh. He played 7 years in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. 7 years in Pittsburgh. He averaged like 4 goals and 20 assists.
Here's the thing. Left shot defenseman. Big. Can skate. To be fair, behind Fox and Gavrikov, he'd probably be their number 3 defenseman.
Mm-hmm.
Schneider is going the other way, is what Johnny's saying.
I think he's speculating Schneider, and he's saying it doesn't make any sense. But okay, so let's look at Marcus Pettersson now.
$5.5 million. So, and he's under contract for another 5 seasons. He has a no move for this year and next year, and then the final 3 years are a 15-team no trade list.
All right, so he'd be your Schneider guy to swap it out.
Johnny is saying Will Borgen.
If it's Will Borgen and it's a 1-for-1,
there was word that the Rangers were shopping Borgen. So
yes, but that was to the Senators.
This would be an upgrade. And then you're going to move Braden Schneider up to pairing 2. So your second pairing is probably going to look like Marcus Pettersson and Braden Schneider. Now, if Marcus Pettersson is there, he's pretty good defensively. I'll give him that. So if you have Pettersson there with Schneider, you probably could get better production out of Schneider. Schneider looked better on a second pairing with Keandre Miller a couple seasons ago. Remember that. Like, that pairing actually played well for a little bit.
Yeah. Until, of course, Jacob Trouba had problems with that.
Yeah, ruined that pairing and came back and ruined that pairing.
So both these guys are in the years 2 of 5. Both Borgen's in the year 2 of 5. He made $4.1 million until 2029, 2030. And Marcus Pettersson makes $5.5 until 2030, 2031. So 2 guys that are similar on contracts.
I'm okay with if it's a 1-for-1 Borgen for Pettersson. I'm okay with it. Is there any chance that Vancouver can retain to make the salaries an even swap?
Maybe, but then the Rangers would have to throw more in there.
Yes. So that it probably means they're not in on Nikishin. And the word was before that while the Rangers were in, I think they said that Carolina preferred to have dealt them west.
All people in hell want ice water.
Hold on.
Lots of guys in the NHL, but I think he was playing a lot with Carson Soucy, he was playing a lot with Matthew Robertson, and he's finding his footing in the NHL this year. I do believe he had a couple of runs maybe with Matt. No, I don't think he was actually with DeAndre, but I don't know if there was a steady deep partner there for the board, and I think that more sometimes has a lot to do with a guy finding the comfortability with the team.
Which, Phil, one thing I would say with that, and sort of a caveat I would add in on this, is that
my initial thought is I do think
what does that tell you about the Rangers? They identified Borgen, who was a guy that they were after for a long time. You basically get him for a season and a half, and in the middle of it, you signed him to an extension with a no-move clause, and if it is Borgen and you're willing to move him, I can't help but ask why. And also, it's not just why you're moving him. Like, what are you doing? Like, you quickly jettison the guy.
I don't think it's a JT Miller recommendation. I think Mark is right. I think Mark is absolutely right that it's a Sullivan recommendation.
It's a Sullivan recommendation.
And Pettersson is a better puck mover than both Schneider and Borgen. And although you're not looking for him to move pucks and score points, he's actually capable at zone exits, whether by skating or by passing. Like, he's a much better skater than those guys. He's much better with the puck. It is.
Hold on, we got Dave Pagnotta back on.
Process of
Okay.
They're taking full pop, and this was the talk with San Jose and with Anaheim. When they were
Okay, so
no retention
Darnell
by
Nurse.
Darnell Nurse.
Friedman is saying no retention.
Boston, Pittsburgh wanted retention. Darnell Nurse now heading over to San Jose.
Kevin Stenlund, 1 year, Utah, $2.75 million.
All right. We had more action in the last 5 minutes than we did in the last hour.
This is a great point. Drury trying to make up for a mistake that he made. Maybe don't extend the guy after 15 minutes of seeing him play.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Again,
bang on, Brian. Seriously, bang on.
Again, that's just one of those.
But it's also Borgen was a knee-jerk reaction to trying to save face for a Capo Caco trade.
Yeah.
But funny enough, Capo Caco hasn't done shit in Seattle. So I don't like Nurse at $9 million, but seeing Bowen Byram at $12.5 million, I think I can stomach Darnell Nurse at $9 million a little more now after seeing what some of these guys are getting, especially when they signed Trouba for
It signed Trouba for $8 million. So now you just added Darnell Nurse and Jacob Trouba. And I'm trying to get what Edmonton is giving up. Darnell Nurse, 9.25 signed through 2030.
All right. If Nurse and Trouba are on different pairings, cool. If that's on one pairing, that's a whole lot of yikes. Because Darnell Nurse is not a bad defenseman. His number is just not great. But
yeah.
Again, as the cap's going up, especially with what, like I said, what Byram just got. Oh, man, that looks bad.
Well, because he signed that deal after what? The 22 season?
What?
Well, he had 16 goals in 56 games. And I think that's when he signed that deal. Yeah.
Nurse? Yeah. It was the 2021 season that he had a big offensive year. Him and Chikrin both had massive years that year.
Since signing that contract, he's hit double digits in goals twice.
I mean, this is a fair point, but I don't think it's just they're adding muscle, San Jose, which I think they partially wanted to do. They wanted to add some veteran experience to that back line. You were going to lose Mario Ferraro to free agency. I'm not going to lie to you. I think Darnell Nurse is a better defenseman than Mario Ferraro. I don't think Mario Ferraro is great. I don't think he's bad either. But I think Nurse at his best is better than Ferraro at his best. Now, what is Mario Ferraro going to get? Because if it's Mario Ferraro at 7.5 or whatever that is, or Darnell Nurse at 9.25, I'm pretty sure I'm going to take Nurse, especially if I know that Nurse can give me 22 productive minutes. And I'm not asking for 2021 Darnell Nurse, by the way. Let me be clear in saying that. But if Darnell Nurse can play plus hockey for 22 minutes, 20 to 22 minutes per game, and score me maybe 10 goals and 30 points, I'm taking that over Mario Ferraro. Because Mario Ferraro is going to get close to what he's making, I think. And he ain't going to be worth nearly. Mario Ferraro is a $4 to $5 million defenseman for me. At least. He is another Ryan Lindgren. That's what he is. Darnell Nurse is better than that. Darnell Nurse has proven he's better than that. Elliot Friedman, 22 seconds ago. Boone Jenner is going to Washington.
Okay.
They are serious. No terms yet. But
And that is well, I could have done this for could have done the handshake, but we're gonna do the money falling. Boone Jenner. Money, 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 money.
There's so much happening specifically to Darnell Mills trade. Irvin, thank you so much.
This comment's actually pretty accurate. This turns into more of a trade deadline than free agency. Yeah,
It is.
you're right about that.
But Anthony, that's why we kind of said that all along. The trade market. Yeah, the trade market's going to be more of what everything that it could be.
Washington's got to be building up, and yeah, they're making a full court press to keep Ovechkin. Now you have Ovechkin if he comes back. You have Strome at center. They have Kyrou Tuck. They add Boone Jenner.
I'm very big on what's coming next. So you freed up 9.25.
Yeah, they're trying to make moves, but they do need help on defense. They have Chikrin, Farivari, Roy, Sandin, Vinny Desharnais, Timothy Liljegren. Their defense is not great. It's not. Their top four is okay. Faravari's solid. If Sandin can take the next step offensively, then yeah. But oh, that's right. I forgot it. Center they have Strome, Dubois, and then Alexei Protas. Oh, actually, Ilya Protas can come up and play center. And they've been high on him, and he had 4 points in 4 games last year.
Yes. Toronto Maple Leafs, they've got Sergei Bobrovsky, they've got Alex Stolars, and they had Dennis Hildeby. He's been traded to Tampa.
Dennis Hildeby traded to Tampa. Okay.
Not sure.
They were high on Hildeby.
Hold on. Nick Paul to Toronto for Hildeby, a 4th and a 3rd round pick.
Wow. Okay. Yep. He's a part of the Hildeby trade. Okay. So Tampa is clearing up space. Tampa's clearing up space. They had $11 million in cap space according to cap wages before this, and that's with Ilya Mikheyev being added on. So Nick Paul's 3.15 comes off of that book, or comes off the books there, and that is 14.5 million about.
They really did that road trip. A lot of versatile players too, and playoff style guys, and McCall and Brandon Duhaime to get a little offer.
Hildeby probably won't see NHL action this year because Jonas Johansson still has a year left. Could Hildeby be a piece that would help them get Zach Werenski? Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chats, so you guys were saying that while I was literally thinking it. But I think if anything, you're looking. They're trying to do something for Werenski. They're absolutely trying to get Werenski. They're going full court press, and I think so because they see Washington trying to really load up. Washington's got 3 centers. If you ask me, they've got Strome, they've got Dubois, and then they've probably got Ilya Protas in. Oh, and now they have Boone Jenner. So they can bring in Ilya Protas and slot him anywhere in their top 9 that they want to.
It's looking good. I mean, there's always
Washington needs defense. That's the one thing they need right now. I think they need defense. Then I would say goaltending, but
Well, here's a question: does Alexander Ovechkin come back, or are they making moves?
No,
thinking he's not.
I think they're making moves to get him to come back. I think these moves are an effort to get him back.
Okay.
They're trying to get another ring. The last time Washington went all in like this was Barry Trotz's last year. They went all in and they tried to do everything that they could. And Anthony and I, that was back when we were off the post. And we had Joe Beninati come on afterwards. And Joe Beninati told us that they read the Riot Act, that this was their last chance. It had to be this year or it was out. Because they were pretty much decided that Barry Trotz was gone at the end of the year.
And obviously you saw this one, Phil. Nick Paul to the...
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about. He was traded for Dennis Hildeby.
Yeah, sorry. I had to run to relieve myself.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Dennis Hildeby's a good goaltending prospect. And that's why I was saying before to myself while you were away that I don't think he plays this year in the NHL. So this has got to be a piece that I think would be going to Columbus in a Zach Werenski deal. Now, here's the issue. J.J. Moser could play both sides.
Mm-hmm.
He's a left-handed shot. He would be the other left-handed shot. Victor Hedman is also a left-handed shot. You would have Zach Werenski coming in. And Zach Werenski at this point is better than Victor Hedman, no doubt about it. Victor Hedman, I think, when healthy, is still top 10 defenseman in the league. Mm-hmm. Zach Werenski's a top 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's making you look 14.
Mark had to go drop a jury.
All right.
Patterson is officially waiving his no movement clause.
Okay. So now the new question is, what did... All right, so let's see if Pagnotta's updated this. Patterson's waiving his no movement clause. Okay. And now we get to all hold our breath and wonder what's going back.
So, I don't know if Vancouver is on Will Borgen's no trade list. So I don't know if that's an issue that could hold things up.
Well, here's the question I would have then with that. Will Borgen did play in Seattle. So maybe he's not against going back to
maybe he's not. I don't know. I have no
that
clue.
Area.
I don't know. There's no news on. Well, they haven't confirmed that it's Will Borgen yet.
Correct.
And 2, they haven't given us anything that would tell us, hey, Will Borgen is. Well, no, thankfully he can't give him anything yet because his contract's got several years left on it. So,
yeah.
Thankfully, Drury can't be Drury yet. I think the
Stars
only
of Robertson going to arbitration.
The July, he can't sign an extension until July 1st. That the year that his contract is up. So.
I would maintain the same views as this.
Moser doesn't have trade protection, by the way. So Chernak does. Chernak, who's a right-handed shot, has a 16-team no-trade list that starts next year, but he's got a full no-trade this year, so it's definitely not Chernak. Although I think they would rather move Chernak and keep Moser because I think Moser's the better defenseman. But Chernak is a right-handed shot. Moser can play both. Yeah. Can you blame them?
Okay, so here's the other question.
Sorry, Phil. I lost that last part.
What?
So wait. So Pettersson's got this was an argument that was made a while ago. Do people still retain their no move clause even after they waive it? Because I'm trying to remember which guy that they said I want to say it was PK Subban that once he waived it once, they were like, "Oh, you don't have a no move clause anymore."
Yeah, I think once it's waived, I mean that should be it. That should be it. Like you don't get to keep it after that.
Yeah. By the way,
that it should be.
Love that one from Rich.
Man, you were 3 points ahead of the Washington Capitals. Elliott had a tweet that he's hearing Boone Jenner in the Capitals potentially. That would certainly be interesting because Washington closed that 3-point gap. They probably closed more than a 3-point gap.
Still trying to find out what the hell that they gave up for him.
He narrowly got in.
That's another thing for Washington.
Yeah, this is good comment from Joe Graves here. Yeah.
So again,
Pacific West teams were very high on Morgan. So
Pittsburgh, Philly, and Ottawa.
And that's if it's him.
Joe Graves, who is or referred to as Graves, is Big Apple Hockey's favorite independent wrestler, by the way.
I would love it if one of the days Joe could do like a
4 years, $23 million on Boone Jenner. It's official. $5.75 million AAV for Jenner.
Yeah.
Again, Spencer Carter, great stuff there. So again, more.
He had 38 points, 13 goals and 38 points in 67 games. So he was over a 40-point pace. Probably would have gotten over probably about 45 or so points had he not missed 12 games. So that's not bad. He had 19 points the year before in only 26 games for Columbus. 35 the year before that in only 58 games, and then 45. So he's producing like an over 45 to a 50-point clip. He just hasn't been staying healthy.
Which, by the way, thanks to everybody that keeps participating in the chats, throwing in some information that then we go off in to go double check. One of these days, Joe Graves, I would love to hear like you give like a little heel talk for us.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, and just chirp Mark. That'd be great.
Oh yeah, I'll take the chirp. I'll take it.
No, I don't think Ryan Reeves is coming back to New York. I don't know why.
No.
Why? Yeah, I don't know why you would think that.
Yeah, not seeing anything on that.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Johnny Lazarus saying what I said before. Pedersen played for Pittsburgh under Mike Sullivan for 7 seasons. Was highly impactful, and I think the coach had some say on this one. I know the coach had some say on this one. We don't have to worry about that.
Rick Dollawall saying keep an eye on Alexiak in Vancouver, and anybody who knows Rick Dollawall is probably the most connected of anybody on Vancouver news. It's him
and I got it
right there, but Rick Dollawall. He's had a lot of Vancouver things before anybody else has had them, so that's a guy to go to.
I got to agree with Statboy Steven, our friend, that just said substantial add to the blue line, and it's Marcus Pedersen.
I mean, I would say that is a substantial add. They didn't say like over the top or anything, but like Mikey Gred Bjorkstrand, not a bad deal. Stopgap. $4.5 million. I mean, I think I'd rather have Michelli at $2.25 million, like the Islanders for 1 year. But here's the thing: teams pay more for goals. I've had to say this. I get that, but it technically is substantial. Substantial does not mean fantastic, phenomenal, anything like that. I think we're getting into semantics and word salad here, and I don't think we really need to do that. I think we're overthinking this here. And I'm not just calling you out, Brian. I'm not calling anyone in specific out on this. I'm just saying I think the player is a good ad. And if you're going to try to tell me with a straight face that he's not the third best defenseman on the Rangers right now once this deal is completed, especially if it's Borgen going back the other way, you're going to look at me with a straight face and try to tell me otherwise, I'm going to call you a liar. Because that's what he would be their third best defenseman. And there's no argument against it. and he's only making $5.5 million. Now move Schneider, and so you don't have to pay him $7.5 million. Woof. Yeah, I saw Boone Jenner. Yeah, and that's fine. That's what you're bringing him in for. There's nothing wrong with that, Vlad. Nothing wrong with that. Pedersen can be Alexa Cute Liar from Rollins Band. Yeah, that's a great song. That is a classic track.
Oh, by the way, Philk, on this day in 1990, and I watched this happen. Just going through some of the while going through.
I'll turn you into me, 'cause I'm a liar, a liar.
I watched this happen. Andy Hawkins throws a no-hitter for the New York Yankees and loses the game 4-0 on 4 unearned runs in the 8th inning. And Major League Baseball a year later said it wasn't a no-hitter. But just still, wow.
Yeah, Major League Baseball screwed up a lot of things like that over the years. The Armando Galarraga blown perfect game. That was nonsense.
That was the one time where you could really use instant replay and go, yeah, that's an out, guys. Come on.
You know what though? I gotta give credit. What did Jim Joyce do? Jim Joyce went and apologized, owned it, was even in tears about it.
Yeah.
You gotta feel for Jim Joyce. He was the one guy that stepped up from a position that doesn't like to take any accountability, doesn't like their pride being hurt, their egos being bruised. And what did he do? He manned up, he owned it, and you could see the repentance in him. So you know what? Good on Jim Joyce.
All right, so
okay. Honestly, going into the season with what we got today plus draft, Sans Corpusalo satisfied, short-term deals, possible flippable asset with Bjorkstrand, short up D, whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not a bad. Johnny Cat saying something. New York Rangers have to move the puck out of the zone. At least they have identified this on the trade. Depending on the trade, it's a decent deal. Yeah. No, it was a perfect game. Yeah, you know what? Galarraga forgave him because he actually showed repentance for it. He actually cared. He felt horrible. He felt horrible for it. So, you know, good on him for being. And again, it's a job where nobody, and I mean nobody, is trying to take any sort of accountability, and they don't want their egos to be bruised, their pride to be shattered. Oh, God, I can never make a mistake. You out of the game. I could never do that. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Still wondering what the Rangers gave up to get Marcus Pettersson. Because somebody put in that the Rangers were going to acquire Zach Werenski. We all knew that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, no. Zach Werenski's not coming to the Rangers. Let's just. All right, so Vince Mercogliano is saying this is happening, but no confirmation yet on what the Rangers are sending the other way.
Full reports. Great job. There is the great Matt Larkin, managing editor of DailyFaceoff.com. Let's bring in Castro for one final time here. We've been busy.
All right, so wait a minute.
Yeah, but where do you want to begin?
Wait, hold on. Whoa!
Here we go. This is one of the bits of new information.
Pipe bomb. CM Punk pipe bomb status. Vincent Trocheck to Utah. Let's see what this is. Uh-oh.
Still have no idea what they gave up for the other thing, but
okay, this just got interesting.
All right.
You better wear that to your next match, buddy. And you better be doing, your match better be, I think all your matches are somewhat local to you, right? But, I mean, if you could.
Hold on.
Vinny Trocheck is going to Utah.
I'm scared. Hey, Mark, this is an appropriate one. The Ralph Wiggum, I'm in danger on the bus. I'm in danger.
Which not a lot of people realize that wasn't in a Simpsons episode. That was in a Family Guy episode.
Yeah.
So we got to see what the package is on that. Vinny Trocheck going to Utah.
Let's get back to Hart. Sorry, Hart. Let's pick up where we left off there.
Stop! That's not happening.
I know what you're trying to say, Dave, but no, it's
no. Stop.
So, all right, and
yeah, that was the rumor. So I guess he opened up his list. I wonder what's coming back. This day just got a lot more interesting for the Rangers, tell you that right now.
Yep. After pretty much a yawn fest. Oh, man. All right, well, we're live on Rumble now. Sorry, guys. I thought I had us on there for a while. But, by the way, hey, Crunch. Good seeing you again.
Yeah, Marcus Pedersen's. Yeah, sorry to everybody on Rumble and Twitch that we didn't have on.
Yeah, that was
Was it just Rumble or was it Twitch too?
It was just Rumble. That was it.
Okay. All right. This tastes like burning. Oh my god. This better not be Barrett Hayton.
Oh boy, sleep.
Oh my
That's
god.
where I'm a Viking.
I would love that, but that's
not a chance is Caleb
not a
Denoye. Now,
chance
by the way,
Caleb Denoye.
I do have to say this, Phil. The term left on his deal does give him a little bit more value. And it should.
Yeah, but not enough to get Caleb Denoye. Not
No.
enough. Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
But still trying to sift through this right now. Trying to get the Pedersen the return. Never mind.
You make us all better, Art Levine. You make us all better.
Oh, Duvall's going to blow this game. Awesome.
We're north of 4 hours, and I haven't taken a bathroom break yet.
I just had my first, man. Good for you for tying it knot. How long you did?
I'm dying.
So, how do you feel about talk about?
Yeah, he's already buzzed. He couldn't wait. He already started the stream over on
That's not happening, dude.
Okay, let me go back to you because I'm looking for it.
No, that's not happening.
No, that's not happening.
Stop. I don't understand how anyone. No, I'm sorry, but no. Please stop. Please stop.
I think it's wishful thinking. I'm not thinking they're actually trying to say that.
No, no. You're not getting Gunther. You're not getting Cooley. You're not getting Keller. Stop.
Now, is it on
madness to even
Yeah.
think that one of those guys would come back? No. How do you think? There's no world that any team would do this.
What about Jack McBain? Would that be the swap? I know they're saying Barrett Hayden.
That would be terrible.
I think some guys are wishful thinking. I think it's probably going to be this. It's going to be probably Barrett Hayden, which you were saying no.
Oh, Vamelka? No, that wouldn't be. No, it's not going to be Nick Schmaltz. Please stop. Or I'm going to block you.
No, don't block. It's. Oh, hold on. They got Pagnotta back in there.
Yeah. I mean, look, we all knew the free agent market was going to be thin, right? Shallow, whatever you want to call it. The anticipation was we were going to see extensions. We did. We were going to see trades. We have. And more coming in. We're still waiting on the details of Marcus Patterson to New York. And I've also traded Vincent Trocheck to Utah. We know about, obviously, Darnell Nurse. We're also waiting on here in Toronto. We're waiting on what's happening with Morgan Riley. Well, those conversations have continued as well on the trade front. So we kind of expected more
Stenlund
today, rather, to be active.
Stenlund just signed there today. They're not moving him.
Yeah, no.
And McBain, no. McBain is not who you know. I mean, I like McBain, but no. McBain's a fourth line center. See, now, okay. Now, this is a name that I think that I could see them. Yeah, if it was, I don't think it will. But that's a name that I can possibly see. I think Denoye is completely off limits. I would say Iginla is right in that tier with him. But if they had to give up one of their very best prospects, I think that would be the guy that they would give up. I don't think it would be Denoye. Yeah, they announced that before, Chris. That was probably, I would say, about like 15, 20 minutes out there. Yeah, Sergeyev's not happening.
What's the
I think he's probably a 30-plus goal scorer. I would love to get. Is this Molly saying that? Well, they got Jersey back? Hold on. Jersey? No, really? Yeah, Molly.
That's it. That's it.
Baldwin and a third-round pick in 2027. Jersey's good. Jersey's a good defense.
Jersey's a quality defenseman for both games that he plays. Let's go to his durability factor.
He played 60 this year and had 27 points.
All right. He
That's
had
a
60.
40 point. That's a guy who scored 40 points 3 seasons ago for them. And he had
60 this year, 30 last year. I mean, 76, 72, those are good numbers. 64 the year before.
And Cole Baldwin is a first-round pick from 2024.
Yeah, he was the one I was going to ask you about because I remember that name.
For Barry this year.
Was he like the really tall center, if I recall correctly?
No. He's 6'2", 211. You're thinking of McBain.
Yeah, I know.
Now the return, by the way, for Vincent Trocheck, Sean Dursey.
Oh, defenseman. Oh, nice defenseman.
That's not a bad trade.
No, it's not a bad trade.
That's a good trade, actually. I think that's a solid trade right there. Again.
Okay, and that's where Merrick is talking about it. Yeah, I remember Baudouin when we talked about him. It was the 2024 draft, so it was the one in Vegas. Yeah, he was a guy I liked.
Yeah, you know what? You got a recent former first rounder who's a good prospect. Jersey, who that's a right shot D, who's a top 4. Now you're going to pair Pedersen and Jersey on your second pairing. You got a solid second pairing. Baudouin just led the OHL playoffs in scoring.
Yeah. Yeah, Baudouin, I was actually, that was one of the guys I was hoping was going to fall to the Rangers.
Frosty, chill out.
He didn't in 2024. He was drafted in the Sphere.
I don't want to see that shit anymore.
I'm sorry, what?
Unless these guys are friends and they're just trolling each other, but please don't fucking insult each other in the chat.
Yeah.
Which does feel like an eternity for those of us that I like to watch my games. The good news is that Bet365.
I don't think Jersey's playing bottom pair right hand defense. Oh, okay, you guys are cool then. All right, my bad.
Cool.
My bad. Yeah, I just didn't want to have a repeat of that other dude who kept going nuts and making all the screen names and kept coming back into the chat. So
yeah, and
sorry guys.
Was quite offensive for everybody.
Yeah.
Still waiting to find out the Pedersen.
Idiots, and then I had to ban him because he just kept going crazy. He just kept calling everybody idiots, and it got to a big thing in the chat and it became distracting. So, John, thank you again. What happened was Vincent Trocheck got traded to Utah for Sean Durzi, Cole Baudouin, and a 3rd-round pick. Yeah, and this is right, and this is why I said what I said about Chase Reed, though, was that they pointed out that they wanted puck movers, and they went with Schmitz over Reed, which is kind of odd, but they prioritized. Well, Schmitz can move the puck. It's can he finish at the next line? It's really going to be.
Yeah, so I just got a text about this, and I just responded to it. I'm really starting to like this deal. Again, my initial reaction is always skepticism, but Durzi had the durability problem last year and a little bit this year, but pretty quality defenseman. And then you have Baudouin is really the big factor for me, and they got a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah. So all right. Yeah, Josh, you're right. Going by what I said before, this one's next going to be bad. That is Marcus Pedersen, not Elias.
Yes. And not Elias, the defenseman, either. It's,
not Elias,
Marcus Pedersen.
They would never trade for Elias Pedersen knowing the drama that he had with JT Miller. So that's definitely not going to happen. You know what, though? All right. I'm gonna give Drury credit. He couldn't get first rounders for the guys like Panarin and Trocheck. But what did he do? He went and he got 2 top prospects that to help kind of replenish a barren cupboard that the Rangers have. So you now have Schmitz. You now have so Daily Faceoff stream is now done. So
yeah, we're probably gonna go another 10 minutes or so.
Why you gotta leave?
Oh, I gotta get done by 5. Might have a huge day ahead of us, but
okay. Yeah, I was about to say I probably could go to 5, but
I'll go to 5 with you. So
yeah.
So we got
we got
Stat Boy Steven coming in.
Welcome, sir.
Hey guys, Trocheck deal. Let's talk.
Yeah, I think that's a nice deal. I mean,
I think it's a really good deal. By the way, my Twitter space is still running. I hope you can't hear it, but look, the thing is, Sean Dursey is a bona fide top four defenseman who's 27 years old on the right side. This opens up them moving Borgen, maybe, and Schneider both.
Yeah, I think so.
And Cole Baudouin, look, I watched Canada in the World Juniors, and I always hate watch Canada because I can't stand them. I hated Cole Baudouin because of how good he was in that tournament. He was a beast. This is the best center prospect we've had in many, many, many years. I'm really happy.
Yeah.
You go first, Phil.
Brian's right here. They had a pretty nice day outside of the Korpisalo trade. It depends on what that Pettersson trade looks like. Yeah. But if it's Borgen going the other way, then by all means, like let's do that.
And you know, sorry, the Korpisalo trade. I quickly want to touch on that if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see people freaking out about this, saying, "Oh, Garon's not going to make the team, and Garon's going to be lost on waivers." If Korpisalo is really as bad as people make him out to be, and Dylan Garon cannot beat him out in training camp, there's no reason to be upset about losing him on waivers. He might even pass waivers. It's Korpisalo is not a good goalie, but it's insurance. Garon has played 3 NHL games. It's insurance. That's what it is.
Sorry, I had the U in the wrong place.
Here's my counter to that. If you're going to get an insurance goalie, then you should have went and gotten Vitek Vanacek at $1 million, like they did, or maybe the Rangers have to pay another $500K for him, and he's 1.5. You don't need to overpay for a sub 900, above 3 goals against goalie who is a fringe NHL goalie at this point. He has regressed every year.
True.
You didn't need to do that. You could have gotten Cam Talbot to do the same thing for a third of the price. I'm sorry.
Right. And you would have kept your 4th round draft pick.
Yeah. The 4th rounder, it's fine. And Kalle Väisänen is a non-prospect. I spoke to the kid, great kid. He's not going to make the NHL. I don't love the trade, but it's not the doom and gloom that people make it out to be either. It's underwhelming at worst. But
getting back to this trade, though, it did take me a second to warm up to it because I did remember Baudouin in the lead up to the Vegas draft, and it took me a minute just to go through all the different information you got in your head, movie quotes, sports statistics, random hijinks, and then it's like, oh wait, yeah, I remember this kid. He was actually like somebody I was like, I hope he falls to the Rangers.
This is actually a good question here, though. Where is Matt Robertson going to play? Is he the third? Because I mean, if they want Albert Schmitz making that team, I mean, he's probably going to have to compete with Robertson. And the good part is that you don't have to rush Schmitz now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Schmitz can start in the AHL. If you get Pettersson for Borgen or Pettersson for Schneider, either way, whoever you trade, the other one plays right D on the 3rd pair. Robertson is lefty on the 3rd pair. Fortescue starts in the minors. Schmitz starts in the minors. And if Schmitz by December or January has worked his way up to the Rangers roster, Robertson can battle it out for the 6th spot with Schmitz. And Robertson can be your 7th defenseman. As successful as the Robertson story was last season, and as much as we like it, he is a 3rd pair defenseman at best. I have no problem having him sit in the press box at this point.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He looked all right last year. I'll give him that. Mean, it's good. It took 7 years for him to come along, but it's good to see signs of life. But that doesn't mean that he's immovable.
No, exactly. And if he can be a steady depth guy for you, and if he can take over the 7th defenseman role from Vakanainen, who needs to be shot out of a cannon towards Siberia.
Or into the sun, as my partner would say.
There are a couple of players that are dead weight right now. There's Taylor Radish, Urho Vakanainen, and Juuso Parssinen, and they need to get rid of all 3. Trade them for a 7th round pick. Trade them for future considerations. I don't care. Those players should not be on the roster. But circling back to the Trocheck deal, the Jersey acquisition gives you a bona fide second pair right D, which in my opinion, Schneider and Borgen never were. To me, they were fringe second pair defensemen. If you trade one of those and maybe a pick for Pettersson, you have the best top four blue line for the Rangers we've seen in well over a decade.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well over a decade.
I would say this is the best top four that they've had going back to the 2014 probably with Strallman playing with Stahl and the McDonough-Girardi pair.
It was McDonough, Girardi, Stahl, Strallman, even though Stahl and Girardi were on their way down in terms of their performances.
But Strallman was able to carry that pairing.
But Strallman carried Stahl in that second pair, yeah. Look, Jersey is also a really good puck-moving defenseman. So is Pettersson. And Phil, we talked about this. What did the Rangers lack?
Puck-moving defenseman.
What did Drury and Sullivan both say at the year ends that they wanted? Puck movers.
Yeah. Puck movers, and they got puck movers. Also, the Bjorkstrand signing 1 year at 4.5. If you're in the playoffs, he's a good depth guy. If you're not, you pick up for a second rounder at the deadline.
You know what? All right. I would say that you could prefer Michelli at $2.25 million because it's the same year. But here's the thing: you pay premiums for goals, and what did the Rangers lack? Even strength goals. And Bjorkstrand, if you look at his numbers over the years, scores the vast majority of his goals at even strength because he doesn't get a lot of power play time.
He doesn't get power play time, exactly. So 5-on-5 scoring has been an issue for years, Phil. I don't even want to think about those conversations anymore, but we've beaten it to death.
Man, honestly, I hate to agree with Johnny Red on this one, but
I'm looking at it now.
You have to.
I totally agree. This is the best offseason Drury has had by a mile, and he needed this. He needed this more than anyone. So I guess we're just waiting for the Marcus Pettersson thing now, right?
Yeah,
it's like
Ryan McDonough was physical. I think we're playing a little bit of a revisionist history here. Ryan McDonough wasn't a guy that would normally like Jacob Trouba anybody like that or anything like that. But Pettersson, he gets dirty in the boards. He'll knock a guy down in front of his net. He's a solid skater. He's actually decent at zone exits. But yes, I think both of these guys should be gone. Vakanainen should be nowhere near an NHL roster.
Yeah, no.
Waste of cap space.
I cannot get over the fact that we got Dorofeyev, Jersey, Baudouin, Pettersson, and Bjorkstrand in the span of a week.
Yeah. This is what we're pretty much saying. He's had a good offseason so far. Outside of the Korpisalo move, which I understand it. Here's the issue. If you bury that, what are you burying? You're getting what, 1.125 that you can bury?
Yeah. I'm sending you guys a picture in the group chat on Twitter.
Okay.
Maybe you want to pull it up, Mark, if you're able to.
Yeah.
You know what? Then I'll do that here.
Yeah. No, and the Rangers didn't mortgage any of their future, and they're probably not going to have to.
Not yet. We don't know what the Pettersson return is, but
yeah, I don't think it's anything crazy. I think I would have to think Will Borgen is going.
Yeah, and maybe the third round pick they got from Utah is the sweetener.
Oh my God. That's a great comment right there. That's a qualifying for disability. Oh, man. Wow. Please just don't screw up this.
All right, here you go, Steven.
Yeah, I've seen this. I saw this. I saw the pizza, but somebody edited it to a W, so that's great.
Yeah. You know,
that pizza, by the way, looks horrendous.
Oh,
it looks like Papa John's pizza.
Phil, if you notice, he's wearing his Olympic jacket. That was when he came back from Italy. That makes it even worse. that makes it even worse. He
Yeah.
just spent 3 weeks in Italy, and the first thing he eats is corn pizza.
Wow.
That was the day he got back from
It's
the
a good off season. I can't. I got Richie. I gotta disagree with you on this though. I don't see what world a sub 900 save percentage with a goals against above 3 that has regressed year over year holds any type of value in.
The trade asset that sorry.
Just I don't see the value there. I don't know what maybe if the Rangers were to retain on top of that, but I mean I would not want to retain on use a retention spot on Jonas Corposalo because he's got term left on that deal.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it was 1 year, okay, no problem. But he's got multiple years left on that deal to retain on, and that's a problem because his. Oh no, he's got 2. Sorry, 2.
Yeah, no, he has 2, including this season. He has 2 years. But
did they get rid of the double retention?
No, you can double retain as long as it says 75 days apart.
Okay, that's fair then. Okay.
So let's have a look at when Corposalo was traded, shall we?
Corposalo was definitely traded.
He was traded. He was traded last year June when Ottawa retained 25%. So they can retain, yes.
And the Rangers can retain up to 50% on him, right?
50% of the remaining cap hit, which is $3 million, so they can retain 1.5. Now, here's the thing, Phil, and this is just rose-colored glasses, best case scenario. If a team in September finds out that one of their goalies is out for the season, and you offer Corposalo at $1.5 million for 2 years, I could see you getting something back for him.
I don't think it's much, but I mean,
they have to be desperate.
Is it a fourth? Is it a fourth? Because if it's a 4th round pick, then you break even.
I guess so. I mean,
because Kalavainen is a non-prospect.
No, I'm not worried about Kalavainen. I'm not at all. I'm more worried about the fact that they took on $3 million of cap space to have a goalie that they wanted to bring in as competition / insurance. I don't see it.
Anyway, quickly circling back to the Trocheck trade. This is better than Stramel and a first, which was the top.
Oh my God, we all would. Yeah, everybody would have taken.
Yeah. And listen, I like when my wife asked me who were we getting from Utah, I was like, well, I was kind of hoping for maybe TJ Ginla, but I prefer Baudouin over TJ Ginla because Baudouin is the best center prospect we've had in years. He's a better prospect than Stepan ever was.
Yeah. Well, all right. So Stepan came out of nowhere. All right.
He did.
I remember when they drafted him, he was still playing at Shattuck St. Mary's, and then he committed to Wisconsin.
Yeah,
he was good at Wisconsin, and then it was the 2010 World Juniors where he scored over 2 points per game for U.S. in that gold medal effort, where he really broke out, and then we're like, whoa,
and then
something here.
And then training camp, age 20, without ever seeing the AHL, he made the team out of camp. And what happened in his NHL debut in Buffalo, Phil?
Hat trick.
Sean Avery assisted on 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah, scored a hat trick in his NHL debut. Back then, tying an NHL record. Of course, Matthews broke it a couple of years later, but no.
And also, didn't somebody else tie it that night? They also had a hat trick in their debut. Nashville, was it Hornquist?
I'd have to look that up, maybe.
Yeah.
But look, the thing is, Baudouin is a great get on its own.
Yes.
To get Baudouin, Dursey, and a mid-round pick for Trocheck.
Yeah, that's a great return.
That is a great return. Maybe people don't know Sean Dursey or Cole Baudouin. I get that, but trust me.
Sean Dursey's a good puck-moving defenseman. If you're playing him on a pairing with Marcus Pettersson, I think that's a very, very solid second pairing.
Yeah. So right now, here's the thing. Assuming Albert Smith makes the team out of camp, okay, Fortescue goes to the AHL, which he should anyway. Robertson is your 7th D, and you put Vakanainen on waivers.
Yeah.
And if Smith doesn't make the team, you play Robertson. Vakanainen is your 7th D until Smith is ready.
Yeah, and I like not having to rush Schmitz. The one thing that I've said about Schmitz is that I can see him having a Moritz Seider type of developmental curve.
Mm-hmm.
But my caveat to that was that he had to have time to develop before coming to the NHL level in order for that to be the case.
Yeah.
He has to work on his shooting. He has to work on his shot selection because the shot is super powerful, super quick. But he has to work on getting it on net and when to take it and how to get it through defenders and forecheckers.
Yeah. True.
If he can do all of that, he can be. There are 3 different scenarios that I see for Albert Schmitz. His floor is Nico Mikkola. His middle ground, where I think you could realistically have him, is that he's kind of like a nastier version of someone like Jacob Slavin. Guy who defends very well. He's more known for his defense, but can move the puck effectively. But he's better at defense than he is offense. He plays in your top 4. And then his absolute ceiling is Moritz Seider.
Yeah. I think Schmitz is more of an asshole than Seider on the ice.
Oh, he is. Oh, definitely.
I saw someone, and this is, I have to preface this, stylistic comparison, not the same upside, but I did see on Elite Prospects in their draft catalog this year that an NHL scout said that Albert Schmitz reminds him of Chris Pronger in the way he plays.
I could see the play style. I mean, if he
not
turned
the upside.
Right, if he turned out to be 50% of what Pronger is, I would do backflips.
Yeah.
Because
Ryan Shea to Edmonton, by the way, 5 years, $4 million a year.
They don't need him now.
Nope.
They don't need him now.
Have you guys talked about how the Sharks are paying $15 million for Trouba Nurse?
Yes.
All right. I'll be realistic about this. Trouba, that contract is dog shit. But Nurse, I would take Nurse at $9.25 million as opposed to Mario Ferraro at like $7+ million, which I think he's going to get.
Oh yeah.
And I think Nurse gets a lot of shit because his contract has been bad for so long. I can stomach that contract a lot more after looking at what Bowen Byron got.
Yeah. Also, once this Trocheck and Pettersson, once these trades settle down, I think you're going to see more free agent signings, especially on the defensive side of the game. I think a lot of free agent signings are currently being held up by trades that haven't been made yet.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, I don't think they're targeting.
No, it's JT Miller and Mika Zibanejad are your top 6 centers.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be.
We have Anthony in the studio. I don't know if he's ready to come on yet.
Yep.
There he is. Welcome.
All right. How's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
So a lot of action today, huh?
Yeah.
A ton of it. Still no word on the Marcus Pettersson trade. I've been looking up that for the last few minutes. Still can't find.
Douglas, 2 years, 1.25 in Seattle. Who the hell is that?
Curtis Douglas is a 6'7" enforcer that played in Tampa. He's
him. Okay, I know who you're talking about now. All right.
Yeah. I think
just to answer John right here, by the way, the second line center is either Zibanejad or Miller.
No, it's JT Miller.
Yeah.
JT Miller, Johnny. JT Miller's the guy. They dealt a number 2/number 3 center away. Got a hell of a return for him, and yeah, I mean the Rangers' top 4 is now looking pretty damn good.
And yeah, I do have to say I'm intrigued by what Baudouin is going to do because I like to, you know what, I did like him in the draft, and I was like I said before, and I'm tempted to apologize to Chris Drury.
Disgusting
I'm not there yet.
numbers in the playoffs, by the way, to lead the OHL in scoring in the postseason. 10 goals and 29 points in only 15 games. Just unbelievable. All good, buddy. All good. We just wanted to answer the question that you had there. But
So when Chris Drury informs JT Miller they acquired Pettersson, will he mention the first name to avoid confusion?
to avoid an overreaction.
Imagine, hey JT, we traded for Pettersson from Vancouver. Like what? Yeah, it's.
No, it gives him the death stare.
I still don't know what the return is. I haven't seen anything, but
actually, just to mention this, Mikey Red is saying to have a face-off guy. Technically speaking, JT Miller is a great face-off guy.
And Veleno I think is good on face-offs.
Veleno won 51.6 of his face-offs last year. So yeah, basically face-offs and speed. So basically, what Veleno is Luke Glendening with less hockey IQ.
There you go.
Pretty much. We'll quickly go over for Sean, but you got back a top 4 puck moving right side shot in Sean Durzi. You got a top prospect in Cole Baudouin, who just led the OHL in scoring in the playoffs with 10 goals and 29 points in 15 games, and you got a draft pick. Like that's a major win for Chris Drury right there.
Yep.
As opposed to the magic beans we thought he was going to get back.
Has Drury done enough to go from the tool to retool?
Hey, Anthony, let's just get your thoughts. There wasn't many moves that the Islanders made today.
I'm going to go back to my Twitter space, but it was nice catching up with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great to have you jump in,
Thank you
Steven.
for coming on. Appreciate it.
So, yeah, you never go full retool. But yeah. But so Anthony, not much on the Islanders front. We talked about that the other day, and they didn't need to. But Matthias Michelli, what were your thoughts?
I liked it for 1 year, 2.25. I think that's a good deal and a 1 year deal, and I think he's a guy that has showed promise before. He's fast. He plays the game with pace. He showed some, pretty good playmaking ability in the past. So curious to see where he slots in. I don't necessarily know if he's a replacement for Lee because they play totally different, types of games. But, I think he's a guy that can, play in that middle six, like a third line role and be pretty effective. So I'm happy with that signing. Like I said, I didn't expect for the Islanders to make any big moves. So Michelli kind of falls in line with what I expected them to do. And we'll see what happens next. I know Rosner just tweeted out before that the Islanders are one of a handful of teams are showing interest in Patrick Laine. So I guess Darsh still wants to add at least one more forward. So we'll see if he does anything else. But yeah, like we talked about yesterday, Mark, I expected this to be pretty quiet for the Islanders today.
What do you think of Laine as a potential addition for the Islanders?
It's almost like a boomer bust. He's been injury prone. Obviously, he's had some mental health issues, which is no shame on that. I love that he came out and he took care of that. But he's missed a lot of hockey over the last a lot of years. I think you got to go back. I think you got to go back
4 years. Sorry.
I think you got to go back to 1920 was the last time he played over 60 games.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. And wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Yeah. 56, 55, 18, 52. He hasn't played more than 56 games in 5 seasons.
Yeah. And last year only played 5 games. The year before he did have 20 goals in only 50 something games. So when he's on the ice, he can still score. It's just like I said, I feel like at this point it's like a, just kind of give him a shot on a 1 year deal and see if he can be that line A that a lot of teams saw that he was early in his career. So if they can get him on a 1-year deal, not much money, I mean, why not? His shot alone would help the power play. So, but there's really no one else out in free agency left to really that's going to move any sort of needle. I mean, Tarasenko had a nice bounce back year, but he's older. You don't know what you're going to get from him. Patrick Kane, another veteran, I think he's still good for 50, 60 points, but I feel like he's probably going to maybe go Buffalo, or he hasn't closed the door in Detroit. But there's not many options left in free agency. So if Laine wants to come, I don't see the harm in doing it on a 1-year deal.
Before I have you answer this, what would be your cutoff on Line A in terms of an AAV?
On just a 1-year deal?
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't at this point. How he only played in 5 games last year. I wouldn't go any more than $3 million on a 1-year deal.
Okay.
At this point in his career, but it's hard to gauge his value. I don't know. Not many people have been talking about him. Like I don't know how teams value him anymore. So I could be way off on that. He could, look at Oliver Bjorkstrand. He got $4.5 million. So Laine might still view himself as a top player. So I don't know how that will, shake down. But I would give him a shot. And then the other move was Vanacek. I'm not surprised. Darsh said he wanted another goalie as an insurance policy for Varlamov. He said he wanted a guy that could play in the AHL if Varlamov's healthy, and he wanted a guy that can be a serviceable backup in case Varlamov's comeback falls short. So, again, Vanacek, I think he's a solid just backup goalie, nothing special, but I think he's a guy that can come in and give you some wins. He's proved it before in other places. So, but as far as this Rangers, I didn't. So earlier in the day, before the Islanders signed Michelli, Rosner said, keep an eye out for Bjorkstrand in the Islanders. And my first thought was like, not the same player he was. I wasn't necessarily excited about that, but he is a guy that could still provide, some secondary scoring in the right situation. So the move for me that I like is the Trocheck trade. Dersey moves the puck well. Baudouin, what do you say? How did the pronunciation of his name?
Baudouin.
Yeah, he's a guy that I think reading some comments, he's described as a dog, and he works really hard, and he's got skill. So I guess that's why the Rangers didn't get a first-round pick. I think dating back to the trade deadline, we all thought the Rangers needed to get a first back for Trocheck, but I guess being he was a first-round pick, that kind of fills that niche, that need for one. So. I'm not too shocked they didn't get a first-round pick, but with the inclusion of him and then the third. So I thought they did well. I'm surprised that Trocheck expanded his list of teams to go to Utah. I think that helped the Rangers out. But so far, I think Drury's had a solid day. I mean, the only thing I would just slightly nitpick on is in the AAV on Bjorkstrand. I know Evans always takes shots at Drury, but he was talking about how he didn't like that and that AAV that he got there. But good day. Honestly, overall, so aside from passing up on Chase Reed, I think you got to give to Chris Drury. I think he's had a good offseason so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely would. And you know what? It's one thing that I noticed. And if you look at both the Panarin and the Trocheck trades, they weren't able to get a first rounder, but they got 2 first-round picks from the 2024 draft. And it helped restock one of the worst prospect cupboards in all the NHL. So you've got Greentree, you've got Baudouin, and you added Schmitz to that. And then you took that other first that they would have taken a prospect with, probably not a great prospect, decent one, but not a great one. And then you brought in Dorofeyev out of it. Drury's had a solid offseason so far.
Even me being the skeptic that I am, I gotta agree with it.
Depending on what that Pettersson return is, it's been solid so far. And Schmitz apparently in developmental camp has looked really good. No, I don't. I think Anthony said he didn't like the Corpusalo move.
No,
which
I honestly I didn't even mention that one. But yeah, they reminded me. Yeah, the $4 million cap hit for Corpusalo.
It's only 3.
That what?
It's only 3. Ottawa retained $1 million on it.
Oh, okay. Well, that helps a little bit. I mean, I scratched my head at it at first, but he's a backup goalie. I guess they don't want to give the reins to Garan yet. That's the only part that I don't understand about that. Why not just have him be the backup?
And just want to pass on this news. It's been a roller coaster of the last 3 months, basically. But my brother-in-law is finally home from the hospital now.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's great news. That's great news. Anytime your loved one goes in and it for a while it's a little dicey and they come home, that's a huge win. So
yeah.
I'm happy for you, man. I am so happy for you and Maria. I remember when you first told us about it, it did not look good at all. It did not look good at all, man. And that man is a fighter, is what that man is.
Yeah, and it's been a journey. I can't feel happier for him and my extended family now. Especially for her. It's just so great. As we lose Vinny, yeah. And then his nickname at the hospital was the Miracle. So
Mike
it's
the Miracle.
Yeah, I kind of got a little bit of emotions going through.
Yeah,
right now.
I thought for a minute, like I saw the look on your face, and I thought you were about to announce that, and I thought things were going to go the other way for a second, and I was like, oh, I was like, I mean, 3 months, and he's finally home. And
yeah,
this is that's awesome news. Wow.
And the great part is because I didn't get a chance to spend so much time with him, and I've gotten to know him a lot better too in the last few months, and that's been the side. Yeah, it's been like the silver lining out of all this. So, but still just getting back home.
Gotta highlight the comments in the chat. Everybody is, everybody's pulling through for you guys. Just I can honestly say this, between like that, the stuff that happened with the GoFundMe for Kenny and his daughter, hockey community is great. I know we hear a lot of shit, a lot of bad things because of the whole World Junior stuff and all these
which, by the way, Dylan Dubé signed today.
Yeah, and Dylan Dubé's back in the NHL. But Johnny, like this is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's amazing. I think the hockey community really, when it needs to come together and pull for others, I think you see a lot of it. And I don't think there is any stronger force than when a community like this wants to come together and help another out.
Yeah.
I really do believe that.
So again, we're still waiting to see what the return is on the Marcus Pettersson deal. That's the only thing that would really affect my feelings on today and what's left. I'm not in love with the Corpusalo deal. Every other deal I love.
I think JT Miller gets along with that Pettersson just fine. It's the other one, and not the one on defense. The other one on defense. It's the center that he doesn't get along with.
I don't think he played with him at all. So Marcus, because I think Marcus was acquired for the first round pick that the Rangers sent there for JT Miller.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it's like the Rangers got that draft pick back in a way.
Yeah.
And no, it wasn't Ben Kindle.
I don't think I don't think there are any more moves for another top 6 forward unless they wanted to take these prospects and load up for Jason Robertson. And I don't think. I mean, no, I don't think they're going after Nikishin at this point. I think they're out at that point.
Yeah, I think they're out on Nikishin. I think Pettersson was the pivot. That's for sure. So, yeah, and we're hoping Borgen is the piece. You know, Rich, I do want to give him credit. I just want to see what the big picture is.
Vegas trades Keegan Colasar to Detroit for a 3rd and 7th, so they just freed up another $2.5 million on the books.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat. I mean, good for Detroit because they got a little tougher to play against. Colasar is a very good energy player in your bottom 6, maybe 4th line, but are they trying to gear up for a bigger move?
Dylan Larkin wants to go there.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I think Larkin. I think you're right on that because that's one of the teams that he was linked to. You're right. Good call.
So literally, Robertson and Larkin are the 2 remaining big news stories that we definitely would break and try to get a live stream for coming in. And
I think Dallas bought themselves more time with the trade of Maverick Bork and Ilya Lyubushkin. I think now.
Yeah. They definitely did.
So honestly, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure anymore if Robinson will definitely be traded. I think those moves were geared to, possibly be able to give him the amount of money he wants. So I'm not so sure anymore about him, Robertson. I'm surprised, Andrews Lee still hasn't signed. Curious to see where he's going to go. Michael Russo says he's not going to be signing with the Wild. So I know a lot of people thought that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe Chicago.
Ooh, okay.
Them.
You know what?
Also interests.
You know what though? I think he'd be a good fit in Chicago. They're a young team. They could use leadership. Lee is a decent captain. And they could use a guy that could go to the gritty areas and still score maybe 20 to 25 goals as a net front option on a power play.
Yeah.
I know when guys are asking about adding on, say, other guys like Tolvanen, Tolvanen or
Tolvanen,
Tolvanen, thank you. Or for Shitty Robertson. I know we're excited about trying to add more, but the Rangers still need to have some assets left. And also you gotta figure out where these pieces fit right now. And I wouldn't want to block any young guys that might move up or down. Or I mean, right now we could probably look at that lineup. I'm probably gonna have to do a video maybe this weekend if I have time. I might wait till Monday to say how much things have changed just on these on the Rangers. I mean, not so much has changed on the Islanders. Anthony, we talked about yesterday. They made their move, and it was DeBoer. But it's a lot's changed over the last 24 hours now with the Rangers, and just wow.
Anthony Mantha's still out there. John Carlson, Kane, Giroux.
I thought I saw some report that he re-signed in Pittsburgh. Is that true?
Who?
Mantha.
No, he's still unsigned.
Who did Pittsburgh? Someone said Pittsburgh signed.
Pittsburgh signed Andrei Kuzmenko.
Oh, Kuzmenko. Okay, yeah. Can you go over Michelli again, Anthony?
What?
Tommy's asking you to go over Michelli.
Wow, a plane going by?
No, that's not a plane. That's a jet.
I wasn't.
That was that was definitely a jet.
Yeah.
I think that might have even been a Blue Angel. When I was outside earlier on for a second, and one flew over earlier today. Yeah, so that was a jet. Tommy, I'm pretty sure that was a Blue Angel because they have the 4th of July show coming up at Robert Moses, so they're probably doing practice runs.
About Michelle, I was saying I like his game. I think he's a fast player. He's shown some offensive capability in the past. And for 1 year, 2.25, you can't go wrong. I think he'll fit in nicely somewhere in the middle six. So it's a good signing. Like I said, I don't think it's Darcy's only move. I think they are looking to maybe add one more forward, but there's nothing to complain about with that move.
No, Mikey Red is saying Mantha re-signed with Pittsburgh.
I have not seen that reported anywhere. If you could pull it up, I'm
trying to find it anywhere. I don't see anything right now.
I know they signed Trevor Riemsdyk. They signed Andrei Kuzmenko. I don't think I did not see anything about Anthony Mantha.
I'm not seeing anything.
Update on the return for Marcus Pettersson. Thomas Drance 1 minute ago. According to multiple sources, the Marcus Pettersson trade is for a draft pick down the line. No players coming back to Vancouver in the deal. Wow. So this return's not a lot.
Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. I'll do the Happy Gilmore for him.
Wow.
You were right. I was wrong. You were smart. I am dumb. You were good looking. I am not attractive.
Okay. So now you can move Borgen for whatever the hell you need to move him for. Move that 4 point mil. And same with Schneider. Or do you keep Schneider?
So did Vancouver just want to get rid of his contract, or that the fact that they're only taking a pick back down the line?
And what pick is it going to be? Could it be that third that they got from Utah potentially? I mean, there's a lot of term on it.
I don't know, but it's what?
There's a lot of term on that contract.
Yeah, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 5 years left on the deal.
Yeah.
All right. So Pettersson right now for me is a number 4 on a second pairing. He's a number 4. He's a left side second pairing. I would say defensive defenseman, but he's got a little bit of puck moving ability, can transport the puck. I would say they have to move Schneider. I saw reports before from Bruce Garrick that they were looking to move Borgen. That Borgen was in play.
Yeah, Ottawa was interested in Borgen. Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, I'm just surprised Vancouver, depending on what the pick is. Like if the Rangers are just trading like a 3rd round pick down the line, that just screams to me that Vancouver just wanted to get rid of his contract. So that's interesting.
You know what they could have done? They could have given up a 4th round pick to go get him and not gotten Korpisalo. I know we went over that, but still.
Because with Pettersson gone, Vancouver's defense is Hronek, Luke Shen, who they re-signed today, Mancini, Willander, William, and the other Elias Pettersson. So they become a weaker group. I don't know what the incentive is just to dump Pettersson though. I don't get it.
No.
Unless they're freeing up cap space to I don't know, acquire some other defenseman that I don't know.
I still cannot believe that what the Rangers kind of done with today.
I would actually love this. I'm not going to lie. I would love to add Ridley Greig for Will Borgen. That would be sick. I don't think they would do that, but
you know who I so far I like the the Capitals with Tuck, Kyrou, and then signed Budenjenner today. I like what the Capitals have done so far.
They are getting younger, faster, and tougher to play against all at once.
Yeah. And
Ridley Greig makes $3.25 million against the cap. So it would be a difference of about $900K or so in salary. Maybe $900K I think in salary. And Ridley Greig is 23 years old. I'd be on board with that.
And another thing, we know that Ridley Greig can hit an open net. So, because he had that incident a few years ago where I think it was Morgan Riley.
You know, another team that kind of like is. I mean, Nashville's added a bunch of NHL bodies. Ross Colton, Jack Drury, Adam Enstrom, Nils Hoglander, Maverick Bourque, Ilya Lyubushkin, and Alex Kerfoot. Those are a lot of guys they added to their roster, so they're doing some sort of transformation there.
Question, though, does it surprise you, though, that Maverick Bourque was traded and for really that low? Is his contract demands like that high?
I heard it was twofold. They wanted to give themselves more room for Jason Robertson, and they were also fearful of a Maverick Bourque offer sheet.
All right. I mean, that's just then you're making Robertson the guy then, and you better close on him. That would be one of the signings we would have to cover.
All right, Elliot Friedman has the return on Pedersen. It's a 2030 first rounder.
What? Okay, here's the bad move.
Okay, there it is. Chris T says it as well.
Wow.
Okay, so a 2030 first rounder.
I don't care if it's 2030. Why are you giving up a first round?
And the other thing is, well, you don't have to worry. That's the next GM's problem. Because the 2028 for Dorofeyev is a conditional one. So they can't deal 2029, I believe. I mean, it
is so far in the future, but yeah, the point stands. Why are you giving up a first for him?
I mean, at least they got a first round draft pick that has already been developing in a system that they know how to develop people in Baudouin. But this is, it's what I said about the Rangers. They outsource the development, and that's sort of. Okay, I'm still going with that. Drury had a great weekend, but he's fucking Paul Abdul. 3 steps forward and then 2 steps back. God.
Like I said, Josh. Like I said, one good, then bad.
And we're back.
And we're back to bad.
All right. Top 10 protection. This is the easiest way to explain it. If the pick is in the top 10, they have the option to slide it to next year. Or you could, or even a protected first round pick, as the Maple Leafs had to get into the top 5 in order to keep their pick this year. Okay, well, as far as this draft pick goes or this trade goes, well, we're gonna face the thing that should not be. So there you go. We'll go with Phil's team on that one. Because when it comes to Chris Drury, I'm going to the sanitarium. Just it's just if
trading the pick has the option.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if it's a top 10 pick in 2030, then it'll slide to an unprotected pick in 2031. no matter where the Rangers finish then at that point.
Ugh. Oh.
Oh,
well, it is true. It's funny how all this picked up at the 4-hour mark. Great.
Rest in peace, Peter Steele. That's a good reference.
It's also great to have the band back together right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabriel has what's his name? Julian Brisebois says, first round draft picks don't help me. I got to go in.
So, all right. So the next trade is going to be a good one, right? And then all right. So which trade is worse? Borgen or Schneider? If it's Schneider next, it'll be a good one for Schneider, and then the Borgen one will be shitty. I can live with the Schneider trade being a good one, and then Borgen having a shit return, and then just get rid of the cap, which would be all right, cool. Then we're evening out, then fine, right?
How much cap the Rangers
It's so
have?
funny. Joey DeMaglio, ice cold takes in our group DM. Why the fuck do GMs keep trading first for Marcus Pettersson? Like, that is I can't even say, wow.
Well, it's because of all the term that he's got on there. That's what made him more valuable. Sorry, Anthony, you were also saying?
Said I was just looking up. The Rangers have what's Puckpedia says they got $7.4 million of cap space now. So yeah, if they can move Borgen, that would give them even more wiggle room there. That'd be good.
Well, yeah, they're gonna have to move Borgen now. I would move Schneider too personally. So now that you have Durzi, you know that Schneider's not going to be a top 4 defenseman on this team anytime in the near future because Durzi's got multiple years left on that deal.
Yeah.
You're probably going to draft at some point, depending on how the draft falls, where they fall in it. You're probably going to draft a right-handed shot defenseman at some point to at least replenish your prospect covered depth, right? So Schneider's path to being a top 4 guy is blocked. Knowing the way that they're going right now, this tells me that they're probably going to re-sign Adam Fox. He's going to get another Rangers deal. As long as shit doesn't completely just fall out. Will Borgen to Boston. There we go.
Okay.
Really?
To the Bruins for a 2027 second round. Okay, this is the good deal. The Braden Schneider deal is going to be bad if it happens.
Yeah, I see it now. Friedman is part of their defensive makeover. The Rangers are working on something that would send Will Borgen to Boston.
All right, let's get the handshake there as well and say bye-bye.
Where hold on. Crunch,
Yeah.
Where are you seeing the return? Because I'm not seeing the return. Not questioning you. I'm just trying to find
Molly Walker. Molly Walker.
Oh,
saying
Molly Walker. Okay.
Yeah,
Good call.
2027 second and a 2028 third rounder.
All right, so at the moment, going back to what Drury's been doing. So they didn't have a 2027 second round pick because that was in the Dorofeyev deal. They traded to the Penguins last year. So that one they're recouping. Great. They had a third rounder for 2028, so they got 2 of those. All right. I don't hate this. My question is, so if they move Schneider,
Who
and I think a lot of the guys are saying
right pairing, yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of the guys that have the right idea with this have said, are they going to keep Steiner now?
I don't like it either. I know it's down the road.
Yep.
You have time to recoup it, which is good. There's a lot of time to recoup it. We're talking about 4 years here. Or you hope that they're so good that it's a very late first round pick by that time. Who the hell is Luff? What are you talking about? Oh, this. The New York Islanders now saying
Yeah.
they're going to sign Matt Luff to a 1-year, 2-way contract.
Yeah, he already played in Bridgeport last year. It's just a depth Bridgeport.
Yeah, depth player. Okay.
Hamilton signed him.
Yeah, Hamilton now. Okay, Dave's got information on the condition here. Thank you, Dave, by the way. Condition is 2028 pick will turn into a second rounder if Boston makes the conference finals either this season or next season, and Borgen plays in 50% of the team's playoff games. So I'm not banking on that to happen. So it's going to be a third rounder then, basically. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
That's fine.
You got a second and a third for Will Borgen after dealing Capo Caco for him. So you turned Capo Caco into a second and a third, basically. And Capo Caco has done nothing since leaving. Okay. So you missed the return for being Marcus Pettersson, being a first-round pick in 2030, top 10 protected. So they gave up a first-rounder to get Marcus Pettersson, something GMs continue to be doing for whatever reason, as Joey DiMaggio from Ice Cold Takes podcast pointed out. And then we turned and we dealt Will Borgen to Boston for a 2027 second-round pick and a conditional 2028 third-round pick, which ended up being which the condition is that if the Bruins make the conference finals this year or next year, you get, or the Rangers get a 2028 second-round pick instead of a 2028 third-round pick. And you missed a Blue Angel flying over my home, like directly over my home.
So again, Chris Drury, it's still a good weekend. I don't like that he gave up first, but he did give up a roster player or a prospect that we'd probably kill him on. I like the Joe Gray's way he said that, so we traded him for a 7th grader. I don't know.
I wanted to, before the Pettersson outcome, I had him at an A-. I'm down to a B+.
Yeah. It really was like a roller coaster type of day when it came to Chris Drury.
Yeah.
And
because I
think and
love that Trocheck return.
Wolcott's kind of said it best with this, and I know what Steve was saying before about Matthew Robertson. You got Gav, Fox, Dursey, Marcus, Smits, Schneider, Robertson, and now you can take your time on Smits.
Yeah, it's not awful. All right, so Pettersson is again a top 4 left shot defenseman. I don't want to call him a defensive guy, but I don't want to call him a two-way guy either, because like he's known for his defensive play, but he's actually adept at zone exits. Like he makes a decent first pass, and he can skate the puck out of trouble if needed.
Where did the Rangers rank in zone exits? And by the way, I did express this concern about Sean Dursey. And I did say it really goes to his history in Utah. It's just he missed 21 games in 2025. He only played 30 last season. Missed 21 this season. So hopefully that's behind him.
Yeah, we got people asking about the Rangers cap situation. So let's go look that up real quick now, because that number should be about 11-ish.
Check Puckpedia because it's not updated on cap wages just yet.
It's not updated on
yeah, because last I saw 8.5, and it's not going to be right.
Puckpedia has it at 6. I don't understand how that works. So I was about to say Vince had them at like 7 or so. I'm gonna check cap wages as well, just to see what they have it. Cap wages has them at 8.685. That is with Borgen though, so that's 4.1 million. And that's with Schneider and Morrow needing restricted free agent deals.
The Rangers, if I got the stat correctly, it says they were 13th in the NHL in zone exits, but they were 17.4 in the neutral zone. And that was among one of the worst. If they can improve that, both those numbers, then it's I don't want to swim with positivity.
Yeah, and that's it, Tommy. That's exactly what it is. Like he's more of a stay-at-home than a puck mover, but he is adept enough. He's competent enough to get the puck out of his own zone and up the ice. And every now and then he can sneak in backdoor. Thank you, Johnny Cat. Appreciate it. He can sneak in backdoor and get you a goal, or he can make a play in the offensive zone here and there. He's got a decent shot. You're not relying on him for that. And yeah, he is big. I didn't realize he was 6'5".
Who's this? Patterson?
Oh, he's 6'5".
All right. Did I have that in my notes just now? No,
yeah, like he's 6 foot. Hockey Reference has him at 6'5".
All right. Yeah. I think it's because is he like a really crouched skater, or maybe I don't know. Just I never noticed that he was that tall.
Yeah, I thought he was like 6'3", maybe 6'4". But he's 6'5". He's wiry though. I don't believe he's a two-way guy. I can't say he's a two-way guy. I know he's had some decent offensive seasons. Like he had a 30-point season for Pittsburgh, like 3 years back. But that's like a career high for him. And that's when he had 4 goals.
So would you say he's more of a matchup defenseman?
I would say he's
like if you would you compare him to? I'm just thinking of a former Ranger to compare. Maybe like an Anton Stralman. How would he compare?
Stralman's a bit better of a puck mover.
Okay.
Stralman to me, and he had a better shot. Stralman actually had a very underrated shot, if you ask me. He could really wire it. But Pedersen to me is more like Nico Mikkola than anything.
Okay.
Like a skinnier version of Mikkola.
I can point to one thing about Pedersen that I need to cite. In his in 22-23 with Pittsburgh, 23-24 with Pittsburgh, and into 24-25 before he got traded, and even afterwards, over 20 minutes a game. So
yeah.
Sullivan trusts him.
Yeah, so he will eat minutes for Sullivan. Sullivan, there is obvious. He was like you were right on it right away. He was a Sullivan recommendation, and you were right about that. And I mean, and you're right. Look at the minutes for Pedersen over that time period with Sullivan in Pittsburgh, and just look at those minutes, and you'll see it like right away. It pops out to you. So he gets there from Anaheim, and he's a 22-year-old comes over. Anaheim, he's playing 14 minutes a game. What does he do in Pittsburgh? Just under 18 minutes. Then just under 19 and a half minutes. The next year kind of dropped down about 3 minutes almost. Then to 15. Then to 20. Then to 22-40. And then in his last season with Pittsburgh, before the trade, just over 22 minutes a game. And then he averages 21 with Vancouver. This guy's been playing 20 minutes per game the last 3 seasons.
And if you can now, all right, now using that philosophy, now you get Gavrikov pairing him with Fox. There's your top unit, and that's the unit nobody's really going to mess with.
No.
We'll go to blocks per 60, and because I got to know, this is something I did notice about him. So I'll get to that. That since 22-23, That's giveaways per 60. I'm sorry. I need to get the blocks. Blocks per 60. He was over just in his blocks in 20. Sorry about that, guys. Starting at 22-23, 131, 159, 144, and then 136 last year. So he looks like he's also a shot blocker too. And
he's a shot blocker. No,
yeah.
and Tommy and and Nicholas were both right about this. He's solid. And I agree. I said it before, Tommy. I agree with this. I think that's a very, very solid second pairing. You have the puck mover in Jersey. He just has to stay healthy. Oh, Anders leader Utah.
Wow.
Utah loading up with some veterans now.
And by the way, and by the way, Sean Jersey also 442 blocks.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm going to pull up something here because we've got an update on Zach Werenski and the Columbus situation. Give me 1 second here.
No problem. Also, so Marcus Pettersson, 570 blocks since 22-23, puts him 24th in the NHL in that time. He's got 400 hits too, so he's not afraid to throw the body around.
All right, so we're gonna add this here. We're gonna maximize here. So basically, this is the statement from Waddell. Earlier this spring, Zach and I met and talked about his future with the Blue Jackets beyond his current contract. He indicated he wasn't sure what the future would hold in regard to staying with the club or possibly moving on. During those discussions, we talked about me exploring opportunities to move him now, and we all agreed if there was a deal to be made that I would bring it to him. We found something that would work for the club and took it to him. After some time in his discussions with his family, Zach informed us he didn't want to leave Columbus. He has invested a great deal in this organization after coming close and falling short the past 2 seasons. His desire to win here to get back into the playoffs. Past 2 seasons have been challenging ones, but also ones of growth for the team. Ownership goals from ownership on down, and Zach's goals are the same: win now, return to the playoffs, and win a Stanley Cup. Arcinian fans deserve nothing less. We're all on the same page working towards that end. Zach has been a very important part of this organization and our community for a long time. Couldn't be happier that we will be there. He will continue to be here moving forward. And then the statement from Werenski himself: Don and I have had a very open and honest dialogue since the season ended. Ideally, this wouldn't become such a public thing, but that is the world we live in now. And everything got blown out of proportion, in my opinion. I want to win and want to do that in Columbus. As I've thought about things and discussed everything with my wife and family, we want to be in Columbus. It has been my home for the past 10 years, and I've always been proud to be a Blue Jacket. We have the best fans in the NHL. Love my teammates and coaches, and I'm looking forward to doing everything I can to get us back into the playoffs to compete for a cup. Don and I are completely aligned on that, and we are excited about what's to come for our team. So this puts to bed any trade talk about Werenski.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just get us on right there. Oh no, we're all good. That's it. I think that's a good statement. Not just.
I just wonder if it was because of the fact that they couldn't get a deal, because the dialogue that came out before all of this sounded like he was out, and even up to today, like earlier on today.
Yeah.
Like it sounded like he was gone.
This is such an interesting day on a lot of levels. And look, I'm always happier when guys can stay in the situations that they're in. Unless you're talking about a completely untenable situation, it's like, go ahead, let's get him out of there. Now, by the way, as Frank is saying right here, how do we get Marchenko? That's a good question. But Nicholas, this is a big turnaround. I wonder where Marchenko's going. I think we were going to talk about him yesterday. We went with Werenski to Toronto would be a good option.
Okay. So the Anders Lee information is available. It is 3 years, $5.4 million with Utah.
That's an interesting one. Does Utah need a net front guy?
Well, Borgen's in Boston now. Borgen got traded.
Yeah.
This is a very good point. Remember, that video still exists of John Davidson going crazy over them getting Schneider.
Yeah, but unfortunately, then Schneider played these games. So.
Hey, look at what Simone Nemec just went for.
That's true. Although he's still younger. Without the playoff success.
Yeah, but not by a ton. And Nemec he's done just as much as Schneider at this level.
Yeah.
I think it would take a little more than Schneider going with Robertson. I think you would have to include a first to get Marchenko and then maybe another prospect. But if they got Kirill Marchenko and added that to this top six, then you move. That means you move Oliver Bjorkstrand down to third line, and he plays with Will Cooley and Noah Laba.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your scorer on that line. You have your banger, and then your center, your energy center. I mean, you're really starting to look like a team.
I love this. How about a 2035 first? Who says no? You know what? They're looking a lot better. And I think the team could see again. I'm doing this without looking and without trying to really sit back and maybe even if I watch them play. But I could see this team now competing for a playoff.
Okay. All right. I'll because I like this comment here. Who is in that top six role?
You know me. I would either
because
I would either put a young guy in there or not.
But who?
Cartier, maybe. Yeah. Well, because then here's the thing. Let's say you put Ty Cartier in there because he had the chemistry with Miller, and then you have Dorofeyev on that wing.
You know you have 5 of your top 6 filled out. Who's the 6th guy is really the question.
Yeah. Well, and then you also got Bjorkstrand of the third line could help him out.
I don't know if they're definitely a playoff team, though.
That's the thing. Definitely is a big problem. We could say the Metro's ass, but the Metro has a lot of teams that improved. Don't forget the Philadelphia Flyers made it. I made it to the second round.
What? The Flyers could go either way. That's the issue with the Flyers. What did they really do to upgrade today?
Nothing today. They're playing the long game.
And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with them playing the long game.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little piece. Nothing big, but just a sort of a feel-good story, if you will. Mason Marchment, who just signed with San Jose, will wear number 27 in honor of his father, who wore 27 when he was a Shark.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Nice. That's nice. That's a feel-good moment.
Brian Marchment, right?
Yes, Brian.
See, I didn't see that one coming. And I should have for that reason.
That's just a good fit.
Yeah.
It's a good fit. I mean, San Jose they added some skill, some toughness. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's not definite that they're a playoff team. No one said a Jersey
All right,
was going to win the cup. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay, but wait, hold on. Let's not forget some of these things that happened. Justin Marchman, by the way, that's hilarious. some of the things that happened though last year had nothing to do with JT Miller's health. I cite the Boston game when he picked up the puck behind his own net and spun and threw it into the middle of the ice, leading to a goal. It's stuff like that, and it needs to go. And not for nothing, that's hockey 101. You don't do that. So health has nothing to do with JT Miller. Now, if JT Miller also is an amplifier, we talked about this. So if the team's winning, he's probably not saying stupid stuff. Maybe he's doing all the right moves, and then I get to eat crow and go, this guy's actually a good captain. But no.
Florida's a favorite. Their one weakness is goaltending, but
yeah.
I mean, but all right. So I'm gonna play both. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I'm gonna go down the middle. I'm gonna go back to Richie's comment. So because I mean, he does bring up some good points and some other ones that I'll refute. Igor missed a month and a half. Yes. Fox missed a lot of time and was still like about a point, just under a point per, like a stitch under a point per game. For all intents and purposes, he was a point per game. Fox will be healthy and will be better. Yeah. I think JT Miller will be healthy and will be better. The question is, how much better will he be with better health? Will Zibanejad have the year that he had last year?
And keep in mind, if Zibanejad is one time in them, maybe that means Dorofeyev doesn't get the production that you want. Because that was sort of a symbiotic thing.
The power play is a question. Yes, the power.
Yeah.
Because there's going to have to be some configurations here. Delgaizo is a fringe NHLer. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
That's depth. But it's the fact that there's a lot of ifs here. Washington got a hell of a lot better. Like on paper, they look as good as any team in the East right now. Yes, this is another thing. Will Lafreniere be what we saw towards the end of the season? Or is the end of the season his yearly end of the year mirage when they're out of the picture and he plays better because there's no pressure on him?
Now, this is also where I got to disagree with Tendy that just said it in the comments. I don't care if he's injured. You don't throw the puck up the middle of the ice. JT Miller had a lot of bad turnovers.
Yeah.
And a lot of moments where you went attitude.
Make mental mistakes, dude.
That's not a mental mistake.
Yeah, it is a mental mistake. It absolutely is a mental mistake. It's a mental / effort mistake, and it's because he's hurt.
I'm sorry. No, I disagree with that.
I gotta disagree hard with that because I know from my experience when I've played hurt, it has led to me doing dumb things that I shouldn't have been doing because I probably shouldn't have been playing.
Right, but you also limit your capacity and you try to play more sensible.
No,
granted,
that's not how it's done at the NHL level, dude.
Right. Granted, by the way, this is a guy who is his last two games before this one made the dumbest decisions around. So, it's just
Miller's not the only player making mistakes, and that's why I'm saying that this team being a playoff team is not a definite. It's not.
However,
if you want to think that they are a playoff team, I have no problem with that. But saying definite, I don't know. What does Pittsburgh do? Philadelphia, they're going to have a full year of Porter Martone, and you saw the effect that he had on that team when he came into that lineup. That kid's a stud. That kid is an absolute stud. Carolina shut him and that team down, but he was still their best forward against Carolina, and he absolutely dragged them past Pittsburgh. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead, please.
No, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. And Philadelphia, they played well against Pittsburgh. And are you gonna count out Sidney Crosby right away? Because he can will that team to the playoffs. You can argue he was an MVP candidate last year.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, he had a great year.
Yeah, so there's a lot that kind of needs to be figured out for the Rangers. You don't just leapfrog 8 teams and jump up to like second place or anything like that. You got other teams that are way ahead of you right now. They made great strides today. Look, I'll even again eat the crow and give credit, and I'll make a more thorough video for you next week. But now they got to deliver. Now they got to play. Now they got to gel.
Yeah, I know you're right. A lot of pieces, a lot of new pieces. They're going to have to gel. I mean, that's why it's going to be important to have a healthy training camp. Everybody's got to be in camp. So I listen. I think they're a better team. Nobody should believe that they're a worse team than they were. But this is why I kept saying culture wins are not important. Because the roster is not going to be the same on opening night after you have a season like that. It's just how it is. When you have seasons like that, changes are usually made, whether it's players, the coach, or even both. It happens. Now, being Sullivan was in his first year and there was a bunch of injuries, Sullivan was never going to get canned after 1 year. The players, he would have had to have done something Babcock-esque for him to get canned after 1 year. So, yeah, a new roster, new overhaul. Mark's right. They're going to have to gel. And there are still a bunch of questions that have to be answered with this team. However, I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody to not be positive or think positively because this team is better on paper. They're much better on paper right now.
Right. The way I just said it, they greatly improved, but there's a but. That's it. It's just, but. All right.
Fourth line's probably open for discussion.
All right, hold on. We got Anthony back. We haven't got a word from Anthony. We've been talking over.
You just realized that now, Mark?
No, I'm just trying to segue to you.
He's trying to get me to shut up, basically.
Not you. I've been talking too, Phil.
It's all right. No, it's me. I've been doing most of the talking. But
so have I. We see the floor to you.
What
do you think of Andrew's league?
Yeah, it's a tough one. This is a guy that I personally participated in his Can Jam cancer event a couple of years ago. My brother-in-law, because he lost his mom too, and we won the whole thing, and then we gave the trophy to kids, and Lee was just so appreciative of that, and he gave me and Dave a signed jersey of his, and spent a lot of time talking to him that day, and then the following season, after a game one day for Madeline's birthday, we got to wait for him after the game, and we met him and everything, and and then I also saw him at the draft in Vegas, where me and Mark went and talked to him for a little bit. So I've had a lot of interactions with him. Really nice guy, great in the community. And he came in and took the C over and represented the Islanders in such a positive manner after Tavares left and everybody left them for dead, and he carried that really well. And then not to mention he was a good player on the ice. He's a guy that pulled that team into the fight. When he was rehabbing his ACL, when he was out during that run against Tampa Bay, he was in the locker room, like a captain should be. And he was just great leader, great person, and great player. And, similar to Brock Nelson, it's a guy that I thought would have played his whole career with the Islanders. And unfortunately, not to be the case. It's just the business side of things. And, given his age, the Islanders, rightfully so, felt they weren't in position to give him that term. So he had to do what he had to do. But yeah, no, it's a tough day. It's a tough day for me, and I think Islander fans. This isn't a guy like Tavares who left the way he did. Video tribute when Utah comes to town, he's gonna get a massive standing ovation.
So that's going to lead me to my question here. Where does he rank in Islanders captains?
Well, I mean, right away you think of obviously Dennis Potvin number one.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah. Clark Gillies had a cup of tea with it, but it's hard to really. I wouldn't classify him as
How long was he captain for?
He was the captain, I think, briefly right before Dennis Potvin, I think. Clark Gillies was the captain.
Well, like a year or two, maybe.
Yeah, I'm curious now. I want to look this up myself, but yeah, history.
You would say top 3 would be fair, maybe even number 2.
Yeah, I would say so because Potvin. Clark Gillies 77 to 78, and then 78 to 79, and then Dennis Potvin. So yeah, he had it briefly. Oh, he also had it in 76, 77 with Ed Westfall.
Okay, so he had 3 parts of 3 seasons then, or 3 seasons.
Yeah. When I look at their list right now, I'm looking at Potvin. I mean, I think just for the longevity of Tavares, you probably have to put him up there. Other than that, everybody else is kind of like Mark Streit was okay, Doug Waite was okay, Guerin, but very, very short amount of times. Yashin was the captain, but let's face it, he wasn't never a good leader.
Right.
Pekka had it for a brief amount of time. You know, Kenny Janssen had it for a little bit.
He had it for like a minute, and then he kind of stepped down.
Yeah, because it wasn't for him. He was a very quiet, reserved guy. Yeah, honestly, so I would say Potvin, Lee, Tavares. I mean, if you want to make the case of maybe Gillies because he held it for a brief amount of time, but no one else really inspires. Flatley, Sutter, definitely not McCabe, Linden. So yeah, I would say top 3 for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. I wonder because looking at Gillies, and I mean, there's 3 guys that I could think of for me. Well, actually 4 now that I think about it. So for that number 2 spot, you'd probably have to go between Lee, Gillies, Tavares, and I would even say Michael Pekka. Just because each one of them represented a time of transition for the Islanders.
Yeah.
Like Gillies was when the Islanders first started to become very good, the very first time that they became a good team.
Yeah.
But like that got them out of the early dark years where they were bad.
Yeah.
Then you have you have Pekka, who came in when they had missed the playoffs for 8 years?
Yes, it's 8 years in a row, yeah.
8 years, and there was those 3 years where they made the playoffs. They were first-round exits, obviously, but it brought them back to, hey, we're not a laughingstock anymore.
I think Pekka won the Selke that first year. Yeah.
A 102.
Yeah.
He had that was his best year. He had like 25 goals and 60 points, I think.
Yeah.
So he wins a Selke. He's the only Selke winner in history for them, right?
Yeah,
I don't think they've had any other Selke winners.
I mean, Trottier never won it, I don't think.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, Trottier never won the Selke. I mean, he was very good, but he never won the Selke.
I think I think you're right. I think that might be their only Selke winner.
So he's the only. Trottier finished as a runner-up in '84. He had 111 points that year. And who won the Selke that year? Could that have been Bobby Clark's year? No, it was Doug Jarvis in Washington won it. Wow. Yari Curry was 3rd in voting that year. Rick Middleton was 4th. Jeez. And then, obviously, you have Tavares. And again, the Islanders were a laughingstock for a long time. And what does Tavares do? Tavares comes along and helps bring them back to respectability and breaks a 20-something year drought of
23.
23-year drought of not winning a playoff series.
Yeah.
And we all know about the way he left. Yeah, and we've all heard the comments. Even a certain someone referred to him as Snake for the longest time. So, but I mean, you got to give him some flowers. And then there's Lee. You know, Lee was the captain after Tavares left, picked up when everybody thought they were going to be bad. And what do? They make the conference finals 2 years in a row, and they come one game away from their first Stanley Cup final since 1984. And Lee represents the team as captain for, 8 years?
Yeah.
So,
I agree with this.
So yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. I'm gonna wait till I'll go back to that comment from you, Graves, because I definitely want to see Anthony's opinion about that. But
Yeah, because actually, I do think Bo Horvat, you just make him captain until Schneider's ready. Sorry, Schaefer's ready. I mean,
yeah, I could see that too, and I think that's probably what Anthony would say, but obviously I'll leave it to him.
you remember when I was trying to get off by 5 o'clock?
Yeah, I think it just got busy.
Well, boy, did they ever. We're gonna have the Vincent Trocheck trade that we're probably gonna break that into a clip and get that out here. And it's just, yeah, Horvat has to be captain, and we knew he was going to be captain from the minute he got here. He feels like a captain pick, but I think when you talk about Anders Lee, and one reason why you got to give him all the credit you can is because he was able to do all this in the most uncertain time in New York Islanders history. And that's why if you're great to get on a curve, John Tavares came in one of the low points. It wasn't one of the lowest, but it was definitely a low point. But Anders Lee, everything was uncertain.
Low. I mean, it's not. I don't think it was as low as like the late '90s, early 2000s when they were like close to bankrupt and they were dealing away. They almost dealt Ziggy Palffy to the Rangers for a package that included cash. But yeah.
This isn't going to be the case in 1 year, no captain. They're going to give the seat to Horvat.
Yeah, Tommy was saying that.
Yeah, he has the experience wearing it in Vancouver. He's a leader. He's great with the media as well. He's well spoken. I think he's for sure going to be the next captain. As much as listen, Schaefer will get his due. Schaefer will be captain of the New York Islanders at one point in his career. But right now, I would be shocked if it's anyone other than Bo Horvat.
Yeah, I think Horvat's going to be captain too. I do. For how long, I don't know. But Schaefer to me has captain written all over him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think Pajot is the argument there. I mean, I think Horvat's been there long enough, been through some stuff with this team, more than enough to know, hey, you know what? I'm gonna. LaFontaine was captain, but he wasn't captain for a long time.
Yeah,
that was after Sutter, I believe.
LaFontaine was looking.
Yeah, it was like a hot second.
Oh wait, actually, they don't even.
Was it Pat Flatley the captain instead of LaFontaine?
Yeah, no, it wasn't LaFontaine. It says after Sutter, it was Sutter and Flatley, and then Flatley, and then no captain, and then McCabe and Linden. So no.
Yeah, that's right. LaFontaine was never a captain.
And if not for Trevor Linden becoming available, Brian McCabe would have stayed down there for a long time, and I think he would have been a great captain for them.
Yeah, that's definitely a trade that they regret.
But yeah, no, it's going to be weird not seeing Lee in an Islander uniform next year. But like I said, I think it was the right move. He's he's 35, going on 36. With the amount of young players they have coming up, especially on the wings and Yzerman and Eklund, it's signing Lee just would have kind of complicated things. So. It was unfortunately the right move to make. It's just, like I said, it's just a little difficult just because of how great of a person and a leader he was.
And look, John, I understand the enthusiasm, but There's going to be the Capitals have improved. The Islanders have improved. Philadelphia, maybe they stand pat. Do the Rangers jump past them? You still got Columbus. And
I'm not worried about Columbus. Columbus is one of the teams that I think they're clearly ahead of.
Devils?
I don't believe. I'm not sure about Philly. What do they do? Martone being a year stronger, I think, is going to really help them out.
Where did the Islanders improve? They improved in their coach. I'll say this over and over again. You got one of the best coaches in the league. He averages about a 9-point increase for every team that he goes to. Trust me, the Islanders improved. The Islanders going to have structure. You're going to see a better Matthew Schaefer, which is scary for most things. And they still got some youth that's coming up in their pipeline. Trust me. Don't sleep on the Islanders.
Yeah, Matthew Schaefer is going to come back, and he's going to have more lungs and more endurance, and he's not going to burn out the way that he did at the end of the season when they were playing him 26 minutes. He's probably going to play 20 to 23 minutes a game. His minutes will be managed better because they were trying. Wall was trying to make the playoffs because he was using Schaefer like his life depended on it.
Yeah,
like he literally using him like his life depended on it. And now you're gonna have him a year better. I don't think he's gonna slump. I don't see it. I don't. The only way that I think that anything gets worse for him is if he somehow gets hurt. And I don't want to see that happen. So I mean, if you want to take off the games against the Rangers, by all means, please do. I would love you for that even more. But I don't want to see the kid get hurt. This is a very good question because I was just going to go into New Jersey. What do they have between the pipes right now? Because there's nothing there.
Jake Allen and
Jake Allen. Yeesh.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Because there was a free agent signing in Winnipeg with Stuart Skinner. Could Connor Hellebuyck be on the move to possibly?
Yeah, I mean his name's up there. Right now, their two goaltenders are Jake Allen and Nico Dawes. So they're not going to win anything. They're not going to win anything with that. So yeah, I and the goal other than the goaltending options other than Hellebuyck are basically nothing. Although I don't think Connor Ingram signed anywhere yet today, so I think Connor Ingram is still available. As is
but that's not a needle mover.
Yeah, as is Freddie Anderson. I'm trying to think who else. Eric Comrie signed. Vanacek signed. Bob signed. Skinner signed. Yeah, so there's many other options.
Yeah, well, Riddick hasn't signed. That's actually a good point for Tommy.
Oh, yeah, Riddick hasn't, yeah.
But then again, he's a backup, and so is Jake Allen at this point. You need a starter in Jersey, and they don't have a starter right now. So unless they go get Connor Hellebuyck, they don't look good, and they're going to have to give up assets for Connor Hellebuyck.
Yeah.
So a Connor Hellebuyck trade, that would have to include Dawson Mercer, no?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, they would need – or Salayev. One of their top prospects.
Anton Salayev, maybe someone like that. I mean, you're not including Luke Hughes.
No.
Are you moving Dougie Hamilton? Can Dougie Hamilton stay healthy? He's another one who's missed a lot of time. Yeah. Brett Pesce, can he stay healthy? He misses a lot of time. Their defense really isn't great. And their forward group, if they take from that forward group, let's just say they move Dawson Mercer or they move Arseny Gritsuk, who I thought looked pretty good for them.
I agreed. Yeah.
Is it really a better group if they move one of Gritsuk or Mercer in a Hellebuyck deal? Because where is your depth after that? Because their scoring depth is not great right All right, so you have 4 players that are legitimate offensive threats. 5 if you want to count Mercer. But Mercer is either in that they're either re-signing him or he's all right. So what do you do? Because who's available that will really help them offensively right now?
To him in New Jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no one. I mean, if you're talking about free agents, I get the guys that I guess could still, Anthony Mantha, then Kane, Tarasenko, but those are just players at this point that aren't going to be premier producers.
Holy shit. Jaylen Brown got traded to Philly? Wow. 76ers trying to make a push at the Eastern Conference. Sorry, had to highlight that one.
No, I saw that too. I was thinking about highlighting it. And
there's nobody left that really moves the needle, though, right?
No, I mean, not really, unless, like I said, unless you're counting, like, could Patrick Kane still give a team 50 to 60 points? Yeah. Is that moving the needle? I mean, I don't know.
I just kind of said this too because NYR for Life was asking, do you think the Rangers could go get Kirill Marchenko? And my short answer is, do you think Schneider in a first would get it done? What first? They traded away. They don't have any first.
I don't think Marchenko's going anywhere. Now that they released the statement saying that Werenski's staying in Columbus, Marchenko already said that he was okay with playing out the time in Columbus, just that he wasn't going to re-sign after. So, I mean, now that
I would get a move on that, though. That's not smart.
Yeah, but he might change his mind now that he knows Werenski's staying. So I don't. The point is, I don't think they're going to move him. Honestly, I think they're going to keep him now. So I don't think he's going to be available.
John had a good joke in there too.
Yeah.
But realistically speaking, you gotta just remember you just can't just throw players in a room together. They gotta gel. That's why it might take some time. It might take some time to figure out if the Rangers have what it takes. And certainly don't sleep on the teams that are already ahead of them, which is all of them in the Metro. Now, by the way, the guys asked before, and let's get away from the Metro for a second, guys. Who do you think is going to make the playoffs in the Atlantic?
Florida for sure. Even if goaltending is their Achilles heel, they have such a good team in front of that goaltending that it almost doesn't matter. And we know the way that they play. That's
I would say Tampa.
Yeah,
would be
Tampa.
the other team.
They brought in Ilya Mikheyev, which I liked.
Yeah,
that was a depth piece. They basically brought him in to replace Nick Paul.
Yeah.
So, and I think they needed to get a little faster. Tampa. They were. You saw them, and they just did not have the speed to keep up in the playoffs.
And also, too, remember, I mean, there's been quiet on them since earlier in the day, but they still think John Carlson might end up in Tampa Bay. So if they add him, that just improves their defense a little bit more. I could see them adding a veteran like Tarasenko on a 1-year deal. So yeah, I would say Florida, Tampa, and Buffalo. I would say those are the 3 teams from the Atlantic I would pencil in. And then if you're talking about wild card teams or just another playoff team in general, Montreal, right? So that's 4 teams right there.
And then we're still not even thinking of whether or not Ottawa's moving back out of the
No, Ottawa, they just traded Brady Tkachuk, and I mean, Willie Meckland is a nice get. He's a good young player, but you traded the heart and soul of your team. He's gone. So that's a big loss. And even though he's 38 years old, Claude Giroux had 49 points last year, and it looked like it looks like he's not going to be turning to Ottawa. So you just lost Giroux, Kachuk. Those are two, good pieces of your offense. So yeah, I don't see Ottawa. I could see Ottawa taking a step back.
Because can Buffalo replicate what they did last year? That also is a great question. There's a lot that's going to go into this, and that's why if you're the Metro, you need to make sure you're a top 3 seed, because you might see 5 teams from the Atlantic again. And now that Florida's back in play, and
Florida. Speaking of Florida just signed Lars Eller to a 1-year contract.
Why not?
What?
And why not? Just get every veteran that's tough to play against.
Wasn't he there? Wasn't he played for Florida? No, he actually he never played for Florida.
Never played for Florida.
Yeah. So he's in Florida now. And speaking of Ottawa, that's just another player Ottawa just lost too. So
Dylan Coghlan extension with Vegas. Oilers bring Kapanen back. And who'd you say was with Florida? Sorry.
Lars Eller.
Lars Eller. I thought it was Lars Eller. I wasn't 100% positive. Pagnotta said 22 minutes ago, plenty of action still on Mario Ferraro is considering multiple options. Same for Eli Tolvanen, who seems to be inching closer to a decision.
All right.
Tolvanen's really the only one left. I mean, could he help Jersey? I mean,
I know that's basically what's left as far as the premium guy goes. But the question is he going to be the 20-goal scorer that he was in Seattle?
No, I don't think Edmonton gets over the top with Devin Levi.
No.
But he's the best option that they've gone after in a long time because there's legitimate upside there. Like, I know he hasn't panned out the way that we all thought he would have by this point, but there is still upside there.
So, again, I can't help but laugh for a stream that we're like, oh, we'll cut it at 5 o'clock. We're still going, although I'm about to pass out.
I get it.
Yeah.
I just think that the East is very hard to predict right now. I do think the Islanders are going to be better. I can see that. The first year DeBoer bump is real. I don't know if they'll make the Stanley Cup Finals. That I don't think they will, to be honest.
Or the conference finals, as he did every year in Dallas.
Or the conference finals, but I don't think they have that type of team. But I think they can be a playoff team. Like, I'm not going to say they will, but I think they can. Like, if I were a betting man, I would probably bet on it just because DeBoer is going to fix a lot of the problems that they had structurally. He'll use Schaefer better. The goaltending has to stay healthy. You cannot ride Sorokin until the wheels fall off again.
Yeah.
You cannot ride Schaefer until the wheels fall off again. It's just a matter of the scoring. The scoring is going to be an issue because they didn't get Jordan Kyrou, who would have helped them immensely. They didn't get Robert Thomas, who also would have helped them immensely. I don't think they're getting Jason Robertson. What else is available to them?
Well, that's also then. Just want to clean up the sentence before I started talking, but I did. That's where coaching comes into play. I think their goals against are going to get lower because of their defense.
I do.
And
agree.
I think they're going to improve their offense because they're going to be taking the puck away and doing a lot of different things. Attacking. I think scheme matters. I talked about this all the time. I thought the teams relied on talent when under Patrick Waugh. They didn't rely on scheme. Now they're relying on scheme under Pete DeBoer. And it's going to be It's going to be good to see.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. All right, so this is assuming, I guess, that Cal Ritchie takes a big step, which, I mean, he really kind of has to establish himself as an NHLer, so it's going to be a lot to ask for him to kind of take that big of a step. I mean, he had 30 points. Not a bad rookie year. 30 points in 65 games. Good. All right. So if you're asking Cal Ritchie to be a 50-point player, it's not completely unrealistic. We'll say that. Where else is it coming from? Like healthy Palmieri? Okay. Is Emil Heineman giving you 20 plus goals again? Is he getting better? Or is this, because he played 16 minutes. Are you going to be able to give him 16 minutes a game again? Is Simon Holmstrom going to give you nearly 20 goals and 40 points per game? Is JJ Pageau going to regress from that? Is he going to play 15-minute, nearly 16 minutes a game again? Is Matthew Barzal going to be better than a 70-point player that scores just about 20 goals? Because if Barzal goes back to 80-plus points, some of your issues are answered there. Can Horvat stay healthy? That's another thing. Anders Lee is now gone. So that's going to take away – that's going to open up 15 minutes of a game at least to somebody, plus a power play spot. What does your power play look like now without him in front? Is it Palmieri there?
Well, he wasn't there much, I think, at the end of last season. Eklund is the guy we're looking at, but you can't pin it all on a rookie.
No, I was just going to say, you got to be reasonable with your expectations there.
Right.
Well, Nicholas, that's what we said before. The defense is going to contribute to them getting the puck more because I think they're going to be a better transitional team. I think they'll defend a hell of a lot better, and that'll lead to counterattacks. And because that's the way DeBoer plays, he counterattacks.
Yeah.
Other
thing. Sorry, Phil.
No, go ahead.
I know. I've stepped on you a couple times today. I'm sorry.
No.
Because I was going to say the other thing to remember that everybody keeps forgetting is Pete DeBoer didn't have to choose the Islanders with 4 games left to go in the season. Pete DeBoer could have just stayed home and taken whatever offer, probably go on to the Toronto Maple Leafs once they won the first overall pick. He chose this team. Pete DeBoer sees something in this team. That's a big factor.
Okay, Tommy's saying Heineman slides the line. I mean, here's the thing. Is Heineman going to give you 22 goals on line 3? He wasn't playing on line 3 during the season. As the season progressed, he moved up in the lineup. So is he going to play on line 3 and give you 22 goals on line 3? You do have to replace that production from Anders Lee. There are some questions there. But I do believe that the DeBoer first-year bump is real. It's a real thing. History has shown us it. So I think they'll play better defensively, which will lead to them being in more games. I just wonder how he addresses the scoring. That's the biggest question mark for me. They still just do not have a natural top-level goal scorer. Horvat's their best goal scorer, and he's a center. You want that sniper on the wing, that 35, 40-plus goal scorer, and they just don't have it. And I think they're going to need it because this division's going to be tough next year. If Jersey, if they stay healthy and they get their shit back in check, they can get a goaltender. They're going to be a team, depending on what they give up in whatever deal or whatever they do to get it. The Rangers have improved. Philadelphia will probably see improvement because they have a guy like Martone, who is an absolute stud, who showed it down the stretch. I know it's a lot on the rookie, but when you come in and you have the playoffs that he had, and I know the numbers don't look great because of what Carolina did to him, but what he did in that first round against Pittsburgh was legitimate. So I wonder about them. Washington, I think, is the second best team in the division behind Carolina.
I'm gonna go Islanders. If I had to power rank them right now, I'd go Carolina, Islanders, Washington. I'd still go Philadelphia.
Wait, you're telling me that you don't think Washington's improved offensively? Is that what? Tommy, are you saying it's Washington that you don't think is improved? I'm going to try to pull up that Vincent Mercogliano post, by the way. So just bear with me here. But yeah, let's see. Vince's head is a little headliner there is Trocheck. Okay. I'll get that up. Oh no, Islanders. Okay. No, and I got to disagree strongly with Mark. Like, for me, it's Washington. I look at that Washington team. Philadelphia still has some holes. They had their defense is Sanheim, York, Rasmus Ristolainen, Nick Seeler, David Juracek, and Simone Ben or Jamie Drysdale. So Jamie Drysdale is a restricted free agent as of right now. I don't think they're moving him. I think he'll get re-signed. So they have $31 million in cap space that they have not used. Trevor Zegras, Nikita Grabenkin, and Jamie Drysdale are all restricted free agents. They're probably all getting re-signed. Couturier is really kind of a third line center right now. Dvorak is a middle six center. Noah Cates looks good. Tyson Forrester is a decent player. They added Noel Acciari today. That's really not much. Matvei Michkov is on the last year of an entry-level deal, and I think he's going to have a big bounce-back year. Travis Konechny is good for like 70-plus points. Owen Tippett has become a 25 to 30 goal guy. He scores about 27, 28 a year. So I'll say 25 to 30 from Owen Tippett, plus 50 points. Because that's what he's basically been over the last 4 years. If Tippett can reach another level at 27, which I think he can. Oh. Okay. Jamie Oleksiak, 2 years. So he's the Marcus Pettersson replacement. Makes sense. Glenn Gaudin to New York Rangers. I don't really know much about that player. That's got to be minor league depth. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know a lot about this guy because apparently he was a fourth rounder in 2015. This is a career minor leaguer. He's played 13 NHL games. Yeah, this is minor league depth. That's fine. It's whatever. But you're looking at Philly has pieces. They have question marks though. What is it net? Garnet Hathaway is no longer there. Their net is Woll and Vladar. Vladar is a decent. Actually, I got to give Vladar credit. The way that he played down the stretch and into the playoffs, he's definitely earned a little more respect. Woll is a nice acquisition there. But as Mark says, you have two number one goalies. You really have a number one goalie. No, you don't. So they still have questions. I look at Washington. All right, Pittsburgh is really the big thing for me. So are they going to be able to replicate this? Crosby's going to be a year older. Crosby will be 39 to start the season. And he's in the last year of his deal. The one thing you can count on is that Sidney Crosby is good for a point per game. He missed some games this year. He missed like 14 games, I think. Now remember, this is also the first year of an 84-game schedule again. They did it in 92, 93, 93, 94. This is going to be the first year of an expanded schedule. So an expanded schedule of older age could probably hurt guys like Crosby and Malkin, who are going to be 39 and 40 years old, respectively. Brian Rust is a good player, still at 34, 35. Ricard Raquel's decent. You get Andrei Kuzmenko. Tommy Novak's there. Blake Lazada's a pest in your bottom six. Connor Dewar's a nice bottom six, fourth-line player. Justin Brazo is another one. Elmer Soderblom, Ben Kindle's going to be the real big thing for them. Ben Kindle, if he takes another step, that team can be better. Igor Chinikov is probably coming back. He had a nice year with them. Hendrix LaPierre, not looking good for him so far, but he's a restricted free agent. Probably not going to get much. Your defense is Carlson, Letang, Gerard, who I heard they were looking at moving possibly, Trevor Van Riemsdyk, Kaden Korczak, who I like, and Ilya Sovolov. I don't know. And Artur Shilov is their only really NHL goaltender that's on their roster, but he's a restricted free agent. So this team has questions as well. The Rangers have questions. No, I don't see Jamie Benn leaving Dallas. Does Line really fit there, though? Like, yeah, the need for goal scoring and a $3 million AAV could be something, but does he fit there? Does he fit the way that they want to play? I don't think so either. I don't. I think the Islanders want to play an up-tempo, in-your-face type game where they're hard to play against. Obviously, every team wants to play that way to an extent, but I think they want to play up-tempo and in-your-face. And I don't think Patrick Laine fits that. I don't. I think he's more like he kind of slows the game down. Whoa. The Devils offer sheeted Barrett Hayton? I don't know what 1 year for second round compensation. Yeah, that's interesting. So I don't know if there is a place for Barrett Hayton right now. Like, why did the cap space go down for the Rangers according to Cap Wages? That doesn't make any sense to me. They got to get rid of Parson, and that has to happen. But let's take a look here and see what Mark is back with us.
Hold on a second. Wait, is that true?
What? Yeah. 4.75 million, I think it was.
Okay, let's see what that tier compensation is.
4.775 million. Second round pick is the compensation if Utah does not match. So let's see here. Barrett Hayton is the only player that they do not have under contract as a forward. They have 14 forwards right now. And they might not match this. Can they trade him if it's matched? Because I'm not sure if they can. I think if it's matched, I think they have to hold on to him for a certain amount of time. I would ask Steven about that.
Jay is saying right here, Ranger signed Glenn
Gordon, yeah,
Baldwin?
it's
Gordon?
minor league depth.
Yeah. I think actually James did ask a good question. I think you did address this, Phil. Not sure if you did. Does Drury, with what Drury did in this offseason, does it diminish the fire under his hot seat? The first part of the question is, was there fire under the hot seat? It was for the fans. That was lukewarm.
I don't know about Dolan though. You're right about that.
The thing, it's
fans were
Dolan
all over him. But what it doesn't matter what we say. It's really Dolan.
Yeah. And that's where the hard part of that comes in. So, but I really think the key part of everything in this entire weekend is really Baudouin.
Oh yeah,
I think he could develop. I think he could be something. You got him back from Vinny Trocheck.
Yeah.
I
think they got a player there.
I do. And
it's
again,
it's not the Noye, but you couldn't expect one of those two back for Trocheck. You got
him.
Yeah, you got a top 4 defenseman, a puck mover, which they lacked badly, and they weren't going to be able to get that on this market unless they signed John Carlson, which I don't think they were looking to go that route. But you got Dursey and Baudouin out of that deal. That's a great deal.
And sorry, Phil, my enthusiasm just kept me talking, and I was trying to let you go because you could tell me more about him than I know.
No. I don't think Brett Howden ever had the upside that Cole Baudouin has. Saying love. Okay, yeah. Baudouin could be Trocheck 2.0. I think there might be better offensive upside there. I know that he had that 170-point season in Florida back in 2019 or whatever it was, but Vinny Trocheck is really a 50-60 point center for the most part.
Just wow.
I mean, you wouldn't be wrong in thinking that they would miss it. Again, that's what I'm getting at. Like, Pittsburgh's got questions. Even Washington has questions right now. But I think on paper, they're probably the second best team in the division behind Carolina.
Okay, but here's one thing to say with his. You missed the playoff 3 years in a row. That should tell you something. And maybe that should tell you might need to go back to the drawing board. Because after all, let's look at the late 90s Rangers. They made the conference finals in 97. Supposedly built the team with Messier in mind to stay. Messier leaves. Team is a shell of itself mentally and physically, and they missed the playoffs. Okay. So John Davidson declares the Rangers are going to rebuild like the Yankees. They draft Malhotra. They really don't do much in year 2 with Gretzky, and he ends up retiring. And then they rebuilt with drafting players, because that was when they got aggressive. They did Brendel and Lundmark. They signed a bunch of free agents, including Theo Fleury, Stefan Catal, Valery Kaminsky. There's one more guy I'm missing out of that. Phil, I can't remember who it is. No, I had him. I got him. There's like another role player, I think, like Sylvain
Lefebvre.
I think it was Sylvain Lefebvre was another one.
Yeah.
Then they don't make it 3 years in a row, and then they're trying to make the playoffs 3 years in a row, and then your playoff drought goes from 3 years to 7, like that. That's where you got to have an organizational philosophy. You got to make decisions. You got to make the right decisions. It can't just be, all right, let's go. Let's make the playoffs. Oh, we didn't make it this year. We got to make sure we make it this year. What good is making the 8th seed for the New York Rangers right now? But there seems to be a plan in place right now for this season and potentially future seasons. Again, the Cole Baudouin trade really has got me going with my head spinning. I was ready to be all gloom and doom. This kid could be really good.
So here's an update. Elliot Friedman, if Mammoth match the offer sheet, they cannot trade him. They cannot trade Hayton for 1 calendar year, but Hayton can become a UFA next July. That's interesting. I can see them not matching this then. Because if you can't move the guy, I mean, that's a good move by Jersey to try to get him for a 2nd-round pick, basically.
And who did it? Sonny Meta. Sonny Meta already paying dividends in New Jersey. Do you see Jamie Benn leaving Dallas?
Yeah, I answered that one before. No.
You did? Okay, good.
I think he'll come back on a cheap deal. He's been there for nearly 20 years, man. I don't see it. Yeah, I read the Vince Mercogliano tweet before on MyR for Life. I'm sorry I didn't get to post it in here, but I mean, again, that's basically what I've been saying. They're a team that could make the playoffs. They're also a team that could miss it by a hair.
Yeah.
I mean, things are going to have to go right for them to make the playoffs. Let's just leave it at that.
But again, increasing your zone entries and putting more pressure in the offensive zone, that's going to go a long way. And even in the neutral zone. Which, it's funny. Neutral zone play is so underrated. We had playing in the game I played in a couple weeks ago in Dix Hills. We, Tommy and I, who's in the chat, we had a game against a team that smoked us. I think that was Banker's Life. And like the first 2 shifts was really good neutral zone play.
I don't know if this was talked about before. I didn't see this, but apparently Oliver Bjorkstrand's deal includes a 15-team no-trade clause. Why are you giving a guy with a 1-year deal a 15-team no-trade clause?
Players want to dictate where they want to go if they're traded. That's the reason why.
They need to put limits on these.
Of course they need to put limits. But this is why, let me just say this, Phil. The conversation was, I think, with Elliot Friedman. He said it's going to be a CBA question next time around. That should be on the GMs. You don't want to put it in. Don't put it in. Don't whine about it after you put it in.
Again, I get why it started. It started because of the whole Wade Redden.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. But at the same time, why the hell is this such a thing? and there needs to be limitations on them. There needs to be limitations on how many a team can hand out. So if you trade for a player that has one, it doesn't count against the team. And then once the clauses are waived, that's it. They're gone.
I think there needs to be did you say a set number per team?
Yeah. So there needs to be a set number of I think there should be 3 of each. 3 no movement clauses, 3 no trade clauses.
Well, because that's a good point. Because here's the thing. Like, take, for instance, Henrik Lundqvist. Like I said to you before, he's got 3 no trade clauses when he was there. Or let me go right to Igor Shesterkin. Igor Shesterkin's got 3 no trade clauses. 1, he's playing well. He's on the New York Rangers. Nobody's going to get rid of him. 2, he's got the actual physical no move clause that he's got in there. And then 3, he's got $11.5 million price tag. Not many teams can actually fit that in.
Well, I mean, that's besides the point. But, I mean, really, it comes down to you need to have – I think 3 in general, actually, looking back over it, is probably best. And then I think anything that you pick up per trade – oh, actually, no. Well, that would go with what I was saying. Once it's moved, once the player is traded, then they lose that clause. And that's it. And that's how you keep it at 3 per team.
Right. And also, as you said before, general managers got to win on salary, win on term, and win on the no move clause.
Yeah.
And some guys use it as a discount. And then there's Chris Drury, who lost all 3 to Barclay Goodrow.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you ask for a trade and you waive it, if you waive the clause for a trade and the trade gets completed, let's just say, they could waive it and then the trade doesn't get completed, they still have it. If the trade gets completed, they waive and the trade is completed, then you've lost the clause. That's it. It's done. It's over with. You don't get to carry. You shouldn't get to carry it to another team.
Yeah.
I agree with this. I don't like no movement clauses because you're telling me that I can't send a player down when they're playing like shit, like when they completely just show up and say, "Oh, fuck it, I don't care. I got my guaranteed money." No, if you have guaranteed money, fully guaranteed money, then there should be no exception for you to be not sent down to the minors if you're going to show up and just slack off and be like, I got my guaranteed money. You can't do shit to me now. No.
But again, Phil, you also hit the nail on the head with that. And the player has to say over little things like, I don't know, the coach, the executives. Like, these are all things you go and what are we doing here? Like, you can't just have a player that's above all reproach. And Leo, I'm with you on it. It's on the GM.
No, it's not just on the GM. It's on the players too, because the players demand these things.
The players are all going to demand them. Every player is going to demand a no-move clause.
Okay, let's go. All right, I'll give you an example. You want to know why Patrick Elias is not a Ranger? You want to know how close he was to being a Ranger?
Right.
You want to know why he wasn't a Ranger?
Yeah, go with that again, because I forgot.
Because Glenn Sather refused to give him a no-trade clause.
There you go.
That's why. Then he went back to Lou Lamoriello. Lou Lamoriello gave him the offer that kept him a Devil for life. Patrick Elias would have been here instead of Brendan Shanahan. Do you know how much better those Rangers teams would have been with Patrick Elias instead of Brendan Shanahan? No offense to Brendan Shanahan, who I loved, but he was at the end of his career.
And again,
Thank you, Johnny.
Is because now with all these unions, the players want to keep on accruing more power. And here's the thing: like I said it before, we're talking about we're selling the joke about LeBron James and everything last night. But one thing I said is he shouldn't be trying to be a GM. Did he pour over scouting reports? Does he know the financials of the team? He just walks in the office, goes, "Get me this guy," or "Resign this guy." Like, you can't have a player doing that. There's no way they can know.
I agree and I disagree. I agree in the sense that he's not an executive. Like, he's not paid to do that. However, I would say that LeBron has a pretty good knowledge of the players that he's playing against. And considering how fucking smart of a player LeBron is, there are very few guys that you can really sit there and say, okay, Messier had that type of power.
Thank you. I was going to say replace LeBron with Messier.
Messier had that power. Messier won 6 Stanley Cups, and he won 2 without Gretzky. Gretzky had that power.
Right, but on the other hand,
never had that type of power.
No, they definitely had that type of power. But on the other hand, Messier was able to do the 94 trade deadline where they basically swooped up everybody that they could from Edmonton and a couple Blackhawks. And there you go. Now you have the hybrid Edmonton-Chicago team to win the 94
That
Cup.
wasn't just Messier, though. That was also Keenan. Keenan was the guy who had the hard-on for Noonan. So it was Noonan and Matteau. He hated Gartner, and he wanted Anderson. Messier wanted Anderson, too. So that was both of them. We know that.
And then also Messier pulled the same thing in 96, and they brought in Yari Curry and Marty McSorley, and that was a disaster.
Yeah, well, that was always how I bring up the wrong year, wrong time deals, because they got bounced by Philly. So what did they do? They went and added toughness and size and muscle and veteran presence, and they needed the speed that they gave up the speed, the youth, and the skill to match Pittsburgh because they ended up playing Pittsburgh, and then they get bounced by Pittsburgh in the second round.
Yeah.
And then they go and they play Philly the next year again. They add Russ Courtnall, they bring back Tikkanen, and they go the opposite direction, and then they get bounced by Philly in 5 games.
Well, yeah, they did beat Florida and the Devils in that process. It's just by the time they got to Philly, I think they were just gassed and they were done. And Philly was better equipped to handle them. Though then again, Eric Lindros doesn't score that late goal in Game 4. We might be having a different conversation completely. But actually, you know what? We're going to be closing this up in a few minutes because 7 hours is a hell of a time to be talking this long. But which team do you think is the least improved today, Phil? Or even this weekend, if you want to expand
Philly,
it out.
Maybe Philly didn't really do anything. I mean, the Islanders bring in Michelli. I mean, it's a nice little add to their top 9. But what did they Vanacek? What did they do? Seattle is a good one. I don't think that they improved much. They got Samoskevich, but Bobby McMahon re-signed there. I look at that roster and it's not very good. I would say maybe Seattle. Sharks got Mason Marchment and Darnell Nurse.
Sharks, between their draft picks and everything else, I think that they're
an improved team. Edmonton really didn't do a whole lot. Seattle didn't do a whole lot.
What do the Red Wings do?
They got Keegan Colasar, but I don't think they did much else.
And we're going to exclude Vancouver from this conversation because they're stripping that down to the studs.
Yeah, Vancouver. Vancouver's not really trying to improve actively. They're trying to strip it down to the nuts and bolts and get away from that. I mean, Detroit. Oh, Detroit signed Victor Arvidsson. It's not a bad. But that again, that's the same thing they've been doing for years, though.
Yeah,
Detroit. It's let me go get another middle tier offensive addition to bring into this team. Like, if you were going to try to convince Dylan Larkin to stay, Victor Arvidsson ain't moving the needle to do it. Tell you that right now.
Anaheim Ducks might be in there because after all, the Ducks,
they lose John Carlson.
You lose John Carlson, you lose Trouba, Radko Gudas, and Mason McTavish. I mean, that's like
they get
a quarter
AJ
of your playing roster
out of it. But I mean, all right. So your top six options there are Carlson, Gauthier, Seneca, Troy Terry, Granlund, and Kreider. I mean, it's a decent top six. If Gauthier is another 40-goal year, he's like 70 plus points. Let's just say he ups his assists. Carlson is a point per game player. I mean, Mintyukov is still a restricted free agent. Gauthier, Mintyukov, and Carlson all need new contracts. They need a backup behind Dostal. They need another defenseman at the NHL level because they only have 5 at contract right now. Anaheim is Lawton. I guess Lawton's LA is finally finalized.
I guess so. I thought we heard about that a while ago.
I'm guessing the numbers just finally came out. Yeah. All right. So it's 3 years, $3.5 million from Lawton.
Well, Leo Carlson, whom they have to re-sign.
Yeah. I'd say Seattle, really, when it comes to that. Seattle or Edmonton. What have those teams done? I look at the Edmonton roster and I don't see it. Well, Edmonton got Ryan Shea. That's not a bad pickup for them.
But Phil, they did shed Darnell Nurse with no trade protection. Sorry, salary retention. So is in Edmonton's case, what does that give them cap wise? $11 million. Do you think they can try to convince Connor Hellebuyck to come to them?
Would Winnipeg deal him in division?
Also a good question.
And how are you moving Tristan Jarry then at that point?
Yeah. That's also a good question. Maybe they could bury him in the minors and just suck it up. But by the way, if only there was somebody that said, what are you doing signing him to that money when he signed that contract? Oh, wait, I did.
They have 12 forwards under contract because Colton Dock is a restricted free agent in Edmonton. But they're going to need help there. They have 8 defensemen under contract with Mukmadulin being a restricted free agent and same with Spencer Stastny. But they need to upgrade on defense. Like Connor Murphy, okay, decent defensive guy, good defense. Darnell Nurse, I would say, is just as good defensively. It's just he wasn't worth the $9 million because the offense wasn't there. But I mean, Ryan Shea is going to give them a little bit of offense from the back end. But I mean, really, is that moving the needle? Can they go? It's either you need Hellebuyck or Robertson right now, and I would lean towards Hellebuyck.
Although one problem for Edmonton is that, and thanks, Jay. I'm gonna just highlight his. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
I clicked it. The one problem I would have is Hellebuyck doesn't join one of his USA teammates, but he can do it with the Buffalo Sabres, who could use a goalie.
Yeah,
maybe that puts them over the top, or the New Jersey Devils with Jack Hughes, and maybe he gets them back into contention. So,
the scoring depth does have questions. I don't think it's ass. I think on paper they have a better top 6 than the Islanders. I think
now it's just a matter of getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think they might even have a better top 6 than Philly. Pittsburgh is, again, it's Crosby and Malkin, and I don't know how all right, Crosby's going to be a point per game. Like, how healthy can he stay? And can he adjust to having an 84 game season at 39 years old? He's going to be 39 in August. Malkin's going to be 40 next month, or this month, I think. What do we do with Pittsburgh? I don't.
Yeah.
Again, I look at Washington and Carolina as the 2 top teams in this division. After that, it is just a mess. Those next 4 or 5 spots are a mess.
And I have to agree with that, and that's where we're going to have to look at. Jay was asking with the super chat right here with Dursey and Gavrikov, will they see less on the power play, although thrive? Pedersen, good to be a shutdown D with Gavrikov. Who's Pedersen's third? Gavrikov, Pedersen. Who's the third shutdown man? Might be Smits. It's not Robertson.
Probably going to fight it out for that left side third pairing role.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I mean, is Schneider there for third defense, or is he traded? And do they get another player in return? I don't know. I'll tell you right now, though, if you can turn Schneider and something else into Marchenko, then I look at that top 6 as a hell of a lot better. And then that moves Bjorkstrand down onto a third line role with Cooley and Laba, and that's actually a decent third line. That's a third line that I like. But again, I don't know if they can get Marchenko. I don't think Dallas is going to move Robertson at this point.
Yeah. I think them moving Maverick Bork signaled that that it's gonna be Robertson staying home.
That's the only thing. I do believe that Maverick Bork would have been a real good fit for the Rangers. You would have brought him into your top 6. You would have brought him in on a line with Miller and Dorofeyev, and that could have been a nice top 6 at that point. Again, it's got question marks, but I think that could have been a nice top 6.
Oh. I'm wondering if this is our longest stream ever.
I think it is.
All right. Okay, back again.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, the jump out. I had to jump off for a sec.
Yeah, no, I would not mess with that line with Zibanejad, Lafreniere, and Perreault.
No,
wouldn't. Nope, not happening.
Nope. All right, I think it's fair to cut it off right there, guys.
Yeah.
And Jay, thank you again. Look, everybody. Thank you again. Oh, because they were Hockey O'Neill. By the way, thank you for coming on. You've been great today. They just were in cap hell, and it's Vegas. So who needs their own selections? They're just gonna send everybody else out. Yeah, we were really suffering in the 2 o'clock, even the 1:30 to 3 o'clock hours. And then suddenly, once the word of Vinny Trocheck and Marcus Pettersson was getting talked about, everything just really picked up steam. But it's, yeah. And we could all play the, probably cue it up for next week already. The Goodbye Troch with the theme music playing.
Yeah.
But which I got to be careful about. I got to figure that out because copyrights. But you know what? Again, I got to applaud the work of Chris Drury. Expect a video on this next week, guys. And we got a lot that we're going to be covering in this NHL offseason. We are going to have different videos. Maybe we won't do streams every week, just in case. But we will have a lot of streams and a lot of good talk. And hopefully this offseason goes fast before you know it. So, yeah. And Leo, thank you. What time is it out there, out in Finland? So, yeah, nothing like after working in the Suns. After working in the sun, you just want some suds.
Like it's 2:11 a.m. So I think they're 5 hours ahead? No, sorry, 7 hours ahead.
I guess it is. Yeah. Yeah, because it's 5 to 12, and then
Not
it's
in
2:11
Finland right now, but it would be 2:11 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta make my way out there at some point in my life. One thing me and Maria missed when we went to Alaska was the Northern Lights, and we got the Mediterranean next year, so that waits. But there's a lot of drinks I'm gonna have to serve in order to get there. I joke. That's the way I'll mark something now. I'll be like, you know. But then again, I mean, everybody else could go, how many days did I have to work in order to get there? It's just a different way of saying it. But Drury's put the pressure on Sully, but I think Sully still isn't going to have the pressure. He's still one of the highest paid coaches in the league, still has a lot of term. And again, thank you guys, everybody. And yeah, Isildur, you don't have to worry about that. Now the Trocheck cards are throwbacks. So, all right. Well, Phil, go get something to eat because I'm pretty sure you're hungry. And guys, it's great as always to be with us. If you haven't done it, you're watching still, hit the subscribe button and hit the like. Make sure if you guys are watching, you hit the like. And we got a lot more we're going to be covering. Just stay tuned, everybody. Talk to you soon.